Day 296. Chapter 1. October 10th. Pull the string back a little further. Aim, then release the arrow as if your life depended on it. Ava Solomon squared her hips, gripping the bow with her left hand, like Levi McQuaid had told her, then pulled slowly back on the string, keeping her eyes on the orange pumpkin target. A warm breeze swept across her face as she breathed in the scent of smoke from the cooking fires tinging the desert winds. She'd always loved this region, framed by mountains in the distance. Shadow Ridge was just one of a dozen small, isolated towns spread out across West Texas, where wide open desert prairies filled with scrub brush and cactus met winding mountain roads and led to higher elevations. Rugged, untamed landscapes filled with backcountry wildlife, where the stars hung like lanterns at night, almost close enough to touch. For the past decade, though, Shadow Ridge had simply become a place for her to visit. It held memories, but it had never been where she intended to settle down for the rest of her life. Until the quake. The instant the grid went down, everything in her world changed. No power grid meant no electricity, no internet, no streaming movies, no way to schedule an Uber or send a text message. It meant she couldn't hop on an airplane and fly back to her life in Houston, where she worked as a cryptanalyst by day and an aspiring author at night. While she might have inherited her love of language from her Nigerian father and her love of books from her Irish mother, she'd never embraced their love of hunting and outdoor adventure. That was her sister, Josie. Instead, she'd grown up in a world where books were her escape. When her father had managed to convince her to go hiking with him, he'd tell her stories of growing up in the African bush and share his wealth of knowledge of West Texas flora and fauna, the place that had become his home after 30 years of managing one of the local ranches. Her mother had taught her how to make Irish stew and soda bread and encouraged her in her writing endeavors. Now she wished she'd listened more, because suddenly it was her responsibility to raise her 17-year-old sister and keep food on the table for the two of them. In an effort to help them make it through the winter, she learned everything she could about raising chickens and rabbits, water glassing fresh eggs, and growing a garden beneath the hot West Texas sun. They washed clothes in the round pink swimming pool and had perfected her father's rainwater catchment system for harvesting water. Ava blew out a sharp breath, her mind spinning, as she shifted her thoughts back to what Levi had taught her. Stance, posture, position. The tension inside her built as she stared at the target, the muscles in her arm and shoulder tight. Bring your hand slowly to your neck. Levi stepped up next to her, lowering her elbow slightly. Relax. You're doing fine, Ava. She blew out another sharp breath as Levi's earlier words replayed in her mind. Release the arrow as if your life depended on it. She swallowed hard. She wasn't doing fine, because he was right. Her life and the life of her sister depended on her. She might baby her garden and try to make friends with the hens who gave them eggs. But while speaking 4 languages sounded impressive to some, it hadn't prepared her for living off the grid. She pulled the arrow back another half-inch, then released it. The arrow launched at an angle, missing the target by a yard. She dropped the bow to her side, trying to hold back the tears. I can't do this, Levi. Yes, you can. He handed her another arrow. You just need to relax. Funny, she hadn't relaxed for months. She'd lost count of how many days had passed since the grid had gone down. The quake, as everyone in Shadow Ridge had come to call it. She used to keep her schedule meticulously organized in her head, but now the days and weeks had merged together into a time warp blurring her memories until she couldn't remember what she'd had for breakfast most days. It wasn't just the fact that she couldn't hunt, or that her garden wasn't thriving as she'd hoped. Raising a teenager was proven difficult. Josie had always been stubborn, but the past year had changed her. She'd become more and more argumentative, and while she did what Ava asked her to do, most of the time, she'd made it clear that she had no desire to take orders from her older sister. "Ava," Levi touched her arm, "I think you're trying too hard." She squeezed back the tears, her lips quivering. "Trying too hard and failing isn't going to put dinner on my table. Maybe I just need to stick to chickens and rabbits. I can't do this." Levi set the bow on the picnic table, then took her hand and led her over to the wooden swing her father had built at the back of the house. "What's really going on? Something tells me this isn't just about your inability to shoot a pumpkin." The ridiculous-sounding sentence brought an unsolicited smile to her lips. "Have you not noticed how bad I am?" She nodded toward the arrows scattered across the backyard, none of which had made it even close to the target. He squeezed her fingers. "That wasn't an answer to my question." Simmering anger rose to the surface. "If I can't shoot a pumpkin, how am I supposed to shoot an animal that's running? It's this whole mess." She waved her arms. "This can't continue forever. I need something normal. Anything. A scoop of Bluebell ice cream. A hot soak in the tub. Pumpkin spice coffee." She sighed. "Boy, I could really use some pumpkin spice coffee right now." He sat quietly beside her, letting her pour out the pent-up frustration. Patient, with no judgment in his eyes, just like he'd always done. "I just can't do this anymore." She lowered her voice in defeat. "My mother is dead, and I have no idea how to help my sister. You've spent your whole life learning how to shoot, learning how to track, learning how to hunt. I've spent my life with my nose in a book. I don't know how to do this. That's why things have to go back to normal. I refuse to think otherwise, because this isn't the life I want." The childish string of words came out before she could filter them. "I get it. More than you think," he said, squeezing her hand. "I know." She looked up at him, wishing she could take the words back. "I'm sorry. I know none of us want this life." "You have nothing to be sorry about. But think about it this way. What if you hadn't been here when all this happened? Your sister needs you, and you were able to be with your mother before she died. I think you're exactly where you need to be." Ava pressed her lips together. Her shoulders slumped as fatigue mingled with the feelings of heavy loss. "I don't know. You wouldn't have gotten that extra time to spend with your mother. Your sister would be here by herself. Your being here matters. You've made a difference to your family, to this town, to me." "You always know what to say." She shook her head and leaned back against the swing, his hand still clasping hers. It was true. Levi McQuaid had always been there for her, listening and never judging. "I know I'm overreacting, but Josie has started sneaking out of the house at night, which isn't like her. I'm pretty sure she's gotten involved with the wrong kids, and I don't know how to stop it." "So your frustration really is more than a failure to hit a pumpkin with an arrow." She leaned into his shoulder. "All those years I spent on the ranch, you and your brothers and sisters were the ones hunting and fishing and horseback riding. But not me. When I wasn't in school, I was reading. But that isn't going to help me raise a teenager or learn how to hunt my dinner." They had been friends ever since they were freshmen in high school. Her mother had always asked her why they hadn't dated, But she'd never really thought about romance when it came to Levi. They'd just been close friends. He'd dated Chrissy Reed, and she'd spent most Friday nights at the library. But despite Chrissy's jealousy over their closeness, they'd remained friends. They'd also stayed in touch after graduation, despite going to different universities, thanks to social media and her infrequent trips back to Shadow Ridge, including after the death of her father 3 years ago. Levi McQuaid had grown up in Shadow Ridge, and like her had been home for the holidays when the quake hit, along with 3 of his 4 siblings. Almost a year later, though, nothing was the same. Levi and his older brother Jace had stepped up as the law in town after their father was shot in a manhunt for a fugitive. Their sister Hope had taken over running the only clinic in 75 miles, while Tess, their youngest sister, spent time helping at the clinic, as well as with her father's rehabilitation. If she was honest, though, Josie's struggles weren't the only situation she was concerned about. There had been a number of break-ins over the past few weeks. The community warehouse that stored grain and food was robbed, and one of the guards killed. The raids were eventually tied to a gang called the Buffalo Riders. But there were plenty of people out there wanting to take advantage of a vulnerable situation. With very little communication possible with the outside world because of the town's isolated location and the rise of bandits on the road, Jace, who was former military intelligence, had brought on several more part-time officers to join Levi and work under Jace. But while they were all doing the best they could, most of the time it wasn't enough. "What are you thinking?" he asked.
"I'm scared, because I feel like I'm losing her."
Ava slowly exhaled, trying to gather her jumbled thoughts. "She's lost a lot, Ava. You can't forget that."
"I haven't, but it's no excuse to behave like she is. I need her."
"I could ask Tess to reach out to her. She's not much older."
"That's not a bad idea."
Ava looked up and studied Levi's familiar crew cut and clean-shaven face. He was tough enough to make it through the rigorous physical and mental challenges of the police academy. And yet there was another side of him. Funny, gentle, even vulnerable at times. The kind of man she could always count on. Like today.
"How is Tess?"
she asked. "It's hard to tell. She's quiet, and I always worry about what's going on under the surface. But I've seen her change, in a good way, as she takes on more responsibility. Still, like Josie, it's hard." Ava wiped her cheeks, done with feeling sorry for herself.
"These kids need a purpose, to feel needed. And I mean beyond cleaning out chicken coops and weeding the garden. I thought what we were doing was working. But now..."
Ava stood and picked the bow and arrow back up. Feeling sorry for herself was never a good idea.
"I can keep practicing, but you need to go. You've spent way too much time with me today. Though I did think of something positive about today's lesson."
Levi stood, then set his hands on his hips. "And what would that be?"
"We're going to get a pumpkin pie out of this."
He tilted his head. "And you're going to make it?"
"Why am I detecting doubt in your voice?"
"That wasn't doubt. It was..." Levi scratched his chin, apparently searching for a word to describe her less than adequate cooking skills.
"What?"
she prodded. He stepped in front of her and smiled. "I just know that while you are extremely talented, smart, and resourceful..."
"Good save. But my cooking skills are improving. You should have tried my fried chicken this week. It was only a little burnt."
Ava pushed back her shoulders as she spun around to face the target. Stance, posture, position. She let the arrow fly and hit the pumpkin dead center.
"See?" Levi said. "I knew you could do it."
Ava heard a clatter of hooves and turned around as Gideon Savage rode up behind the house. "Is everything okay?" Levi asked.
"No, it isn't."
Gideon hesitated.
"Jace asked me to come get you. Diego Chavez found a body on his property."
Chapter 2. Levi felt the familiar shards of anxiety cut through him at Gideon's request. A dead body wasn't exactly how he wanted to start his week. This town had already gone through so much. He turned back to Ava.
"Will you be okay?" "Of course. Just, please be careful."
Levi grabbed his backpack off the picnic table, then mounted his horse, which had been grazing at the side of the house. He knew where her words of caution had come from. Too recently, they'd found 2 dead bodies, both killed by the Buffalo Riders, a group of men who spent their time robbing goods from isolated towns, then selling those goods on the black market. Without vehicles, communications, and no way to run any kind of forensic test, tracking them down had proved to be challenging. But they all knew that even with this gang of criminals finally arrested, there would be others to take their place.
"Have they ID'd the body?"
Levi asked as he headed toward the police station next to Gideon on Cactus, his golden palomino.
"Far as I know, they haven't. All I know is that Mr. Chavez is pretty upset. He's had a lot of trespassers on his property, and to find one of them dead."
"I don't blame him. This is very upsetting." When Jace had decided to give Gideon a chance and bring him on for a trial period to help out at the station, Levi hadn't been sure it was a good idea. Over the past few weeks, though, the young man had impressed both of them with his work ethic and willingness to do whatever was necessary. Levi glanced back at Ava's house before turning on to Main Street, wishing he'd handled things better. Despite her smile as he left, he knew she was hurting and that he'd probably pushed her too hard. His motives might have been on track, but nothing he'd said had been able to erase the fear and grief in her eyes. He couldn't blame her. She was handling so much, and all he wanted to do was help. He'd gone to the police academy because he wanted to make a difference in his community. But now so many things simply couldn't be fixed. He'd learned that the hard way. Last month, one of their town leaders was murdered, and a 6-year-old boy taken hostage. No matter how hard he'd tried, he hadn't been able to stop it. And now, they could be looking at another murder. Levi pulled back on the reins as they approached the police station. He rubbed Cactus's neck as the horse came to a stop, feeling, not for the first time, that he'd walked back in time into the Wild West. Even without access to modern forensics and DNA testing, they'd managed to track down the men involved in the murders. But in a world where everything had spun out of control, it seemed that more often than not, the bad guys had the advantage.
"Your brother's inside,"
Gideon said as they tied their horses to a post. Levi nodded, then walked into the police station behind the boy.
"Give me a second,"
Levi said. He walked to the framed pictures hanging on the far wall, his gaze pausing briefly on the black and white photo of his father and Chase. Before the quake, Garrett McQuaid and Chase Beckett had been the law in Shadow Ridge, on call 24/7, with most of the town having his father's personal cell number. His father might have been born in the wrong century, preferring old-fashioned police work to modern technology. Levi had always believed his father was invincible, but a bullet to the chest changed everything. Levi centered the uneven frame and frowned. Chase had been escorting a prisoner to San Angelo when the quake hit, and his father, who was the town's police chief at the time, was shot during the hunt for a fugitive. The wound had left him both physically and emotionally wounded. In the days that followed, Levi and his siblings were forced to grieve over the death of their mother, as well as the knowledge that they didn't know where Chase or their brother Sam was. But their story was no different than any other person's in this town. Levi shook off the combination of grief and frustration, knowing he couldn't afford the distraction. They had a job to do, with a town dependent on them. Jace had been voted in by the community early on to help keep law and order, and with Levi's experience at the police academy, he'd been voted in as well. But even with the men they'd brought on as part-time deputies, keeping order in the town was anything but easy. Some days it felt as if they'd stepped into an episode of The Twilight Zone, because they were living in a world where they didn't know the rules anymore. Diego Chavez was standing in Jace's office, his hat in his hand, and a scowl on his weathered face, while Jace sat behind his desk, tapping a pen against a pad of paper. "Diego," Levi said, shaking the man's hand. "It's been a while." "It has, but unfortunately this is no social call. I was just telling your brother about the issues I'm having on my land. I've been getting more and more trespassers. They kill my cattle, take the meat they want, then leave the carcasses to rot in the sun. They've killed at least 10 over the past couple of months." Diego had mentioned the trouble he was having the last time he was in town, but limited personnel made it impossible for the already stretched police department to cover so much territory. "Have you seen any of them well enough to recognize them?" Jace asked. Diego shook his head. "No. They go through at night, staying toward the edges of the property. But I'm tired of dealing with their mess." He dropped his hat onto the desk. "And the loss of cattle seems minor at this point. Not only is one of my men missing, now they've gone and murdered a girl and dumped her on my land." "Gideon said you weren't able to ID her?" Levi asked. "Nope, never seen her. But that doesn't mean she isn't from around here. All I know is that this has got to stop." "And your missing man?" "I've had to start sending my men out on security sweeps. Normally they go in pairs, but with resources stretched, Zach went out on his own to check on the West End. He didn't report back in last night. We found the girl when we were searching for him." Jace leaned back in his chair, a deep frown on his face, then looked up at Levi. "Matt and Grayson headed out to check out a disturbance, but Frank and Gideon are still here. Why don't you go with me up to Chavez's property?" "Of course. Should we take Tess with us?" Levi asked. "Her sketches helped us with Jeremiah's murder." "I'm not sure that would be wise. She was pretty upset when we asked her to come in. It might be another layer of trauma she doesn't need." Jace started tapping his pen again, weighing their options. "What do you think?" "I think she's a lot stronger than we give her credit for," Levi said, praying he was right. "I could go get her, if you'd like," Gideon said. "Escort her to the property." Jace nodded. "Give her the option, but it's completely up to her. If she says no, we leave it at that. Keep in contact with us either way." Gideon pulled his radio out of his pocket. "My radio's charged, though it's been glitching lately." Levi frowned. Of course it was. They all were. He understood his brother's hesitation about involving Tess. He had his own reservations. But they needed every resource they could get. They had solar-powered chargers so they could use their cell phones for pictures and their radios for communication. But it took hours to charge them, and they only worked in direct sunlight. On top of that, they had a limited number of charging cycles, which meant eventually, if the power didn't come back on, they would stop working, and they'd lose both the evidence they had on their phones as well as a means to communicate. Having Tess's sketches was essential in his mind. The Chavez Ranch was located 5 miles outside of Shadow Ridge, on a wide spot of open space. Before the quake, the property had held a lodge offering hunting parties of everything from elk to turkeys to javelinas, with stunning scenery making it a one-of-a-kind experience. Today, there were no tourists looking to bring home a trophy. Instead, the owners and ranch hands who worked the 15,000-acre property worked day and night to keep their cattle alive, with the help of solar-powered water wells and stock tanks. But keeping poachers out in order to ensure the land wasn't overhunted had become a full-time job. Levi and his brothers stayed a couple lengths behind Diego and his men as they rode down the edge of the property through grassy slopes, senses alert to their surroundings for anything that seemed off. "You've been quieter than usual," Jace said. "Sorry. I've just got a lot on my mind, I guess. The last time we had a dead body, we ended up with a second murder and a hostage situation. I'm worried about what we're going to find." And how they were going to figure out the truth. He'd spent 36 weeks at the police academy, learning everything from tactical driving to patrol procedures to officer safety and emergency communications. But he had no real investigative experience, which meant he'd been faced with on-the-job training. That wasn't the only barrier standing in his way. They had no access to criminal databases like DNA and fingerprints. No facial recognition software or biometric science. The quake had suddenly thrust them back a century before much of forensic science had existed. "You're working too much," Jace said. "If you ask me, it doesn't seem to be enough. Even with bringing more men on to help, it's getting harder to keep up with the town's needs." "I agree, but I'm discovering that finding a balance in life is as necessary as making sure there's food on the table. So I'm guessing love would be one of those priorities." Jace tugged on the brim of his cowboy hat, but Levi didn't miss the smile that crossed his brother's face. "Changing the subject?" "Seems right in line to me," Levi laughed. "You did bring Morgan and her son to the family dinner on Sunday. That's a pretty big step forward in the McQuaid family. How did this conversation suddenly become about me and my love life? So you are in love. How is she? Last time I saw her, she was fine." "Which was?" Levi prodded. "Last night." So when are you going to propose?" "Who said I'm proposing?" Jace flicked a fly away, but Levi was pretty sure the insect wasn't the only thing pestering him. He sat back in his saddle, enjoying the opportunity to make his brother squirm a bit. Levi grinned. "I overheard you talking to Dad about Mom's ring." "I guess it's still impossible to keep a secret from the rest of the McQuaids." Jace tilted his head to block the sun. "Would you mind? About proposing to Morgan, or giving her Mom's ring?" "Either one. Both. I don't want to step on any toes. You've got my blessing, and I'm sure the rest of them will give theirs as well. But is that all that's bothering you?" "I don't know." Jace stared out across the grassland surrounding him. "It doesn't seem right for me to be thinking about getting married when the town is simply trying to survive." "I don't know if that's true. Life might have changed, but you're right about needing balance. A sense of normality, like weddings, get-togethers, and Christmas. The town needs all of that." "Maybe." Levi tried to read his brother's expression. "If I were you, I'd be thinking sooner rather than later. I mean, if you think about it, there doesn't seem to be a reason to wait." "I don't know. What I do know is how different things have turned out. A year ago, I was leaving one career, searching for something, anything, that didn't have to do with law enforcement. And today, you and I are the law in Shadow Ridge, and I'm thinking about proposing to Morgan." "Which shows that some good has come out of all this mess." "Morgan and Noah are definitely something good." Jace glanced at Levi. "What about you? Maybe you need to take your own advice and settle down. I could have Morgan set you up with someone." "Like who?" Levi chuckled. "It's not like there are a lot of options in this town." I've noticed you've been spending a lot of time with Ava. Ava? Bringing her into a conversation on relationships took him off guard. We're old friends, nothing more. I feel... He searched for the right word. Comfortable with her. And sorry for her, if I'm honest. But there's nothing romantic between us. Never has been. Besides, she's got a lot on her plate. Don't we all? I don't know about you, but I've decided having someone to share all of this with isn't a bad idea. Levi laughed. Thanks, Dr. Phil. Besides, even if I did feel something for Ava, the timing seems all wrong. Meaning? Neither of us ever intended to live back in Shadow Ridge, and outside this place our lives are so different. You're worried you would regret your decision when all of this ends. Levi's jaw tensed. If he allowed himself to stop and think about it, Ava was everything he'd ever wanted in a life partner. Her caring spirit, determined attitude, and faith had always drawn him to her. She was also beautiful, with her dark curly hair, chocolate-colored eyes, and warm smile. But they had always just been friends, nothing more. So what stood between him and a pursuit of Ava? Haven't you thought about that with you and Morgan? What happens when all of this is over? He asked. Of course. But I finally had to come to the realization that I have to make home wherever I am, which means I need to be present right here in Shadow Ridge. And for now, that means making a life here. I agree, but it's still hard. Hard, yes. But what are the other options? We end up waiting for something that might never return. A bird chirped in the distance, its song replacing the sounds of the ATVs and utility vehicles that had once sped down across the ranch's dirt roads. Why didn't you ever date Ava? She's smart, beautiful, funny. I don't know. I guess the timing was just never right. But you have thought about it. Levi shrugged. He and Ava had always been friends, and somehow that had been enough. He stared out across the familiar rolling hills and high bluffs with their scatterings of pine trees. He loved this untamed land with its rock formations, canyons, and grassy plains. Remote, rugged. But he'd never planned to stay. Never envisioned living in Shadow Ridge again. Having Ava nearby for the first time in years was a bright spot in this often dark new world. But he'd never stopped to think about their relationship as romantic. Or had he? Ava had become the person he wanted to share his day with. The person he'd happily rearrange his schedule so he could spend time with her. Shifting the trajectory of their relationship to something romantic, to be honest. The thought terrified him. Levi shoved his sunglasses up the bridge of his nose as he let his mind wander. He eventually did want someone to share his life with, but being lonely wasn't a reason to pursue someone. A coyote howled in the distance, sending a chill through him. The quake had changed everything. His own life had taken an unexpected twist that had brought the two of them back together. Sure, he'd only thought of Ava as a friend. But what if he missed what was right in front of him? We're almost there, Chavez said, pulling back on the reins of his horse as they approached the cliff overlooking a valley below, and pulling Levi out of his thoughts. I had a couple of my men stay with the body. The last thing I wanted was for the coyotes to get her. Levi dismounted Cactus, leaving him to graze, and went to the ridge where Chavez had covered the body. Jace knelt down and slid the sheet down. Levi looked away for a moment, before forcing himself to turn back. He'd never get used to this. The unnecessary loss of life. The girl looked like she was Tessa's age, definitely not over 20. Thankfully, they'd found her before the coyotes did, But it didn't matter. Her throat had been slashed, her arms bound. There was no question if this had been an accident. This was murder. Chapter 3. The cold wind whipped through Levi's jacket as Jace covered the girl back up. His stomach turned. Someone knew her. Someone loved her. A mother, father, sister. And she was never coming home. He looked around the top of the bluff. Now they needed evidence that would point them in the right direction and help answer the question as to why she was here, where she'd come from, and who had done this. "These tracks look like wagon wheel ruts," Levi said, jutting his chin at the tracks. "That was my conclusion," Chavez said. "I've seen these tracks all across the southern edge of my property." Jace rested his hands on his hips. "A wagon would be perfect for transporting goods. Do you have any idea what they're carrying?" "I wish I did, but I've never been able to catch them." Chavez shook his head. "My best guess would be black market goods, moonshine, and drugs. This area was a significant entry point for drugs because of its geographic location before the quake. I doubt that has changed." Levi knew the man was right. People and goods were continuously smuggled through these deserts and mountains. Chavez wasn't the first rancher to find a dead body on his land. Far too many froze to death or died of dehydration. He'd discussed the situation with his father, who had dealt with the situation firsthand. After being transported into the U.S., many people were held in stash houses where they were forced to pay exorbitant fees before being released. When they couldn't pay, they were used as drug mules or in the sex trade. The quake had done little to slow the work of human smugglers. The rules of the game might have shifted some, but they were talking about a multi-million-dollar industry that was highly sophisticated and organized. Ringleaders who had established routes and owned land and ranches throughout West Texas. Levi followed the tracks that ran parallel to the ridge, a route off the beaten path, as it didn't follow any of the four-wheel drive roads traversing the ranch. Had their victim been on one of the wagons crossing the ranch? Or had she just been dumped here by someone completely unrelated? He had spent some of his limited free time looking up the complex history of forensic science at the library. Modern science before the quake might have had an advantage with the huge advancements made in the field, but people were solving crimes for centuries without the aid of forensic science. The evidence was there. They just needed to find it. He continued following the tracks, searching for anything that stood out. His father had taught him that everyone leaves something behind: a footprint, an overturned stone, a discarded item. A tracker takes that information and uses it in his search. But if they were looking for drug runners, the search wouldn't be easy. Drug runners and cartels knew this desert and how to stay under the radar. He kept walking, but the trail got lost in the middle of cattle tracks. Frustrated, Levi turned around and headed back toward the group. "Anything?" Jace asked. "No, they're probably long gone. But it might be worth sending trackers farther down the ridge to see if the trail can be picked up again." Levi glanced at his brother. "We could really use Dad out here right now." With his German Shepherd Ranger, their father could track a mouse in a snowstorm, and those were the kind of odds he felt like they were up against. "I agree," Jace said, "but we're on our own for the moment." "Then let's start with why they would come this way," Levi said. "Simply because they needed an isolated place to dump a body?" "I can think of a lot of places more remote than this spot," Chavez said. "But crossing this way instead of directly through Shadow Ridge could potentially cut off at least a dozen miles, depending on where they were headed. And you both know this isn't the first time I've discovered people on my land." The theory made sense. Levi turned at the sound of hoofbeats and saw Tess and Gideon approaching on horseback. He frowned, wondering if they'd made the right decision to ask her to come out here and sketch the body. Dealing with the after effects of the quake had been hard on all of them, but losing their mother that day had added another layer of grief that was impossible to shake, and their mother's death had hit Tess especially hard. Tess swung down off her horse, grabbed her leather satchel, then walked toward them. Her hands were clenched at her sides, her lips drawn into a deep frown. Like all of them, his sister had struggled over the last year. She'd planned to start college, but instead all her plans for the future had been put on hold indefinitely. At the same time, despite all the loss, Levi was impressed with how she'd found ways to use her creative free spirit to step up and help the community.
Gideon told me there was a murder. She pulled on the end of her braid. And that you needed sketches.
Levi held up his hands. Yes, but it's totally up to you. We know this isn't going to be easy. And if you don't want to...
It's okay.
She nodded, blowing out a short huff of air.
I know you all worry about me, but I need to feel like I'm making some kind of difference. At least this is something I can do.
It wasn't the first time she'd had to deal with a murder scene, but that didn't stop the guilt from worming its way through Levi. Tessa's artistic talents had motivated them to bring her in to sketch a crime scene when a security guard was murdered at the community warehouse, and he knew the things she'd seen had changed her forever. Sometimes he wasn't sure if she was really okay, or if she was putting up a front. There is one other thing, Jay said. We're not able to ID her, but it's possible you might know her.
Why do you think I might know her?
Tessa's face paled. Jace glanced at Levi, clearly sharing his concern. She's your age.
It's okay.
She closed her eyes for a moment, then nodded.
Go ahead.
Levi squatted down next to the body, then pulled away the sheet. Do you recognize her?
Yeah.
Tess sucked in a breath and turned away, clearly trying to gather her emotions.
Does this ever get any easier?
No, it doesn't. Levi stood up, wrapped his arm around her waist, and pulled her against him. Take your time.
I didn't know her well, but her name is Bridget. Her parents moved here about 2 years ago, and she really struggled to fit in. Never wanted to be here, and wasn't easy to get to know. I probably should have tried harder, but she never seemed interested. I think she was just waiting until graduation, when she could leave this place forever. And now...
Tess didn't need to finish the sentence. Life had changed on every level, putting countless dreams on hold, and leaving the future completely unknown. Yet one thing he'd tried to always remind himself of was that even though he might have felt in control of things before the quake, that too was just an illusion. The future had never really had any guarantees. Levi shook off the melancholy emotions, needing to focus on what was in front of them. This could be the act of the cartel, but he knew other groups of thieves had formed in order to take advantage of the quake. Either way, why would they dump a young woman's body on Chavez's land? He looked back to where the wagon had come from. Something had happened to trigger this situation, though, and if they could figure that out, at least they'd be headed in the right direction. I have an idea, Levi said. Maybe it doesn't matter for the moment where they were going, but rather where they were coming from. Meaning? Chavez asked. I'd like to backtrack and see if I can find any evidence. Levi turned to his sister. Can you make me a to-scale shoe print?
Yeah,
Tess said, pulling out what she needed from her bag. As soon as Tess is done with the sketches, Jay said, we'll head to the clinic so Hope can do an autopsy. Levi, you can meet us there. You can use one of my horses to transport the victim back to town, Chavez said. Thank you, Jace said. And Gideon, Why don't you go with Levi?"
Levi nodded, but a familiar frustration boiled as he watched Tess draw a sketch of Bridget's shoe print. Local churches and individuals had turned a building on the edge of town into a warehouse to store food for the community. Although they'd made an effort to connect with as many people in town as possible, there were still those who, for various reasons, had slipped between the cracks. Primarily, they either lived outside of town or hadn't gotten involved in community and church activities that were set up to bring people together and help identify needs. For this young woman, it was too late. As soon as Tess finished the sketch, Levi nodded at Gideon for them to mount up on their horses. He'd been 8 the first time he went out with his father to learn how to track deer. With his love of the land, animals, and history, Garrett McQuaid had been the perfect teacher. He'd started off simple, telling Levi what gear and supplies he needed, including water and food. By the time he was 12, he could track almost anything. Somewhere at the ranch was a pile of notepads he'd used to take notes, draw tracks, and write his observations of things like the weather. There were a lot of similarities between tracking an animal and tracking a human. In the most basic of terms, it was a search for anything that stood out around him. Footprints, broken stems of plants, leaves turned so the underside stood out. Small nuances that were easy to miss. The pattern of the footprints was another thing to note. Was the subject running or walking? He'd spent days studying pressure points and toe rises. Rocks that had been overturned left an impression in the ground where they had once sat. Broken spider webs and disturbed grass indicated the direction the person or animal was moving. He followed the wagon tracks next to Gideon, easy to do as the ridges cut through the dirt. Finding footprints was not always easy, but the information gathered could be invaluable. Sometimes it meant getting low to the ground to be able to see the ridges and shadows in the tracks. He could tell how fast an animal or person was moving, depending on the stride length and pressure of the footstep. He stopped near the edge of the ridge. Here the wagon wheels had sunk a little deeper into the dirt where they'd stopped. To the right was a grove of trees, a mixture of oak pinyon and alligator juniper surrounded by the ever-present grasses and native plants. And to the left, a set of tracks. He followed the footprints leading toward the tree line, looking for a second pair of tracks. He faced the sun to help him see the shadows on the ground. Bent down, with his head sideways to get a different view. Stopped and turned, and caught the second set of tracks he was looking for. "Got it," he said, pointing to the footprint that was barely visible. "How did you even see that?" Gideon asked. Levi chuckled. "You clearly didn't have my father as a teacher. Tracks are not always easy to find. Sometimes you have to look at them from different angles. When the sun is at a lower angle and creates more shadows, it's easier to find them." He held up the footprint Tess had sketched. "The size of the first footprint definitely matches our dead girl. The second one is bigger, and if you keep going, you can tell he starts walking faster, with his stride farther apart." "He was chasing her," Gideon said. It wasn't a question. It was a statement. And the boy was right. Levi walked toward the tree line, following the two tracks. The larger print disappeared for a moment, but he measured the approximate length of the stride and found a displaced rock. A couple feet from the tree line, Levi froze. A scuffle had taken place here. There were broken twigs on some of the brush, and the ground was filled with footprints. To the left were signs their victim had been dragged. He crouched down again, looked toward the wagon tracks, and found another set of footprints, this time heading back toward the wagon. And this time the pressure release was deeper, meaning he'd been carrying something. A sick feeling washed through Levi. The scene was clear in his mind. The wagon had crossed this point. The girl had tried to escape,
thinking she could make it to the tree line and disappear. But she hadn't been fast enough. One of her captors had come after her, grabbed her, dragged her, then carried her back to the wagon. Levi searched the area a few more minutes and found the second thing he was looking for: blood splatter on one of the rocks. He might not have killed her here, but there had definitely been a struggle. Levi glanced up at the sun hovering above the mountains in the distance, then pulled out his phone. His battery was low, so he quickly took a few close-up photos of the footprints and blood splatter. They needed to get back to town before the sun went down. But there was a question he couldn't shake. What if she hadn't been the only girl in that wagon? Chapter 4. Ava sat across from Josie at the table on the back porch, waiting for her sister's reaction to the chili. 2 glowing lanterns hung from the wooden awning above them. No electricity meant cooking over outdoor fire pits or wood stoves. Smoke from cooking outdoors was one of the reasons she'd switched to a rocket stove, a stove that burned high enough to not produce smoke. The concept was simple: a stack of bricks with an opening for fuel, and a place for that fuel to burn. It had come with a learning curve, but the effect was the perfect stove, hot enough to boil water and cook a basic meal. Josie pushed the chili around in her bowl with her spoon, but didn't take a second bite.
"You don't have to say anything,"
Ava said, wondering if her sister's foul mood was from more than just another dinner gone bad.
"My experiment was a flop."
Josie shrugged, setting the uneaten bowl on the outdoor table where they ate their meals.
"It doesn't matter. I'm not hungry anyway."
Ava searched for a response, frustrated at the growing distance that had settled between them over the last few weeks. Frustrated that her mom wasn't here to guide her through this complicated maze. Raising a teenager was hard. Raising a teenager after the quake was, well, some days impossible.
"I know my cooking isn't the greatest."
Ava forced a smile.
"But you haven't been eating much lately." "I'm fine, and it's not that bad."
Except Ava knew it was bad. The recipe was fine. It was her cooking skills that lacked. Big time. The beans were underdone, the onions overdone, and for whatever reason it tasted super acidic. She dropped her spoon back into her bowl, irritated at herself for another failed attempt to try something different. She was excited when a neighbor had offered her 2 pounds of pinto beans for some of her excess eggs. She'd grown the tomatoes and onions, and used some of the canned venison she had on the shelf. Until a few months ago, she didn't even know you could can meat, or how easy it was to ruin good food.
"I bet Morgan would give you some pointers," Josie said. "Pointers?"
Ava forced herself to take another bite.
"About your cooking?"
The statement stung, but Ava couldn't exactly argue. In almost a year, she should be a pro at cooking over a fire. A pro like Morgan, who had run her own diner before the quake and had lots of experience cooking. Instead, despite Ava's normally organized routine, she found meal prep taking a large and frustrating portion of every day.
"Try the cornbread," she said, reaching for a bite.
"Margaret gave me some cornmeal." She frowned at the char residue on the bottom.
"It's just a little burnt."
Josie tugged on a strand of her dark curly hair.
"What we need is a cow." "A cow?"
Ava choked on the dry bite of bread and grabbed for her glass of water.
"We don't have time for a cow." "Then we should make time."
Josie's eyes brightened.
"We'd have our own milk and butter, and something useful to trade." "I'm doing my best, Josie. I really am trying. But all of this is way out of my skill set." "Mom would have tried."
Josie's shoulders slumped.
"She knew how to cook over a fire, and would have already figured out how to make the holidays and my 18th birthday special this year."
Ava frowned. Her sister had been in a sour mood all afternoon, but comparing her to her mother wasn't going to help. She'd never live up to their mom's reputation in the kitchen, or anyone else's for that matter.
"Is that what this is about?"
Ava asked, trying to soften her voice.
"Your birthday?" "It's more than just my birthday. It's the fact that I can't have a party with cake and ice cream. There won't be a turkey dinner for the holidays, or Yule log, or eggnog, or ham, or lights. And Mom's dead."
Josie's voice rose.
"Do you know how much I hate all of this? And I can't change any of it."
Ava felt another piece of her heart shatter. There were simply no easy answers. No fixing this.
"I know this has been hard. I really do. I know you had plans, and those plans weren't to stay here in Shadow Ridge. If I could change the situation, I would. But we can still plan a birthday party in the next couple weeks. We have time to make it special." "Forget it."
Josie jumped up and grabbed her shoes that were sitting next to her.
"We both know there's nothing you can do to change any of this. There's nothing anyone can do. Josie, wait. I'm going to bed."
Ava watched her sister slip back into the house and tried to rein in the heavy sadness. Although the last year had been rough, for the most part Josie had stepped up and pulled her weight. Survival meant each and every day making sure you had shelter, clean water, and food. Every day was a learning curve, and everyone had to be involved. Water sources, waste management, heating, gardening, raising chickens and rabbits, ensuring they had a winter food supply. The to-do list always felt overwhelming. The surrounding community and churches had helped by working together and sharing knowledge. Ava stared into the yellow flames flickering out from the top of the stove. But sometimes, nothing was enough to soothe the pain of loss or ease the challenges of each day. It was strange how cooking over a fire had somehow become normal. She'd found her mother's cast-iron pots and pans, the ones Mom had always complained about having to wash and season. Now Ava didn't know what she would do without them. She'd traded her father's bike for the compact rocket stove, but even a well-made stove couldn't make up for her lack of cooking skills, or her apparent lack of communication skills with her sister. Ava was the one who'd always talk her way out of camping trips, and if she was honest, any form of roughing it. She'd take an afternoon with a good book above sleeping bags, campfires, and outside latrines any day. But now, normal meant all the things she'd spent her childhood avoiding. The side gate creaked, and Ava reached for the pepper spray she kept in her pocket. "Ava, it's just me." She blew out a sharp sigh of relief as Levi walked across the grass to where she was sitting. "Sorry." He shot her a boyish grin. "I knocked on the front door, but no one answered. Thought I'd try back here." "Josie just went to bed, mainly to avoid me, but I thought I'd stay out here a bit longer. It's a beautiful night." He sat down next to her on one of the padded seats. "And something smells good." Ava chuckled. Whatever he smelled had to be what the neighbors were eating. "I have some chili, if you're really hungry." His face brightened. "Chili is my favorite." "I remember, but—" She paused, avoiding his gaze. "It's really bad." "How bad could it be?" "Trust me, bad." She handed him a spoon and nodded at him to try it. He dug in, took a bite, then set the spoon down. "Well," he took a non-committal approach, but even he couldn't fool her. "I told you," she said. He took another bite. "I think I can fix this. All you need is a little baking soda and more spices." "Baking soda?"
How do you know that?
My mom was a fantastic cook, if you remember.
So was mine, and I don't know that. I'm really good at heating up frozen lasagna and ordering takeout. But all of this cooking from scratch over a fire.
He slapped his hands against his thighs and stood up. Can I have a look in your kitchen?
For baking soda.
He jutted his chin toward the pot.
Baking soda and honey, if you have 'em. And more cumin and chili powder. You can have whatever you can find, but it's going to take a lot to fix this mess.
His gaze locked with hers for a moment. Do you trust me?
You know I do.
She studied his face, still not sure if he was kidding or serious. But hey, it wasn't as if he could make it worse. I'll be right back. A moment later, he returned, and she was thankful, as she had been all year, that her mom had always insisted on keeping the pantry overstocked. He twisted open the cap of the cumin, and with the finesse of a master chef, dumped some in.
You don't measure?
Ava asked. Measurin's for rookies.
Okay.
She leaned back to enjoy his performance as he added more ingredients.
I'm not sure I've seen this side of you. At least not in the kitchen. That's because you never went camping with me. My dad and I used to go hunting with my brothers, and I always ended up in charge of the food.
He stuck in a couple more pieces of kindling, put the lid on the pot, then stepped back from the stove. Not that I would ever confess this to my brothers, but I enjoyed cooking far more than field dressing the game that was shot.
Then I should have come to you months ago for help. It might have smoothed over some of the tension between Josie and me.
She stared at the cast iron pot sitting atop the flickering orange flames.
What do we do now?
We wait. Let the spices simmer for a while to bring out the flavor. She nodded, her gaze still glued to the mesmerizing dance of the fire.
I know for a fact you didn't come here to help me fix my chili.
No. Levi shoved his hands into his pockets.
I just wanted to apologize for having to leave so abruptly this afternoon. I knew you were struggling, and that learning to shoot isn't really your thing.
She grabbed one of the faded outdoor throw pillows from the chair beside her and pulled it against her chest.
You don't need to apologize. Your work is essential, and I'd never want to get in the way.
You'd never be in the way.
What about the body you found?
She looked up at him, not sure she wanted to hear the answer. Jeremiah Daniels had recently been killed, a man who'd done so much for the community. His death had hit close to home.
Do you know who it was?
Levi hesitated before answering.
Her name is Bridget Quinn. I've heard that name. I think she's a friend of Josie's.
If she is, I'd like to talk to your sister in the morning. Maybe she can give us some kind of insight. Tess knew her, but not well.
Do you have any idea what happened?
Levi tapped his fingers against the armrest.
She was murdered.
Murdered?
You're sure?
Levi nodded. Ava stood up and started pacing the small veranda. She worried about a lot of things. Not having enough food and water. How they were going to make it through the winter. But murder. Even after all that had happened recently with the Buffalo Riders and the murder of Jeremiah Daniels, it was still hard to grasp that a murder could happen so close to home. Clearly, she was wrong. Are you okay? He asked.
I told you how hard it's been with Josie, how much I worry about her. And now this. I don't know, it scares me. It could have been her out there.
But it wasn't. A shiver ran through her. Someone out there was waiting for Bridget to come home, and now she never would. What are you thinking? He asked.
That I wish I knew how to find the balance between being mom and big sister. Wish I didn't feel like I'm failing miserably.
You might feel like you're failing, but I'm pretty sure you're not. He sat back down next to her on one of the padded chairs, while the chili bubbled in the pot. "I've known you for a long time, Ava, and you're extremely capable and intelligent, and—" "Thanks," she said, wanting to dismiss the compliments. "But nothing I did on the job out in the world has helped me so far." He reached out and squeezed her hand. "Symmetric encryption and message authentication might not be as needed in this world, but the skills you have, facing challenges head-on, solving puzzles, and analytical thinking, have already helped you tremendously." She looked down at their entwined fingers. "You always know what to say, don't you?" "That's my superpower." She laughed, but her smile quickly faded. "I still don't know how to reach her, Levi. And I'm scared. More scared than I've been all year." Levi sat back, but kept their fingers entwined. Like in high school, once again he'd become a rock in her life. The person who had helped her keep her focus on what was really important, when the world seemed to be spinning upside down around him. "I thought she was working some with my sister at the clinic," he said. She nodded. "A couple weeks ago we found one of my father's journals. It's full of his notes and drawings on everything from gardening to growing fruit trees to harvesting water to what herbs to grow for healing." They'd found the journal stuffed in a box in the back of a closet that had somehow been forgotten. Her father's distinct handwriting filled the pages. He'd grown up in Nigeria, in a small village with no water or electricity on the edge of the Niger River. When he was 18, he managed to emigrate to London and live with an uncle. It was there that he'd met their mother. Eventually, they married and settled in the U.S. He was a skilled outdoorsman, but to her, he'd just been daddy. She'd encouraged Josie to go through the journal and see what they could use, and for a while, the motivation to help the community had kept Josie engaged. Ava just couldn't figure out what had changed. "We know there's at least 2 more journals," Ava said. "But for now she's organizing and deciphering his handwriting in the one we have." Memories flooded Ava's mind. While she knew her father had loved her unconditionally, there had always been a special bond between Josie and their father. "You ready?" Levi's question broke into her thoughts. "For what?" He grabbed a pot holder and pulled off the lid of the pot. "It's time to taste the chili." He tasted it first with a spoon from the metal utensil caddy on the table, then scooped up a bite for her. "Blow," he said. "It's hot." Dark brown eyes stared at her, throwing her off guard. She took a bite, then turned away. Whatever she'd seen in Levi's gaze, gone. "Wow," she said. "Is that a good wow or a bad wow?" he asked. "Definitely good. I have no idea how you did that, but I might even earn some brownie points with my sister with this, though I'll be sure and give you all the credit. Just don't be afraid to add a little spice to your life." She wanted to laugh. She wanted things to go back to the way they used to be. Before, everything seemed so hard, where things felt normal. But normal, if it ever even could be normal again, was going to take a long time. She couldn't think about the chili. All she could think about was Josie and the dead girl. "What should I do, Levi?" "About Josie?" Ava nodded. "I don't know. Maybe sit down and talk with her. Tell her how you feel. Reassure her that you only want what's best for her. Remind her you're on the same team." "And if she doesn't listen?" "In the end, you can't make that decision for her." She nodded. "After all you did, you need to eat a bowl of the chili." "I would, but it's late, and I have rounds tonight. But if you need me, I'll send a smoke signal." She got up and walked him to the side gate, then impulsively wrapped her arms around his neck and hugged him. "Thank you. I'll be honest.
I'm not sure how I would have gotten through the last few months without you." His day-old beard rubbed against her cheek as he hugged her back. "That's what friends are for, Ava, and that will never change." Ava watched him leave, swung the gate closed, then leaned against the back of the wooden door. That uneasy feeling washed through her again. Fear and anxiety had come knocking, twisting their tentacles around her heart until she felt as if she couldn't breathe, like she was hanging on the edge of a cliff with no safety net below. She blew out the lanterns, then waited for her eyes to adjust to the starlit darkness. She wasn't even supposed to have been in Shadow Ridge last Christmas. Her mother had convinced her to come, even though she was in the middle of a big project and couldn't really afford the time off. And now... She went inside, locked the back door, then padded down the hall to check on Josie. Moonlight cast silver light across her sister's bed. She looked so peaceful. Dark curly hair spread across her pillow. She could almost believe it was the same girl who used to play softball in the field behind their house with the neighborhood kids, play pranks on her friends, and who could beat most of the guys on the Shadow Ridge football team in a hot dog eating competition. She and Josie might be blood-related, but they couldn't be more different. Josie's fiery and adventurous spirit had always seemed to contrast Ava's more reserved demeanor. But Josie was here, safe. And right now, that was all that mattered. Chapter 5. Ava woke with a start, pulled out of a dream where she was running across the salt flats but couldn't get away from her pursuer. She opened her eyes and sucked in a deep breath, trying to shake the terror of the dream. That's all it was, a dream. No one was after her. She was safe. Everything was quiet. Her small solar-powered battery pack let her listen to music, but the quiet was hard, especially at night. There was no streaming, no YouTube videos, no distractions. She'd started reading more, everything she could get her hands on. She'd always been a voracious reader, but over the past few years, life had gotten in the way, and she'd let reading for pleasure slip away. It was nice to escape to another world, and on top of having access to the books in Shadow Ridge Library, Pastor Matthew had offered to let her borrow anything she wanted from his library, which was full of both theological study books and Christian fiction. But the quiet still left her unsettled at times. Thwack! Ava swung her legs onto the floor and grabbed her mace and flashlight off the bedside table. Maybe it hadn't been just the dream that had awakened her. She flipped on the flashlight. It wasn't the first time she'd worried about someone breaking into the house. She'd played out this very scenario in her head 1,000 times. It was part of the reason she'd asked Levi to help her learn to shoot the bow and arrow, not just for hunting, but also for protection. There was no 911, no one to call in an emergency. An elderly couple lived on one side of them. The other side was an empty house owned by the Hammonds, who had gone back east last Christmas and never returned. Thugs had raided their house days after the quake, an early wake-up call that she was going to have to learn to defend herself if she was going to survive. She heard another loud rumbling outside the house, then squawking, and felt a surge of adrenaline. The chickens! Ava rushed out of her room, the panic magnifying. This wasn't a break-in. At least, not into the house. But her chickens. They should be asleep in the coop, not squawking and making noise in the darkness. Unless there was a predator nearby, threatening them. She threw open the back door, then stepped outside into the wind, knowing they couldn't afford to lose any of their chickens. She'd worked too hard to ensure they survived. What scared her was not knowing if she was about to face an animal intruder or a person.
She shone her light into the darkness and let it make a path across the backyard. The henhouse and chicken run were ahead of her to the right. A rabbit hutch ran along the back fence. The pumpkin she'd managed to hit with Levi's help still sat on a stump with an arrow in it, and beyond it was her garden. There had been plenty of reports of thieves going through neighborhoods, stealing food and animals from their coops at night. The sheriff had reported one man killed in a neighboring town defending his livestock, and she was pretty sure he wasn't the only victim. She could find ways to fight off coons and foxes. But people. A large shadow slid along the back fence, then melted into the darkness. That was no animal. She glanced to her left, where her bow and arrow still lay on the table, pocketed her flashlight and mace, and grabbed the weapon before looking back into the shadows for movement. She readied her bow, determined to stand her ground.
"Whoever you are, come out into the middle of the yard where I can see you. Now!"
Ava pulled back the string, working to hold her hand steady as Levi had taught her. Hitting her mark on a pumpkin, though, was one thing. She had no desire to shoot a person. Her only goal at this time was to convince them to leave her property. There was no response beyond another round of commotion in the henhouse. Her heartbeat quickened as she shouted the order again. Whenever she felt overwhelmed, she reminded herself that she was no different than the thousands of homesteaders and frontier women who had cultivated land and survived this harsh environment before her. They'd never known the conveniences of modern-day life, but had still been independent, strong, and ready to defend their families. And she would do the same.
"Ava?"
Josie stepped out of the shadow of the henhouse and into a silvery ray of moonlight streaming across the yard.
"I need your help."
Ava dropped the bow to her side.
"What are you doing out here? There's a coon in the henhouse."
Another loud ruckus followed as Ava dropped the bow and arrow and raced toward her sister and the coop. She pulled out her flashlight and shone it toward the wire mesh. 2 beady eyes stared back at her. 3 chickens were scurrying around the chicken run in a frenzy, while a 4th one had been decapitated. Anger replaced the fear. They'd done everything possible to secure the coop from predators, followed directions on how to dig around the chicken run, bury the chicken wire, and cover it with dirt. She'd seen signs of raccoons, and knew that while they rarely ate an entire chicken, they wouldn't hesitate to kill them all if they could. But if they thought they could take her chickens or eggs... She started waving her flashlight and shouting at the coon to get out. Her hens squawked, running in circles in the commotion as the raccoon gave up his quest to kill her chickens, and instead escaped through the open coop door and away from the crazy woman yelling at him. Josie reached for a chicken and tucked its head between her arm and body, calming it almost instantly, then reached for a second one.
"You okay?"
Ava asked, checking on the hens still inside the coop.
"Yeah,"
she said, still holding the chickens.
"Hopefully they'll settle down for the night."
Ava shone her flashlight around the coop, looking for where the raccoon got in, while trying to avoid the bloody crime scene. She regularly inspected the walls, roof, and roosting bar. A weasel could squeeze through a hole as small as an inch in diameter, along with snakes and mice, so repairs were essential. She stopped at the door to make sure the latch was aligned, then let out a sharp sigh. At least they'd only lost one of their flock. Morgan had lost 10 of hers to a coyote last week. But Ava still had no idea how the raccoon had gotten in.
"Did you lock the door to the coop tonight?" "Of course."
Ava caught the exasperated tone in Josie's voice.
"It was a question, Josie, not an accusation. I have to make sure there isn't a hole I'm missing." "I might have forgotten," she said, putting the hens back inside the coop before locking the door. I don't know. I'm sorry.
Ava studied her sister in the moonlight, irritated, then noticed for the first time that she was dressed, with a jacket on.
Were you going out?
Just with some friends for a while. It's no big deal. I heard the chickens as I was leaving.
What friends?
Just some from school. We're going to hang out in this vacant old house. They make me forget all of this. You can't go out now. It's after midnight, and it's not safe out there. You know that. It's why the town has a curfew. Which is exactly why I didn't tell you. But no one cares about the curfew. And even if they did, they can't do anything.
Josie.
Ava searched for a different approach, frustrated at her inability to get through to her sister.
Don't worry. I'll help you clean this up tomorrow.
Josie shoved her hands into her pockets and headed for the house.
Don't walk away from me. Those chickens are our livelihood. We can't afford to lose them. And you're the one who's supposed to make sure the coop is locked up at night. You can't just forget.
Her sister spun around.
I said I was sorry. What else do you want from me? I don't want anything. What's going on, Josie? I mean, what's really going on? You've been distant lately. Agitated. You wouldn't understand. Try me. Why? Because look at you. Thinking you'll save the world with your bow and arrows? This isn't some version of the Hunger Games. This is our reality. Josie, I know this is hard. Yes, it's hard, but they were right. Who was right? My friends. You don't understand me, and I don't want to be here. So what does it really matter? It matters. You matter. I know this is hard, but you're not the only one who's struggling. I need you. You need me to wash the clothes and take care of the chickens and the garden. No, I need you here because we're family.
Josie headed toward the house again.
Josie, stop. You can't go out. I know you're mad at me, but you need to know what's going on. You're not my mom. I can go out when I want.
Ava dropped her hands to her sides. Her sister's words pierced through her. But it wasn't the first time Josie had verbalized her frustrations. Just like it wasn't the first time Ava had felt like she was failing her sister.
They found a dead body on a nearby ranch,
Ava said, following her sister into the house.
Her name's Bridget Quinn. I think you went to school with her.
Josie stopped, then turned around.
Bridget?
Ava nodded.
I'm not trying to be overprotective, but it's not safe out there.
Josie's hands fisted at her sides as she glared at Ava, defiance clear in her stance.
I feel like I'm in a cage here. Josie, you worry too much. I'll be fine. I'll see you in the morning.
Ava hurried after her, but by the time she got to the front door, Josie had already grabbed her backpack and skateboard and headed toward the street.
Josie, wait, please.
Ava stood on the patio and watched her sister slip into the darkness. If she took the time to get her bike out of the garage, Josie would already be long gone. She could try and find Levi, but without knowing where Josie was going, a search in the dark would be impossible. This was no dream. Someone had killed Bridget Quinn, and if she couldn't get through to Josie, she could lose her sister as well. Chapter 6. The thump of the bass pressed against Josie's chest as she stood in the living room of the vacant house lit up by dozens of lanterns and candles. She couldn't remember the last time she'd listened to music. It was a strange diversion from the eerie quiet of most days. Strange hanging out with a couple dozen other kids her age. They called them underground parties, as they were private, invitation only, and held at random abandoned properties. As promised, the dining room table was covered with everything from frosted cherry Pop-Tarts, chips, and double-stuffed Oreos, to cases of alcohol. She'd been excited when Aubrey had invited her, but now the loud music was giving her a headache and the alcohol a buzz. "It's Josie, right?" Josie turned and looked up into the most stunning blue eyes she'd ever seen.
Yeah."
She stashed her half-eaten bag of Cheetos behind her back, wishing she could disappear into the wall. He was the first person she'd noticed when she walked into the house, but she'd never expected him to notice her, let alone talk to her. "I'm Weston, by the way," he said. "One of the guys throwing this party."
"It's quite a party."
She wiped away any Cheetos dust off her lips with the back of her hand.
"I haven't seen this much food since the last time I went to a Walmart before the quake."
"I got lucky and have my own secret stash, but I just couldn't keep it all to myself." He laughed and brushed his fingers against hers, sending a chill up her arm. "Can I get you something to drink?"
Yeah, that would be nice. Thank you."
"I'll be right back, and then you can tell me all about yourself." She smiled back at him and felt her heart flutter again. Alcohol wasn't really her thing, but neither was flirting. She'd always felt like the odd duck at parties, which was why she had no idea why he'd wanted to talk with her when there was a room full of pretty girls. Aubrey came up to her, linking their arms together and humming to the music.
"I told you this would be worth sneaking out for. And did you see the way he looked at you? And he's coming back."
Josie blew off the compliment.
"I'm pretty sure he's just flirting with all the girls." "I don't think so. But come on, how often do we get to just forget about the quake and have fun? And eat."
Josie popped another Cheeto into her mouth, trying to relax.
"I think I've forgotten how to have fun. I'm just glad you didn't listen to your sister. That's exactly why you need to be here."
Josie frowned at the reminder. She didn't want to think about Ava's reaction to her going out, or the lecture she was going to get tomorrow. And as for Bridget, well, nothing was going to happen in a house full of people. Like she'd told her sister, she'd be fine. The bottom line was that Ava didn't understand why she'd wanted to come. The house had been empty for months, and anything worth taking was long gone, so they weren't hurting anyone. And after all the work she did every day cleaning out chicken coops, rabbit hutches, and anything else Ava needed, she deserved a night out to forget about everything. She was still a teenager. She searched the room, trying to find where Weston had gone. The back sliding door was open, leading outside to an open fire pit. But she hadn't seen him go that way.
"He'll be back,"
Aubrey said.
"I'm not so sure," she said,
finally finding him. He'd gotten sidetracked talking to Lily Poole, the perfect everything lead cheerleader from high school. A spark of jealousy ignited. Ava would tell her that jealousy was unbecoming, but of course Ava would never come to a party like this.
"It doesn't matter."
Josie tossed her empty bag of chips toward the overflowing trash can sitting a few feet away.
Go over there and get him back," Aubrey said. "You're way prettier than Lily." "I'd make a fool out of myself." "Josie."
Aubrey stepped in front of her and grabbed her by the shoulders.
"You deserve some fun. Go out there. All you have to do is talk."
Josie glanced back to where Weston had been standing. Lily was talking to someone else, and there was no sign of the hunky, blue-eyed blonde.
"Go,"
Aubrey said, stepping out of Josie's way.
"You can do this."
The music switched to a catchy 80s song. Her pulse quickened as she started across the room before she came up with another excuse or froze from fear. Aubrey was right. She could do this. It was just a conversation, not rocket science. She walked through the crowded living room. Conversations competed with the music. A few had had too much to drink and were dancing near the fireplace. But where was Weston? She shook off the disappointment and headed away from the music. Voices came out of a closed room, and she recognized Weston's voice. She moved closer to the door, wishing she didn't care who he was with. "Shane just got here," she heard from the other side. "The police found the body." Weston's voice. Another man answered. "It doesn't matter. She's dead and can't talk. It matters because they're looking for who killed her, which means they're going to start asking questions. All we have to do is push up our timeline." Josie froze next to the closed door at Weston's response. What dead girl were they talking about? Bridget? Someone else? Her chest tightened. And what timeline? She'd heard a rumor of girls disappearing, but there couldn't be a connection. This was nothing more than a harmless party. Or was it? She didn't know who Weston was, or anyone else who was throwing the party. She'd never seen any of them before tonight. And the food. She hadn't wanted to think about where it came from, but it had to have been stolen. And something had happened to Bridget. If there was a connection. She turned around and started down the hallway. Josie went back to the living room and looked for Aubrey. When she found her getting another drink, she pulled Aubrey away from the table. "We need to leave. Now. Get your bag." "Hey, slow down. I'm not leaving." Josie pulled her friend toward the front door. "Something's going on. Something bad." "You're such a bore, Josie. I knew I shouldn't have invited you." "You don't understand. The men hosting this party. Do you know any of them?" "Callie said they came from Midland. Said they threw the liveliest party she's been to in months. What does it matter? It's just a bit of harmless fun." "What if it isn't?" Josie's head pounded with the loud music and noise. "What if they aren't here to party? What if they're here for the girls? For us?" "You mean sex?" Aubrey rolled her eyes, then took a sip of her drink. "So what? We all know what goes on in those bedrooms. I'm talking about the girls who have disappeared. The ones no one wants to talk about. That's just rumors. What if it's not?" Aubrey rolled her eyes. "What are you trying to say?" Josie bit her lip. What if she was wrong, and Ava's overly concerned worries had just spooked her? But still. "We've both heard the rumors of girls disappearing. People think they've run away, but no one knows what happened to them. Who wouldn't want to run away from this? We don't even know what's out there, or if the rest of the world is fine and just forgotten us." A door slammed, and Weston stormed out of the room where he'd been talking. He glanced around the crowded room, then headed toward someone on the other side of the room. Josie pulled Aubrey closer. "Something's off. I overheard a conversation. I think Weston, killed someone." Aubrey spewed her drink, then let out a deep-throated laugh. "You're not serious, are you?" "I'm very serious." Josie's frustration mounted. "Look at the spread of food and drinks. Where do you think it came from? Honestly, I don't care. And you need to stop listening to your sister. It's just a party. We deserve a break after all the work we do every day." Josie shook her head. "My sister told me that the police found a body. A dead body. Bridget Quinn." Aubrey took a step backward, her expression sobering for the first time. "So, some girl got murdered. That has nothing to do with this party. Bridget came to one of these parties. You're crazy, you know that?" Aubrey shook off any reservations she'd had, her voice too loud thanks to the alcohol.
Go home, but don't expect me to invite you to another party.
Josie looked around and realized that an audience had started forming around him. But she didn't care. She could be wrong about all of this. Maybe she'd misunderstood what she heard. But if she was right, then she wanted nothing to do with anyone here.
You can stay, but I'm leaving.
Josie grabbed her bag and pressed her way through the crowded room and out the front door. Ava drove her crazy with her constant nagging and demands, but she knew what she'd heard.
Josie?
Josie froze at the sound of Weston's voice. He grabbed her arm and pulled her toward him.
Where do you think you're going, darling? I thought you were interested, but that's clearly not true. Listen, babe, I'm sorry. You're right. I've been ignoring you. I just wanted to make sure everyone was having a good time.
Josie tried to jerk away from his grip, but his fingers pressed harder into her arm.
I want to go home. I've got a headache. You and your friend caused quite a scene back there. Disappearing girls? Dead bodies? You're scaring people.
She was embarrassed she'd caused a scene, but mainly, she just wanted to go home. He shifted slightly, exposing the gun tucked into his waistband. Her stomach clenched. This was not normal party attire. Why was he armed? Weston's expression darkened.
You might want to be a little more careful in the rumors you spread. They could get you into serious trouble.
Disappearing girls. Dead bodies. They were worried about getting caught. And these underground parties. He hadn't come up to her because he liked her. She was a mark in some game they were playing. Ava had been right all along. And now, she needed a way out, because if she didn't find one, she was going to be next. She pulled away from him sharply, taking him by surprise, and pulled his Glock out of his holster from behind. She stepped back and aimed it at him.
Whoa! You're feistier than I thought. But that's okay.
Weston folded his arms across his chest and smiled.
I like a little fire in my women.
She kept the gun pointed at his heart, refusing to let him see any fear in her eyes.
Don't call me that. Why not? I thought you liked me.
She worked to steady her hands, unwilling to show him, and the men now blocking her way, how terrified she was.
Tell your men to move. Whoa!
Aubrey ran out of the house, stopping behind Weston.
What are you doing, Josie? I just want to go home. I don't think so.
Another guy came out of the house, grabbed Aubrey, and pressed a weapon against her head.
I don't know what's going on, but drop the gun. Or what? Josie asked,
certain her heart was about to explode inside her chest.
She's expendable. You're all expendable. Like Bridget? What did you tell her, Weston? Nothing. They found her body, Josie said, and they're looking for you. It won't take them long to tie all of this together. It doesn't matter. They'll never find us. Can't prove anything. But I can, and will shoot your friend if you don't put that gun down.
Josie read the terror in Aubrey's eyes. She couldn't stand up against them, not alone. And there was no doubt in her mind that these guys, whoever they were, wouldn't hesitate to kill either of them. She slowly lowered the gun and handed it back to Weston.
Now we've got a problem,
Weston said, aiming the weapon back at Josie.
Someone's asking way too many questions. Then you're not going home.
The other man shoved Aubrey back inside the house.
None of you are.
A loud bang, followed by a scream, put an end to the conversation. Weston grabbed Josie's arm and started for the house. Someone ran out the front door toward them.
The fire pit exploded. It's Lucas. His arm's burnt bad. We need a first aid kit.
I doubt there's one here, Weston said. Everything was scavenged months ago.
I can help, Josie said. Bring him here.
Weston holstered his gun. You're crazy. You almost shoot me, then offer to help? Forget it.
Do you know what happens when a burn goes untreated?
Josie caught Weston's gaze in the moonlight. If she could buy some time, maybe she could figure out a way to escape.
I didn't ask you. Not treated, it could lead to a bacterial infection, which again, if not treated, could lead to sepsis. And that's just the beginning. It can even be fatal.
You really are a drama queen. She looked around the neglected yard.
I need a knife.
Seriously?
You don't have anything to worry about, unless you're still scared of a girl.
Fear had become infused with adrenaline and an unexplainable surge of courage.
There's prickly pear cactus here in the front yard. It has a gel inside that has healing properties.
I'm supposed to trust you with a knife? Weston glared at her.
You could take him to the clinic in town, but I figured that wasn't an option.
Fine. Weston pulled a jackknife out of his back pocket and handed it to her. Don't do anything stupid. I've still got a gun. She pulled out a blade and went to where she'd seen some of the cactus, while Lucas groaned on the front porch where the others had carried him. Her hands trembled as she held down the cactus pad with a knife, careful of the spines. Where did you learn this? Weston asked.
My father taught me. You'd be amazed, actually, what all this plant can do. It helps with diabetes, high cholesterol, hangovers, diarrhea. It even helps purify water. And you can eat it.
I say she's just making this up to cause trouble, she heard a voice say. I don't know. Weston stood over her. Clearly she has some know-how. She might have more than just one use. Josie chose to ignore the comments. A crowd gathered as she focused on what she was doing. If she could just wait for the right moment and run. She finished cutting open the pad lengthwise, then started scraping out the gel. Memories popped up of the trips she and her father had taken together. Ava and her mom had never shown a great interest in camping, which was partly why she'd loved going. It gave her time with her father, without anyone else around. Josie, respect the world, and it will take care of you. Most people have forgotten how many things the good Lord has put on the earth to help us. She took what she needed, then knelt down beside Lucas. She pulled the charred cloth away before applying the gel onto the wound. Lucas groaned, clenching his teeth as she worked.
Almost done.
Weston took the knife from her. Fine, but we're going to have to change our plans. Take all of them now and cut our losses. We're clearly no longer under the radar. Josie searched the crowd for Aubrey, but couldn't find her.
What do you mean?
Someone pulled her to her feet. What do you want me to do with her? We'll bring her with us, Weston said. But if she causes any more trouble, kill her. Chapter 7. Levi turned from the file cabinet as the front door of the station opened and Morgan Addison and her 6-year-old son Noah stepped in. He smiled at the pair. Morgan had lost her husband during the quake, but over the last few months a romance had developed between her and Jace, and Levi was pretty sure it wouldn't be long until Jace officially asked her to marry him.
Good morning, Officer McQuaid.
Noah held up the red gift bag he was holding.
Mom and I made pumpkin bread.
Levi set his hands on his hips. Is that what smells so good?
Yes, and it is good. I tasted it.
I'm sure it is. Levi laughed, then turned to Morgan, who used to run the town's diner. I'm guessing you're looking for Jace?
I was hoping to catch him before he went out this morning.
Morgan said. He's already left, but is there anything I can do for you? He's going to be tied up for the next couple of hours. Noah's expression turned serious.
Police business?
Levi pressed his lips together so he wouldn't laugh at the boy's somber expression. That's right. Morgan looked down at her son.
Noah, I want you to wait outside for me on the bench. I'll be there in just a second.
Noah handed his mom the sack of bread.
That means grown-up talk.
Smart kid. Levi waited until Noah had stepped outside to continue. Is everything okay?
I know it's still a couple months away, but actually have a question for you about Christmas. I know things will be different this year, but I was wondering if you had any ideas of what I could give Jace. It's not as if I can order him a new tie online.
Don't worry about that. He hates ties. Levi chuckled. But honestly, I know what will make him the happiest this year, and that's just being with you and Noah.
I know,
She tightened her fingers around the crinkled top of the paper bag.
I want to find a way to make this year special.
Levi leaned against the reception desk. He loves your rabbit stew, and if you could come up with a way to make a chocolate cake, that's not a bad idea. They say food is the way to a man's heart, though I know firsthand you've already got his heart. Morgan blushed.
I do have some ingredients left from the diner, and plenty of eggs and cream.
There you go. I promise Jace will love it. Morgan glanced out the window, where Levi could see the top of Noah's head.
There's another reason I came by. The real reason, actually. I heard there was another murder.
Levi hesitated, knowing how much the news of another death would upset her. I'm always surprised at how fast word travels, even without cell phones or news outlets. But yes, she was a local girl. We're doing everything we can to find out what happened.
I guess that's what Jace is having to deal with right now?
Levi nodded.
I try not to worry, but it feels impossible. After what happened with Noah, I know the person who grabbed him is behind bars, but sometimes I'm afraid it could happen again.
He couldn't blame her for worrying. Only a few weeks ago, Noah was kidnapped by a group of organized raiders who sold stolen supplies on the black market. They all knew how differently things could have ended. How is Noah doing? Levi asked.
He's resilient, and I think he'll be okay, but he still has nightmares. I've been taking him to Christina Harvey, who's a therapist, trying to work through any PTSD.
I've heard she's staying busy.
I'm just grateful she's willing to help.
You're doing a great job, Morgan. Noah is an incredible little boy. Just trust your gut and the wisdom God gave you.
Thank you.
Morgan handed the bag to him.
I'll leave this for Jace, but you can tell him I said you can have a piece.
You bet I will. And I'll tell him you stopped by. I'm sure he'll try to see you later today. Gideon started into the station as Morgan was leaving, then stopped to hold the door open for her. Sorry I'm late. No problem. I had a few things to finish up this morning. I'll head to the clinic, and you can hold the fort down here, Levi said. Jace and I will be there for a little while if you need us. Is Tess okay? Gideon cleared his throat. I mean, I know yesterday was hard, having to do those sketches of the victim. It was hard. Levi put the bread in the backpack, then zipped it up. I think we're all having to dig deeper and step up. I don't like that we had to put her in that position. We don't have a lot of options. The front door opened again, and Mrs. Robinson marched inside, carrying her long-haired chihuahua. The woman tugged on her red hat with her free hand, then stopped in front of Levi.
Clark's done it again,
she said, trying to catch her breath. Mrs. Robinson, I'm sorry, but I'll help her, Gideon said, moving in front of Levi. Officer McQuaid has police business to take care of. but I'd be happy to.
This is police business,
Mrs. Robinson spouted. Gideon motioned for Levi to leave, then turned back to the older woman. While Mrs. Robinson insisted on filing a complaint that someone had stolen the keys to her undrivable car, Levi headed toward the clinic. Most of the businesses on Main Street had been forced to close after the quake, leaving the small town looking more like a ghost town. A few places, like the library, which had become a place for people to read, connect, and figure out ways to survive off the grid, had stayed open. Fred Cooper had finally changed the sign on the movie theater from the promotion of an Alfred Hitchcock weekend marathon to Welcome to the Twilight Zone. The rubble from what had once been the bank had been cleared out after last month's explosion, and that, coupled with dozens of unusable cars, gave a post-apocalyptic feel to the street. The clinic door jingled as Levi stepped into the waiting room where several patients sat. A little boy colored at a small table in the corner, while his mother read in a chair next to him. Karen Parker glanced up from behind the receptionist's desk.
"Your sister's in her office with Jace and a deputy from Van Horn."
Levi nodded his thanks, then hurried down the hall to Hope's office. Hope had taken over for the retiring Dr. Goodman only a few weeks before the quake. She had been prepared to run the only clinic in the area, but having the grid down cut off all her resources. And if that wasn't difficult enough, they'd added autopsies to her list of responsibilities. "Sorry I'm late," he said, stepping inside the room. "You're fine," Jay said. "Deputy Gray just arrived." Levi sat down in the empty chair next to the deputy, a young man who didn't look over 25. "Is the sheriff coming?" "He sends his apologies, but he's not going to make it today. Kellen Gray." "It's good to meet you," Levi said, reaching out to shake the young man's hand. Hope pulled off a pair of disposable gloves and dropped them into the trash before sitting down at her desk.
"I have several patients waiting, but Jace wanted me to go over what I found during my autopsy, as well as exchange information with the sheriff's department. Because, unfortunately, you're not the only ones who found a body." Kellen's hands tightened at his sides. "We found the bodies of 2 young women. One was a mile outside of Van Horn 4 days ago, and the second was 2 days ago. We haven't been able to ID them yet, and in fact don't even know if they were from Van Horn. I was hoping that maybe someone from here might recognize them." He pulled a folder out of his bag and set it on the desk before flipping it open. "These are sketches and descriptions of them." Levi studied the faces of the young women, who both looked to be about the same age as Bridget. One murder was unacceptable, but 3. "I don't recognize them." "I don't either," Hope said. Jace picked up one of the sketches. "We can put these on our community board. Someone's got to know them." "I would appreciate that," Kellen said. "Any suspects yet on your victim?" "No," Jace said. "But we just found her yesterday. Had to tell her mom last night. The family's devastated." "We don't have any suspects either, though there's no doubt our Jane Does were murdered." Kellen pulled out several more sketches and laid them on the desk. "They were both bound with rope, throats slashed, and bodies dumped." Levi glanced at Jace and felt his stomach sour. Bridget was found the same way. This couldn't be a coincidence, and if there was a connection between the 3 murders, we could be talking about a serial killer. Levi frowned at the thought, but it fit with everything they knew so far. Bridget's body was found with her hands tied and her throat slashed. "She also had a large gash on her head," Hope said. "The depression looked like she'd hit her head on something." "I found blood splatter near where I believe she was chased, so that fits," Levi said. "And the wagon tracks we saw imply they were transporting something." "It sounded more like the Old West,"
but already a number of men across the county had set themselves up as peddlers and filled wagons with hard-to-get goods and liquor. Some traded, while others peddled things off the black market, but all of them had at least one hired gun who worked with them to protect the goods from bandits. And while the risk was high, so were the profits. "From the tracks I saw near the crime scene," Levi said, "something had to have motivated Bridget to try to escape, but her captor ended up dragging her back to the wagon and murdering her."
That theory lines up with what I found.
Hope dropped her hands to her side and let out a sharp sigh.
From the dirt in her fingernails, as well as skin fragments, I know she put up a good fight.
"The problem is we can't even match the DNA under her fingerprints," Levi said. "Proving who killed her isn't going to be easy, even if we get a lead." "Then we'll just have to find a way to prove it," Jay said. "What do we know about Bridget?" "We met with her mother last night. Single mom, 3 siblings. This has been a tough road for them. Her mother mentioned Bridget had been struggling and that there were some issues at home." A knock shifted Levi's attention back to the doorway.
"I'm sorry, Hope, but we've got an emergency out here."
Karen glanced at the men.
"And you might need some help with this one."
The 3 men headed to the waiting room with Hope. Walter Bennett was leaning against the reception desk, using a stick for a crutch. He had a metal rod sticking out of his calf. Hope set her hands on her hips.
"Should I even ask how this happened?"
"I was working on a pedal-powered washing machine, but—" Walter shoved his glasses up the bridge of his nose and frowned. "I slipped and fell, and somehow impaled my leg with one of the steel rods."
"I trained as a paramedic if you need any help," Kellen said.
"That would be great.
My nurse is out today."
Levi and Kellen assisted Walter onto a bed in the exam room so Hope could treat him. "We'll get out of the way." Jace looked at Levi and jerked his head toward the door. "But if you need us, holler." "The guy might be clumsy," Levi said as they stepped out. "But from what I've heard, he's a bit of a genius. Give him a few tools and he can fix just about anything. And who wouldn't want a washing machine after hand-washing everything the last year?" Jace shoved his hands into his back pockets, stopping in the middle of the clinic hallway. "But back to our issue at hand. We need to find a way to get ahead of this without panicking people." The front bell rang again as Tess slipped into the clinic. "Agreed." Levi hesitated. "I'll meet you back at the station, but I need to talk with Tess about something." "Sounds good." Tess was heading to Hope's office when Levi caught up with her.
"Do you have a second?" "Of course. You want to come with me to the supply room? I need to get some cleaning stuff."
"I'll follow you," he said, stepping out of her way. "You know Josie Solomon?"
"Ava's sister."
Levi nodded. "I was wondering if you could talk with her. I don't know everything, but she's struggling. Ava's afraid she started hanging around with the wrong people." The supply room was where Hope kept both cleaning and medical supplies. With it almost impossible to get prescription medicines, she was continuously adding herbal home remedies to her shelves, thanks to help from a number of people in town.
"I can talk to her,"
Tess said, pulling out some of the supplies she needed.
"I'm just not sure what I can do."
"You have a way with people, Tess. You always have." Her shoulders dropped as she turned around.
"I'm not so sure about that."
Levi touched her arm. "How are you doing?"
"If I had to sum it up in one word, I guess it would be better."
Levi chuckled. "I could think of worse words. But I know it's been hard. You shouldn't have to deal with a murder investigation. Or losing her mom at 19. Or having to take care of her injured father. All in the middle of a never-ending catastrophe." He watched her expression, tried to read behind the lines. Tess was passionate, caring, and smart. but it was hard to know what she was thinking most of the time.
"I'll be okay," she said,
smiling up at him.
"I promise."
He pulled her into a brief hug, then stepped back. "I'll see you Sunday for dinner, if not before. And be careful. Please." She smiled at him.
"Stop worrying. I will."
Levi slipped out of the clinic a moment later and onto the quiet street, his thoughts back to the situation they were facing. The thought of a serial killer on the loose was terrifying. Law enforcement was understaffed, and they had no technology to help track down suspects. All they knew so far was that someone seemed to be targeting teenage girls and murdering them. He was passing in front of Hart's movie theater when he heard his name called.
"Levi?"
Ava was dressed in jeans, tennis shoes, and a sweatshirt, and looked out of breath as she hopped off her bike, stopping in front of him. "Ava, is everything okay?"
"No, it's not. It's Josie."
Levi caught the fear in Ava's eyes.
"We had a fight, and she left last night for some party. Maybe I'm overreacting, I don't know. But she didn't come home this morning."
Chapter 8. Ava stopped in front of Levi on the sidewalk. Maybe she was overreacting, but she didn't care. She'd hardly slept last night. Instead, she'd listened for the front door to open, signaling that Josie had returned. But her sister never had. Ava blinked back the tears. She should have listened more to Josie, found out who her friends were, had them over. She could have found ways to let her have more free time. But it was too late for that now. "Ava." He took her hand and pulled her over to one of the wooden benches on Main Street and motioned for her to sit down.
"I'm sorry.
Take a couple deep breaths," he said, sitting down next to her. "Then tell me what's going on." She pressed her palms against the bench, trying to stop her hands from shaking.
"I talked with Josie last night before she went out. We got into a fight after you left. I got mad because she didn't lock up the chicken coop, and a raccoon got in, and she got defensive. Then she told me she was going to some party. She and I might have our issues, but this isn't like her. And knowing that a girl was murdered, I told her it wasn't safe, begged her not to go. I've already been to several of her friends' places. They haven't seen her. I don't know where she is."
Saying out loud that Josie was missing was terrifying and made the situation feel all that more real. They hadn't come this far together for Ava to lose her. "Ava, I know you've been worried about her, and I don't want to downplay the situation at all. But she'll probably be there when you get back to the house, and if she isn't, she's probably at a friend's house sleeping."
"And if she's not?"
She raised her voice, irritated at Levi's calm response.
"Josie has gotten in with the wrong people. I have to find her, Levi. What do you know about parties in abandoned houses?"
"We've had reports of teens getting together after curfew and hanging out in empty buildings." He shrugged. "We try to keep an eye on them, but we've already got so much ground to cover it's been hard." She drew in a slow breath as Levi looked up at the uniformed county deputy crossing the street, heading, she assumed, to the police station. She tried to calm her racing heart, wanting to believe that she was just melodramatic, but she felt he was holding something back from her. If he knew more about the murder than he'd told her.
"Have you learned something else about the murder?"
He shifted his attention back to her. "We're still gathering evidence and only have theories at this point."
"And now the sheriff's deputy's in town?"
She frowned.
"What aren't you telling me?"
"We share information, Ava."
"Information on dead girls?"
"Ava." She held up her hands.
"Don't try to keep me in the dark to protect me. What's going on?"
Levi grabbed her hand. "We honestly don't know, but we're doing everything we can to find out.
Did Josie give specifics on where she was going? Just to a vacant house where a bunch of the kids hang out.
But you don't know where. Ava reached her free hand into her pocket.
Maybe.
What do you mean, maybe?
She didn't tell me, but I found this card.
Ava pulled the glossy business card out of her coat pocket and handed it to Levi.
I found this in her room.
A coffee house in Dallas? Levi held up the card.
I don't understand. It's probably not even open anymore. Turn it over. On the back is a cipher. A Caesar cipher.
WJITFP. Okay, I'm sorry, but I still don't understand. Levi stared at the jumbled letters. Do you think this is a connection to where she went? This could just be something she and her friends did before the quake. Like a souvenir.
It's possible, but I don't think so. I'm in and out of her room all of the time, and I've never seen this. It was tacked above her desk on her bulletin board.
Do you know what it means?
Red Oak Ranch.
Levi shook his head. How did you get that?
You know that in my line of work I have to break codes and ciphers. Right? This is actually one of the easiest codes to break. Julius Caesar is said to have used the method to communicate with his generals. George Washington also used it in the American Revolution to send messages during the war through their intelligence networks.
George Washington?
Ava pressed her lips together, hoping he didn't just decide she was crazy. She'd always been able to detect patterns, especially in numbers and letters. And because of parallels between ciphers and language, years of language study had led to a career in the security world. Ciphers have been used for centuries, she said.
Okay, but wait a minute.
Levi frowned. When I think of espionage, ciphers, and spy networks, I think of James Bond or the Cold War. But George Washington? If you ever have a couple of free hours, I'll tell you all about it, Ava said. But for now, I'll keep it simple. It took me a little while, but I used the Caesar cipher for the code and shifted down the alphabet until I came up with an answer.
So, it worked?
Ava nodded. A 5-letter shift makes it Red Oak Ranch. The problem is, I've never heard of that ranch.
Levi tapped his fingers against his leg. I have.
Where is it?
East of here. Not far. It's not really a ranch. I think the previous owners raised sheep there.
Of course.
A memory of the property surfaced.
The St. James family lived there, before it was sold. I went there once with my mom, several years ago.
The current owners started calling it Red Oak Ranch, Levi said. It's set on a few acres of land, and it's empty. They were in Minnesota last Christmas. And never returned. Okay, here's where I'm lost, Levi said. Why all the cloak and dagger for some underground party?
I don't know.
The wind picked up, sending a shiver down her spine.
I've had the same question all morning. We need to go out there.
I agree. Jace is at the station. We'll organize a team. Levi stood up. We're going to find her. Ava took a step forward.
I'm going with you. I need to know if she's there.
Best case scenario is that we find her there hungover.
Worst case scenario.
No. She wasn't going to let her mind go to the worst case scenario. She couldn't deal with that. And if she goes home and you're not there? Levi asked.
My neighbors promised to watch for her.
Levi nodded, realizing she hoped the urgency she felt. We have an extra mount in the barn next door you can use. We'll leave in 5. Levi and Jace met her in the police station lobby 5 minutes later, as promised, armed with sidearms and rifles. The hairs on the back of her neck prickled. She wasn't sure what they thought they might discover, but clearly they were going to be prepared. Are you ready? Levi asked. Ava nodded. then noted the subtle exchange that took place between the brothers.
"Did you find out something?"
Levi hesitated. "We've had 2 reports of missing girls come in this morning."
"Were they at the party?"
Levi shook his head. "We don't know. Yet." They rode most of the 2 miles to the large house in silence. Ava's thoughts centered on Josie. She was 14 and in high school when her parents had Josie, a surprise pregnancy neither had anticipated, coupled with the move to West Texas. Josie turned out to be the rainbow baby her mother had dreamed of after several miscarriages. And for her father, she was an athlete who loved hunting and camping with him. Levi led the way as they approached the entrance of the ranch. Windblown trash was scattered across the front lawn, but even that didn't take away from the beauty of the land that covered a slight ridge overlooking the valley below. The tiled veranda with exterior stone walls had faded in the desert sun, and the stunning landscape she remembered the previous owners had been so proud of was now gone. Weeds had crept in and taken over, and it looked like some old furniture had been used for a bonfire. But there was no sign of anyone here. "Stay outside until we clear the house," Levi said to her, getting off his horse. She didn't argue with him. Her heart kept time with the seconds that passed. Ominous. Tense. She didn't know what she'd expected to find coming here. A party still raging with roaring music? A bunch of drunk teenagers passed out on the floor? Instead, it was quiet. Too quiet. Beads of sweat trickled down her neck, more from nerves than the sun. She'd lost so much over the past year, and now, the thought of losing Josie. She started praying again, a continuation of the prayer she'd been praying for the past few hours, begging God to show them where Josie was, so she could bring her home, begging him to keep her safe until they found her. She focused on the front door Levi and Jace had gone through, then scanned the yard. The grass rustled in the wind. Leaves of an oak fluttered to the ground. A plastic bag blew across the yard, then wedged against a cactus. Had Josie been here? If so, where was she now? Levi stepped out of the house, his broad-shouldered stature framed by the doorway, the start of a beard evident across his jawline. He'd become her safe place, the one person she turned to when she couldn't figure out which way was up. "You can come in now," he said. She quickly dismounted, secured the horse to a wooden post, then hurried up the stone walk to the house, where he waited for her. Wind howled through the veranda. A dove flew down from the rafters, grabbed something off the ground, then flew away. Plastic wrappers, bottles, and beer cans were piled against the railing. "What did you find?" she asked, stepping into the house. "Kellen's checking out the garage. Something definitely happened here, though whoever was here has cleared out." He walked in behind her. She breathed in the strong stench of liquor and tobacco. When she'd visited with her mother, the place had been immaculate. The owners had kept everything from the formal dining room to the separate living room looking like a photo out of a magazine. Today, it looked like a tornado had swept through. Plastic cups and silver foil wrappers littered the floor next to empty bottles of wine, whiskey, and moonshine. Food had been spilt across the floor, staining the carpet. "It must have been some party." She stopped at the edge of the living room, trying to take in the destruction of the property. "It looks like they were here for a while. There's food, and it looks like there was enough alcohol for an army." And Josie. Ava didn't know what she was looking for, but if Josie had been here, there had to be a clue. Jace stepped into the room from what she guessed was the garage. "It's almost like something spooked them, like they left in a hurry." Something caught her eye at the edge of the gray carpet. She picked up a necklace and laid the familiar heart pendant in the palm of her hand.
Levi.
What is it? She held it up.
This is Josie's.
Are you sure?
Yeah. It's one our father gave her for her 15th birthday. It's tanzanite, from Africa. She always wears it.
That's pretty unique. Ava closed her fingers around the necklace, then pulled her jacket tighter around herself. But it wasn't the cold that had her shaken. She was right. Her sister had been here. She dropped the necklace into her jeans pocket, then stepped out into the backyard that had once been an oasis for the owners. Today, the concrete patio, weather-worn pergola, and shade trees revealed the neglect. Where had they all gone?
Can I look around?
She asked. Just stay close. I'll go check on Kellen. She walked back into the house. Her sister was smart. Josie had left the necklace as a clue. She was sure of that. This whole scenario, though, was something out of her worst nightmare. A twist where something had gone very, very wrong. Her sister was missing. She heard a sharp thud down the hallway and stopped. A cold sweat broke out across her forehead. She had to be imagining things. Ghosts weren't walking the hall. There was no one here. Just the remnants of what had happened in this house. A second thud sounded. She needed to stop her imagination from running away with endless what-ifs. The thump could have been anything. A cat, a raccoon, another dove trapped in the house. She grabbed a poker from beside the fireplace and made her way down the hallway. She stepped inside the master bedroom, trying to figure out where the noises had come from. Bedding, clothes, and shoes were scattered across the floor, as if someone had ransacked the place. Something thumped again, and this time, one of the tennis shoes poking out from the pile of blankets moved. Ava took a step back, as someone groaned, then rolled out from under the bed and onto his back. A stream of blood ran down his forehead. Anxiety gripped her chest as she held the poker above her head.
Levi, I need you in the back bedroom now.
Chapter 9. The man's eyes opened, and he sat up, swaying for a moment, as if he was trying to figure out where he was. Ava held the poker above her head and tightened her grip.
I don't know who you are, but stay there and don't move. The police are in the house.
Instead of obeying her command, he pushed himself up on the bed and stumbled toward her. She was about to swing the poker when she heard a cry from inside the closet. The distraction was enough for him to rush past her and out of the room. Not thinking of the consequences, she pulled open the closet door. A teenage girl sat balled up on the floor, tears and mascara covering her face. No longer worried for her own safety, Ava knelt down next to the girl, wishing desperately that it had been Josie she'd found, but grateful that this girl was safe now.
How long have you been here?
Ava asked.
I don't know.
She was shaken, wearing only a t-shirt and jeans, and it probably wasn't 60 degrees in the house.
I was hiding from him. He was drunk. Tried to come after me, then passed out. I've been too afraid to move. Afraid he would wake up. You're okay now. I'm here to help.
Ava bit her tongue as she helped the girl to her feet. She had so many questions. Had she seen Josie? What had happened at this party? And where had everybody gone? A piercing scream from outside shattered the silence.
Levi?
Ava hesitated, unsure if she should run to see if she could go help, or hide the girl again. Ava? Levi stepped into the room a moment later. It's safe. You can come on out here." Ava grabbed one of the blankets, then took the girl's hand and led her down the hall and into the living room.
What happened?
Kellen chased him right into a cactus. Levi looked at the girl. "I just don't know how we missed them."
It would have been easy, Ava said. He was passed out under a pile of blankets, and she was hiding in the closet.
The man groaned from where he sat handcuffed to a chair. Several cactus thorns were still stuck in his chest and arms, and a trickle of blood ran down a scratch on his neck. "I'm gonna set off one of the flares. We'll need some help getting them back into town." Ava touched Levi's arm.
"I'd like to talk to the girl while we wait."
"Of course. Kellen and I will take care of him. Why don't you take her out on the back veranda and in the sunshine?" She nodded, grabbed her water bottle from her pack, then led the girl, who couldn't be more than 17 or 18, outside the house. It felt good to have something she felt she could actually do. She had no idea what this girl had been through the last 24 hours, but she did know what she'd been through the past year. No one was walking away from the quake without scars. Ava handed her the water and blanket, then motioned for her to sit down on one of the wrought iron chairs. Like the rest of the house and property, the back of the house was run down. The sun had faded the torn umbrella perched above them. The fire pit was filled with trash and a few hot embers. Whoever had been here had also had a fire going.
"I'm Ava," she said, sitting down next to the girl. "What's your name?"
The girl stared at her hands, then finally said,
"Micah. I know you're scared, and I know you've been through a lot. Can you tell me what happened?"
She ran her fingers through her short, choppy hair.
"My father's going to kill me. I don't know your father, but I'm pretty sure he's going to be glad you're alive. We know there were other girls here last night. Do you have any idea where they are now?"
Micah shook her head.
"It was just supposed to be a party, an escape from everything that's happened this past year. I've gone to a few. There are always girls my age. None of us want trouble. We just want to feel normal again." "And the guys that were here, did you know them?" "I knew some of the girls from school, but the guys, I think most of them were from out of town." "And the guy that was passed out in the bedroom, did you know him?" "No."
She avoided Ava's gaze.
"He'd been drinking when he pulled me into the back bedroom. I'd been drinking as well."
Her voice trailed away.
"We'd been back there a little while when I started hearing everyone screaming and yelling. He grabbed me and wouldn't let me go. Told me they were just all having fun."
Ava waited as the tears started again.
"I must have passed out," Micah said, "because when I woke up, the house was quiet. I didn't know what to do. He was passed out on the floor next to the bed. It was dark. I was afraid to walk home on my own." "So you decided to hide in the closet," Ava said.
Micah nodded.
"I just kept praying that he'd leave when it was light, without noticing where I was. Eventually, I fell asleep." "Do you know Josie Solomon?"
Micah's brow furrowed for a moment.
"Sure. She was at the party last night. She was talking about some girl who'd been murdered. I thought she was just trying to get attention. Josie is my sister, and now she's missing. I'm sorry."
Micah shook her head.
"I think she might have left early."
Ava frowned. If that was true, then where was she? She glanced up at the doorway of the house, where Levi was signaling her. She told Micah she'd be right back, then went to join him. "Anything?" he asked. She shook her head.
"She verified that Josie was at the party, and that she brought up Bridget's death, but she doesn't know where she is. She doesn't know where any of the girls are."
Our drunk partier isn't talking either, Levi said. Yet. I wanted to see if you were okay.
No, not at all.
Ava pulled out her sister's necklace.
We know Josie was here, and Micah just confirmed it. Is it horrible of me to wish Josie had been the girl in the closet?
Ava glanced back at Micah, feeling guilty for voicing her thoughts out loud. Levi ran his hand down her arm. No, and I know you're not just worried about Josie. She shook her head.
No, because I can't help imagining what they're doing to these girls. I just don't know how to deal with losing her. Not after everything we've gone through.
Remember, Jace was an interrogator with the military before he became the law here. He knows what he's doing. If the guy knows something, Jace will find it out. That I can guarantee. Thanks for the vote of confidence, Jace said, stepping up behind his brother. He's terrified, but I don't think he knows anything. Seems like he was simply paid in food and liquor to have fun last night.
So another dead end,
Ava said. I'd like to talk to Micah, Jace said, but I'd like you to be there with me. I think she might respond better. Ava nodded, then headed back to where Micah was sitting with Jace. She sat back down next to the girl.
I know this is very hard for you, but I need you to talk to Jace McQuaid. He's the police chief here in Shadow Ridge.
Micah nodded.
But I don't know anything. Where they took them? Who was behind the party?
I know, Jace said. But there might be other things you know that will help. Anything, no matter how small, could be important. Micah gnawed at the edge of her trembling lip, then nodded.
I know I never should have gone. My parents warned me about getting involved with the wrong kind of people, especially now, and they were right. Most of the girls at the party were just looking for some fun. Time to get away from all the stress of everything that's been going on. We thought it was just a harmless party.
How did you get invited? Jace asked.
It was on a card. This business card.
Where did you get your invitation?
I was at the library.
Micah pulled the blanket up tighter around her shoulders.
This guy came up to me and asked if I wanted to go to a party he and some of his friends were holding in an empty house. He said it would be a lot of fun. Thought I might want to come.
That's when he gave you the business card? Jace asked. Micah nodded.
It had this secret code on it. He said they didn't want the cops to find out about the party because they'd shut it down. But we deserved some fun. He promised there would be food and alcohol and music. He even said he wanted me to save a dance for him.
And you were flattered?
Of course,
Micah said.
I'd never seen him before, but he just seemed so sweet.
Did you see him at the party?
Yes. He remembered me. Made me feel like he was happy I was there. I wasn't very popular in school, so to have a guy pay attention to me like that, it was a good feeling. I never imagined it would lead to this.
What else? Jace asked.
He made me feel like I was one of the popular girls, getting invited to go to the biggest party of the year. It didn't matter who was hosting it, or where it was. I was just so excited to get invited.
Jace leaned forward. Had you been to one of the parties before? Micah nodded.
It was at Pavley's barn. They'd hooked up these solar lights. It was so beautiful. Did you get the feeling that there was something wrong at the party? Ava asked. I guess the strangest thing was all the food and alcohol that was there. It had been such a long time since I'd seen chocolate or bags of chips.
And you don't know who threw the party? Jace asked.
No,
she shrugged.
There were a bunch of girls. A lot of them I went to school with. There were some guys I didn't know. We figured they were from out of town. I just wanted to enjoy it. They had a generator, so they had music and dancing, and everybody was having such a good time.
Besides the guy who tried to assault you, Did any of the other men there do anything inappropriate?
Most of them were nice. They let us have all the food we wanted. I know a couple of the girls are alone in their houses because their families were out of town before the quake. It's really been hard for them to find enough to eat. I heard the girls talking to them about getting away from here. What did the guys tell them?
Ava asked.
That they could help them find jobs. Decent pay, plenty of food and clothes.
Micah shrugged.
I'm sorry. That's all I know.
Ava stood up and signaled for Jace to follow her to the other side of the veranda, frustrated at the lack of information they were getting.
There's got to be a way to figure out where they went. I want to go talk to Bridget's mom.
Ava, I know you want to find your sister, and you know Levi and I will do all we can. But how is going out there going to help? We don't even know that the two cases are connected.
But what if somehow they are? If we can connect Bridget to these parties, we'll be a step closer to finding those girls.
Chapter 10. Ava slid off her horse, then quickly tied it to a post before following Levi across the parking lot of the rundown apartment buildings. She'd been told that the complex housed over 200 people. With no land of their own, growing gardens and raising animals had to be challenging. Plus, there were no water sources close by. Right after the quake, leaders in the community came together and decided to use a large empty warehouse on the edge of town to store food for the community. Behind the building, the land was tilled and a large garden planted. Volunteers worked shifts during the day, and guards secured the property at night. Setting up a system to help those in need had been challenging, but rules were created as to how much each household could take. Men like Otis Crawley, a lifetime resident of Shadow Ridge, had shared his wealth of information about ranching, living off the grid, and survival techniques. Otis, who had just celebrated his 89th birthday, could keep an audience engaged for hours with stories of growing up on a homestead, with no electricity or running water. His knowledge had helped save many residents of the town, but most were still simply surviving one day at a time. 3 long drop latrines were dug earlier this year, Levi said, pointing to his right. Most of their water comes from harvesting rainwater and the 2 hand pumps that were put in. There is a large community garden that can be supplemented with the town's warehouse and the greenhouses when needed. But they're hard workers, too. They have to be.
Why don't they move closer to town or into an empty house?
Some of them have. Others don't want to move for various reasons. There's a sense of community here you pick up on quickly. Neighbors look after each other. Levi took them around the back of the brick apartment, past rows of cooking fires on one side and clotheslines on the other. Farther away from the building were chicken coops and pens for animals. Their destination was a large white tent. The canvas flapped in the wind, but it was what was inside the tent that caught Ava's attention. Rows of desks had been lined up inside, each with a plastic tub sitting on top.
Wow.
She stopped on the sidewalk.
A school?
Levi nodded. I thought you'd be impressed. Bridget's mom is a teacher and started a small school for this community.
That's amazing. I'd heard some schools were starting to pop up across town, but this is the first one I've seen.
Born out of necessity. As you know, these kids need to keep learning. He motioned her to follow him through the tent to the far side, where an older woman, her gray hair tied up in a bun, was organizing a wooden bookshelf. Selena? The woman turned around, her skirt blowing in the wind.
Officer McQuaid. Yes.
I'm sorry to disturb you again, Levi said. The woman's expression sobered.
Did you find something else?
We're working on a lead. And again, I'm so sorry for your loss. Selena nodded.
Thank you.
Sadness laced her red-rimmed eyes. Children weren't supposed to die before their parents. but Ava remembered all too well the signs of grief in her own mother's eyes after a stillbirth. It had taken months for her smile to reappear, and even then, the sadness still returned at times. Levi made quick introductions.
"I know this is a difficult time,"
Ava began, wondering now if her insistence to come talk to the woman was selfish. She'd just lost her daughter, and Ava was wanting to ask for her help.
"I'm still numb."
Selena clenched her hands at her sides.
"I keep waiting for Bridget to walk in the door. I can't handle believing anything else right now. I really am sorry." "Bridget actually mentioned you once," Selena said. "You have a sister who was in her class at the high school?" "Josie, yes. She said you're a writer. She loved books and talked about becoming a writer one day. Your sister was so proud of you."
Ava's brow rose, surprised at the compliment. Josie had never seemed interested in any of her writing ventures.
Was a writer," she started. "In another life. I've written sporadically over the past year, but writing feels too frivolous considering everything going on around us. Besides, I think I've lost most of my creativity." "I'm sorry to hear that. I believe creativity should always be a priority. I try to tell my kids that. Inspiration is everywhere. It gives us hope, helps us dream, and renews us. Think of it as therapy. We all need that after this last year."
Ava smiled, but she was the one who should be comforting this woman, not the other way around. "Officer McQuaid." The three of them turned around as an older man approached. "I'm sorry to interrupt, but I was just heading into town to talk with you. It's urgent."
"Go ahead,"
Ava nodded.
"I'll talk to Selena."
Ava waited for the pair to walk away while she tried to gather her thoughts. She turned back to Selena.
"I'm impressed by all of this. You're doing an amazing service for these kids." "You should have seen it a few minutes ago."
Selena motioned her to a chair, then pulled one up across from her.
"They all just left for lunch. They're a handful, but it's worth it. And now," her eyes darkened, "it keeps me busy, so I don't have to think." "How long have you been doing this?" "I started organizing the neighborhood kids a few months ago. All the time thinking that eventually the grid would have to come back on. And even though it hasn't, I'm hoping that it might inspire the kids to keep learning."
Ava glanced at the stacks of books and made a mental note to go through her mother's things and see if there were any that could be donated. And maybe she could work in some time to help as well.
"I know what you're thinking."
Selena smoothed out her dark skirt.
"The parents told me I should take some time off. But this is what gets me up every morning. I don't know how else to function." "How often do the kids come?"
Ava asked.
"Monday through Friday is spent under the tent, like a regular school. In the afternoons, we have people come to teach the kids practical things for living off-grid. We have volunteers who teach everything from raising animals to gardening to baking bread. Several of the churches have come together to donate lunch for the kids 5 days a week." "How many kids?" "We started small, but are up to close to 40 most days. Parents are expected to be involved, and I have several other teachers working with me." "Wow, this is impressive. I give the good Lord all the credit. These kids are struggling on so many levels, and having the community support has been life-changing."
The woman's gaze dropped.
"I'm a single mom, trying to keep food on the table for 4 kids, and struggling in the middle of all of this to find some kind of normal." "I've decided there is no normal anymore," Ava said. "But what you have done has created stability, purpose, and hope for every one of the children you teach, and really everyone in this community. Maybe, Selena said, seeming to brush off the compliment. How is your sister? That's why I'm here, actually. Ava felt the stress of the situation engulf her again, though nothing could compare to what Selena was feeling. Josie's missing. Oh, no. Selena pressed her hand against her mouth. Do you think it's connected to Bridget's disappearance? We don't know. I hope not, because I still have no idea where Bridget was, or why she died. I would just like to ask a few questions, if that's okay. Selena blinked back the tears, but nodded. Of course. Anything. Before Bridget disappeared, did you notice anything different about her behavior? Definitely. After the quake, she really stepped up and helped. I know it was hard on her, and I expected so much from her being the oldest. The only fun she really had was a night occasionally at a girlfriend's, and time at the library. But that was about it. I needed her helping me at home. Selena let out a huff of air. I have my hands pretty full. Very full. But lately... A shadow crossed Selena's face, and Ava sat back, giving her a moment to gather her emotions. She was secretive. I discovered she was sneaking out, and when I confronted her, she only gave me vague answers about her friends and where she was going. I don't know what she was involved in. What about parties? Did she ever mention going to one? No. But like I said, she had been sneaking out. Selena closed her eyes for a moment. I can't stop thinking she might still be here if I'd pressed harder, listened more. I was just so distracted with trying to keep food on the table and keep our family and this community together. Guilt wound through Ava. There were so many things she wished she would have done with Josie, but now neither of them could change anything. All she could do was pray that her sister was still alive. Would you mind if I looked in Bridget's room? Ava asked. Of course you can, if you think it might help. Selena stood up. The apartment's small. Bridget didn't like sharing a room with her siblings, but I made sure she had her own space. Ava followed Selena to one of the first-floor breezeways to the apartment on the left. Inside, the living room was cluttered, but neat. Selena led the way to one of the two bedrooms. The desk and bookshelf are Bridget's, Selena said, and she did the wall mural. Wow. The mural was a floor-to-ceiling desert sunset with flowering cacti and mountains in the background. She's quite an artist, Ava said. She was always creative. At least, she was until the quake. You said Bridget spent a lot of time at the library. Ava glanced at the books stacked on the desk. She liked to read? Sci-fi, thrillers, gothic romances, a bit of everything. The library has ended up being a lifesaver for all of us. I think the library is about the only business in town that actually now has more business. Ava picked up a paperback copy of Ghost Heart that was sitting on top of the pile, flipped it over, and glanced at the synopsis of the medical thriller before setting it back down. She really loved medical thrillers, Selena said. This might sound strange, but have you seen any business cards Bridget might have had? Business cards? No. Why? Ava bit her lip. Was she searching for a pattern that wasn't there? Was there really a connection between Bridget's murder and Josie's disappearance? Ava opened the lid of a wooden jewelry box. Inside were small keepsakes and a stack of Polaroid photos. She flipped through the photos of Bridget and another girl goofing off. She looked happy. She got the Polaroid camera for her 16th birthday. Most of them are of her and her best friend. They were inseparable. Selena pressed her lips together. Jasmine and her family were in New Orleans when the quake hit, leaving Bridget with yet another loss. Selena picked up a book off Bridget's bed. Readin' became her escape. A small card fluttered onto the floor. Selena picked it up. Is this what you're looking for? Ava took the card and turned it over. A string of letters had been handwritten across the back, just like the card she'd found in Josie's room. Her stomach clenched. Do you have a piece of scrap paper? Selena opened one of the desk drawers and took out a notepad and pen. Ava leaned over the desk and started working to solve the cipher, starting with the 5 shift she'd used for the card she'd found in Josie's room. It left a string of unintelligible letters. What are you looking for? I can tell you in a minute, Ava said. She worked through another 2 alphabet shifts, then sat down on the chair. Pavley's barn. What does that mean? Selena asked. Ava worked to process the new piece of the puzzle. Micah had mentioned going to a party at the Pavley's barn. There was a party there a few weeks ago, one that more than likely Bridget was at. What kind of party? Selena asked. That's what we're still trying to figure out. I need answers. Ava pulled the woman into a hug. I know. I'll make sure they keep you updated. Thank you. I appreciate it. Levi was waiting for them outside the apartment, hands in his back pockets, his expression somber. Is everything okay? She asked. No. He jutted his chin toward the horses. She lengthened her stride in order to keep up with him. He was silent until they reached the mounts, out of earshot of Selena and the others. Fear inside her gut returned. Levi, what's going on? That was Richard Summers. His 17-year-old daughter was gone when he got up this morning. She still wasn't sure what it was, but there was no doubt in her mind any longer. There was a connection between her sister's disappearance and Bridget's murder. Chapter 11. Levi stepped into the police station behind Ava, with far more questions than answers. They'd stopped by Ava's house on the way back to town, and he'd watched the last embers of hope fade from her eyes, with the realization that Josie hadn't returned. The theory of a serial killer was still plausible in his mind, especially with a pattern in the victims' deaths. But why the connection to the underground parties? And what was the killer's motivation? Levi nodded at Gideon, who was manning the front desk, then went with Ava straight to his brother's office. Jace was with Kellen and Mayor Declan Shannon. He'd set up a whiteboard in the corner, with sketches of the girls and the crime scenes. I was just giving the mayor an update on the murders, Jace said, moving 2 more chairs closer to the desk. Levi closed the door behind him. It's good to see you back on your feet, Mayor. The mayor shoved his wire glasses up the bridge of his nose, then shook his head. The past few weeks have been challenging, and trust me, I wouldn't wish kidney stones on my worst enemy. But thanks to your sister and a neighbor's chicken noodle soup, I'm back to the land of the living. The former welder had come out of retirement 2 years ago to start a new career in politics, even though the position of mayor in Shadow Ridge had always simply meant presiding at council meetings without having any executive power. After the quake, the role had diminished to primarily that of a ceremonial leader. But from what Levi had seen, that suited Declan Shannon and his personality just fine. Did you learn anything? Jace asked. Levi sat down, then glanced at Ava, who pulled the business card out of her jacket pocket and set it on Jace's desk. There seems to be a definite connection to the parties. We found this in Bridget's bedroom. What exactly is that? Mayor Shannon took the card. It's a cipher invitation to an underground party, Ava said. I found a similar one in my sister's room. And the code on the back? Kellen asked. It's a location, and suggests that Bridget went to at least one of the parties. This one is for the Pavley's barn. Our drunk party boy hasn't said anything, Jace said, but I'm convinced it's because he doesn't know anything. Ava leaned forward. So what do we do? We have a list of names from Micah of girls who were at the party. We need to go speak to their families, see if any other girls are missing. Richard Summers' daughter is missing, Levi said. She and Bridget were neighbors. Jace glanced at the list. She's on the list of girls who were at the party last night. Levi stood up and walked to the window that overlooked a parking lot. On the far side were a couple of broken-down vehicles, 2 unusable squad cars, and Jace's pickup he had rationed fuel for, in case of an emergency. He had no experience with serial killers, and many of the resources used in law enforcement weren't available anymore. There were no surveillance cameras, no DNA testing. Finding other victims, as well as links, was going to prove difficult, if not impossible. Trying to find the person behind all of this felt like searching for a needle in a haystack. Unless it wasn't just one person. He whirled around and fixed his eyes on the invitation. A serial killer wouldn't host a party to find his victim. That would draw too much attention to himself, and would be more of a crime of opportunity. Victims just needed to be someone easy to overtake without getting caught. What if there was another reason the girls disappeared? Levi swallowed hard as he walked back across the room, picked up the invitation, and held it up. What if there isn't a serial killer behind this? Jace leaned back in his chair and folded his arms across his chest. You have another theory? Maybe. Levi hesitated, still working to sort his thoughts. What about a human trafficking ring? Kellen leaned forward. In connection to the parties? Levi dropped the card back onto the table, then sat down. Think about it. There's always been a constant trail of drugs and girls crossing through this isolated part of the state. Traffickers target the vulnerable, and it's almost always methodical and intentional. It really isn't much different than before the grid went down. They target them and then move the girls, so it's impossible for them to get help. A party is a good way to get vulnerable teens, Kellen said. Last week we found an underground lab producing synthetic drugs. It was a reminder that, although the quake has stopped a lot of things, crime isn't one of them. I hate to go that direction, Jace said. But cartels are already used to sending people across the desert on foot. And on top of that, they don't have the organized arm of the law able to track them down like they used to. Traffickers aren't any different. They may struggle, but they're going to find a way to get their victims across the country. And I'm pretty sure it hasn't taken them much time to gain the momentum they had before. Levi nodded. The theory of a serial killer had been disturbing, but a human trafficking ring felt even more terrifying. Part of our training at the police academy included being educated on human traffickers, Levi continued. They've always kept up with technology and will use whatever they can to recruit and bring in their prey. If they can't use cell phones to communicate or GPS to track their victims, I have no doubt that they'll find new ways to get what they want. We know that the need for drugs and sex hasn't lessened since the grid went down, Kellen said. He pointed to the business card. But why the cloak and dagger? The mayor shifted in his chair. That was going to be my next question. It seems a bit theatrical. Levi tapped on the desk next to the invite. Human traffickers have always had a secret code language. Before the quake, it was in cyberspace. They used messages and emojis parents would overlook, proxy servers that would mask the source of their communications. and encrypted technology that blocked information being passed between themselves and other criminals. This is just a different way of doing the same thing. Unfortunately, I agree. It makes sense. Jace grabbed a pen off his desktop. Without freighters, air travel, drone smuggling, and other tactics, such as drugs hidden in passenger cars and commercial vehicles, they're going to have to learn to play a different game. That might mean fewer loads, but larger amounts. And they're going to have to rely more on things like tunnels, horses and wagons, people on foot, and even ciphers. Wait a minute. The mayor scooted his chair back a couple of inches on the tiled floor. I'm just trying to wrap my head around this. So the cartel, or some other group, invites girls to parties in small towns, makes them feel special, and then kidnaps them? It fits the pattern. Jace tapped his pen on the desk. It would make sense that they've adapted to this new world. They're resilient, and they're going to figure out new ways to keep themselves in business. We've had reports of several girls disappearing, Kellen said. But here's what doesn't add up to me. Why murder your bread and butter? The question was valid, and not one that easily fit into Levi's theory. But something had triggered Bridget's murder. Her death had to be connected to the underground parties, cipher invitations, and missing girls. Bridget's body was found in an isolated place, Kellen said. Maybe whoever killed her expected the coyotes to find her and destroy the evidence. Whatever the answer, we need to find these girls, Jay said. We need to contact every girl's family on that list and find out if anyone else is missing. I'd also like to go back out to where we found Bridget. It's possible we missed something. But how are we supposed to find these people? Ava asked. More than likely they're long gone from here. How are we supposed to find them without any resources? Levi shifted his attention to Ava as guilt washed over him. He never should have brought her here. Not for this conversation. No matter how badly she wanted to be involved, the conclusions they were coming to were terrifying on their own. But knowing that Josie was one of the missing girls. Levi squeezed her hand. Ava, I'm sorry. Are you okay? Yes. No. It's just so hot in here. She stood up and stumbled toward the door. We need to take a short break, Levi said. He hurried after her, wanting desperately to fix things, hating the fact that he didn't know how. But this was so much bigger than both of them. Because if he was right, if there were people trafficking girls, they had to find a way to stop this. Chapter 12. Ava shoved her hands into her pockets, quickly exited the police station, then started walking down Main Street with no destination in mind. A chilly wind blew on the back of her neck, but inside, she was on fire. How had it come to this? She had no idea right now if Josie was dead or alive. She fought the nausea. Her sister had possibly been taken by some human trafficking ring? That wasn't supposed to happen. She picked up her pace, wishing she could wake up in another reality, wishing that this nightmare was simply that, a nightmare she could wake up from, an ending she could rewrite. But that could never happen. Instead, everything just pressed against her. There was nowhere to run, nowhere to go where she could unsee the sketches of the dead girls. Girls that had lost their lives for nothing other than someone else's greed. Ava! She could hear Levi calling her, but she couldn't stop walking. She needed to get as far away as she could from that whiteboard and the reminder that her sister was gone and might not ever come back. He was breathing hard when he caught up with her. He moved in front of her, concern written all over his face. I'm sorry, she said, stopping. I couldn't stay.
It's okay, but you're not in this alone, and you don't have to try and figure it out on your own. We're all here for you. She offered him a weak smile, knowing he was right, but the pain still felt like a searing hot iron. Ava, I'm so sorry. I never should have let you sit through that.
No, I'm the one who insisted on staying. I needed to stay. But
She let out a sharp breath of air.
I thought I could handle it.
We're going to figure this out together. I promise. Ava looked up, noticing her surroundings for the first time. They were standing a couple of blocks down Main Street, at the edge of a small playground the town had built a decade ago. Today, it was empty, but someone from town came regularly to make sure the trash was picked up, and it stayed safe for the kids.
Why couldn't I do that, God? Why couldn't I keep Josie safe?
She walked toward the red merry-go-round and sat down on the edge. A squirrel scampered up one of the tall oak trees. A hawk soared overhead. How could so much remain the same, and yet, at the same time, have changed so much?
I imagined a lot of things that could happen to her over the past year,
Ava said as Levi sat down next to her.
But this, I never thought of this. She's 17 years old. I was supposed to protect her, having to imagine what might be happening to her right now.
She pulled a handkerchief from her pocket, wiped her eyes, then blew her nose.
The last time I saw her, I was so angry at her. Over a chicken.
She sniffled again, then hiccuped.
I thought it was bad when the grid went down. No electricity, no water, no way to communicate with the outside world. Then I thought it couldn't get worse when Mom died, and I had to protect Josie. We were grieving, but now I couldn't even protect her. And if I've lost her...
She clenched her fists.
I'm scared, Levi. Scared that our fight will be the last time I ever see her.
He pulled her against his chest, and she let herself relax against him. She could hear the steady rhythm of his heart and feel his steady breathing.
So what do we do?
She asked, breaking the silence between them. I want to take you out to the ranch. We can check in on your house and keep you updated.
That's not enough, Levi.
She looked up at him.
I know you want to protect me, but I can't just do nothing. I have to find my sister. Everything we've talked about might be nothing more than a rabbit trail, but I still need to know I'm not overlooking anything. I want to go with you, out to the land where they found Bridget.
Ava,
You're worried about what you might find there.
I think I'm more worried that we won't find anything.
What other leads do we have?
She kicked at the pea gravel beneath her feet.
Anything is better than nothing, and I can't sit around and just wait. Please don't shut me out.
Levi squeezed her hand. Don't worry. I have no intention of shutting you out. They rode together in silence to Chavez's property, which was fine with him. Levi knew Ava needed time to process things, and he knew that there was nothing he could say that would change the situation. His hope was that his being with her and supporting her would help her get through this. Their options, though, seemed so limited. Jace had called in 5 more men to split up and go to the home of each girl that was on the list from the party. It was possible that something would come from those visits, but he wasn't sure about going back to the murder scene. He was worried not only would they return to town with no further information, but that seeing where Bridget had died was going to be emotionally upsetting for Ava.
Has anything changed since you were here?
She asked as they reached the bluff and dismounted. It doesn't look like it, Levi said. You can see the tracks from the wagons. Chavez believes they're using his land as a shortcut.
Makes sense. This route would allow them to avoid the main road that goes through town.
Besides a few scattered trees along the bluff that eventually got denser to the south, it was open land until the ridge.
Can I see the sketches?
Ava asked. Levi grabbed the folder from his bag, pulled the sketches out, and handed them to her. I've got the actual photographs on my phone as well, if you want to see them.
This is fine for now.
Ava held up the first sketch, then walked toward the tree where they'd found the body. He caught the tension in her movements, but knew she was determined to see this through. Ava turned to him.
They didn't even try to hide her?
No, but we're assuming they didn't expect her to be found. At least, not before the coyotes got to her. A wave of sadness flashed in her eyes. They'd just dumped her. An unwanted piece of trash to be disposed of. How could someone have a heart so hardened that any sense of compassion was gone? Ava looked back at the sketch she held.
Are these defensive marks on the body?
Yeah. Hope said it looked like she tried to fight someone off.
Did you follow the wagon tracks forward?
He set his hands on his hips. Yes, but they got lost up ahead in cattle tracks. She looked up at him.
If you're right, and they are trafficking girls, there's sure to be more of them in that wagon.
That would make sense. Levi looked toward the edge of the bluff that dropped to the slow-moving water 50 feet below them. Secluded, quiet, beautiful, an untouched spot of God's country. And yet, it also covered up a dark secret. It was the perfect place to dump a body. But why? Why kill Bridget and then leave her here? There had to be a reason, just like she'd had a reason to run. Bridget would have known it was a dangerous attempt, that they wouldn't just let her go, but she'd decided the risk was worth it. Ava stepped up to the bluff, sending a sprinkle of gravel over the edge of the cliff. Be careful, Levi warned, walking toward her. The ground could give way there.
I know, but, Levi, come here. There's something down there.
She pointed to the right.
On that ledge, behind the scrub brush. I'm not sure what it is.
He pulled out a pair of pocket binoculars as he stepped up next to her. She was right. A quarter of the way down the ridge, something had gotten snagged in the branches. It's a body, he said. A wave of anger tore through him. Another young girl? A shot fired behind them.
Levi!
He grabbed for her, but it was too late. The ground crumbled beneath her, and she disappeared down the side of the bluff. Chapter 13.
Levi!
Pain shot up Ava's leg as her left foot managed to catch a narrow ledge. She swung her right leg around and pressed into the cliff before wedging her fingers into the rocky side of the bluff just above her head. But another slip of her foot, or a small avalanche of rocks, and she would fall. Ava? Levi laid on his stomach on the top of the bluff and tried reaching for her. A shower of gravel and dirt showered down on her. She turned away, blinking rapidly to keep the dust out of her eyes. Ava, I need you to give me your hand, Levi said.
I can't.
Her calf cramped as she struggled to keep her position.
I can't let go.
He grabbed for her again. All I need is a few inches. She heard the panic in his voice as he lay flat on the ground above her and tried to lengthen his reach. But it still wasn't enough. And if she let go of the rock face, she would fall. Her left foot slipped off the ledge, dropping her another few inches. She managed to push herself back up, trying to calm the adrenaline rushing through her. She looked down the edge of the cliff. A fall from here would more than likely kill her. But something terrified her even more than falling. She squeezed her eyes shut,
not wanting to see the body she'd found wedged in the brush, not wanting to let her mind think about who it might be. Not Josie. God, please not Josie. Remember back in high school when we had to climb the rope in the gym? Levi's voice pulled her back. I don't think I ever got higher than 6 or 7 feet up, she said. No, you made it to the top one time. I remember. All you have to do this time is hold on. I can't, Levi. Yes, you can. His voice boomed above her. You're strong, Ava. Strong enough to do this. Chavez and 2 of his men just got here. They're going to help me get you back up. I promise. Just give me a minute. She could hear frantic shouting back and forth above her. Had Chavez been the one who shot at them? It made sense if he thought they were trespassers and wanted to scare them, which was exactly what he'd done. Hang on, Ava. Just a little bit longer. Levi was back again, hanging over the edge of the cliff. He threw a rope down, far enough that it dropped to right beneath her shoulder. Can you grab onto that? I don't know. She pressed against the rocks, still terrified of letting go. Terrified at the same time of what would happen if she didn't. There's a loop in the rope. I need you to put it under your arms. We're going to pull you up. She bit her lip until the coppery taste of blood covered her tongue. She'd always played things safe. She would rather read stories about adventures instead of experiencing them. She closed her eyes again and sucked in a deep breath. She could do this. If she wanted to live, she had to. This situation was no different than anything else she'd had to do these past few months. Everything she'd experienced hadn't broken her. Instead, it had developed in her a resilience she never knew she had. It had taught her to count her blessings, because tomorrow wasn't guaranteed. Her feet slipped off the ledge, and her body dropped another foot down the cliff, but she grabbed for the rope and managed to grasp it with one hand. Levi! Pain burned through the muscles of her arm. I've got you. Hold on. We're going to pull you up. She shifted again, so she was grasping the rope with both hands. All she had to do was hold on and trust. Hold on and trust. A moment later, the men managed to pull her up onto the bluff above. Levi pulled her against his chest. Are you okay? She nodded, her heart pounding at the realization of how close she'd come to falling the rest of the way down the bluff. Her legs threatened to give way. Levi pulled his jacket off and wrapped it around her before he helped her to the ground, then sat down next to her. Chavez and his men stood back, giving her space to catch her breath. Where did the shot come from? She asked. Chavez took a step forward. One of my men found an empty shell casing just inside the tree line, but whoever made that shot is gone now. Why shoot at us? Ava tried to calm her thoughts that were spinning out of control. If the goal had been to scare her, they'd succeeded. She was terrified. It looks to me like someone is trying to clean up their mess, Levi said, and we're getting too close. It made sense. A second murdered body. A possible human trafficking ring trying to stay under the radar. Trying to stop them from discovering whoever was down there. I need to get you to the clinic, Levi said. You're pretty scraped up. She looked back to the bluff and shook her head. I'm fine. We need to know who that body is. She hesitated. I need to know. Agreed, Levi said. But if there is still a shooter out there, it's not safe. The need for the truth outweighed any sense of logic. She had to know. If it's Josie. Levi looked around. She could tell he wanted to get her out of here as soon as possible, but she wasn't going to let fear stop her from finding out the truth. How are you going to get the body up? She asked. One of Chavez's men has some climbing equipment. We'll make a pulley system, Send someone down, then pull the body up on a harness." She stood praying quietly to the side, while 3 of the men worked, and another 2 stood guard. She wasn't even sure what to pray. Josie was missing. She'd found a body. She'd been shot at by a sniper. Nowhere seemed safe at the moment. She let out a sharp breath as the men pulled the body over the edge of the bluff. She didn't recognize the coat or large boots. It wasn't Josie. Chavez took off his hat and pressed it against his heart. "It's Zach Livingston, my missing ranch hand." Silence hovered around the group for a long moment, while emotions flooded through Ava. Relief that it wasn't Josie's body mingled with sadness over the loss of another life. Something inside her had changed on the side of that cliff. She'd been a heartbeat away from dying. "I'm sorry," Ava finally said. "I'm going to have to tell his wife and his 10-year-old son." Chavez turned to Levi. "Tell me what you need from me to stop whoever's behind this." "I need to go back into town with the body and talk with my brother," Levi said. "But I also need to make sure Ava's okay. I'd like to have one of your men take her to my father's ranch." Levi turned to Ava. "Are you okay with that? I need you to be safe." "Burks can do that," Chavez said. Ava hesitated, then nodded. She was exhausted, both physically and mentally. And seeing the ranch hand's body had reminded her just how high the stakes were. Levi helped her onto her horse, then squeezed her hand. She gave him a weak smile, pulled on the reins, and headed away from the bluff with Burks, a burly man she was going to have to trust with her life. Levi's family had owned the next ranch over, the McQuaid River Ranch, since the early 1900s. The views as they headed up the long drive toward the main house were stunning, with the varied terrain of grasslands, desert fauna, and distant forested mountains. But she barely saw anything. "Ava?" Margaret stepped out onto the veranda of the 2-story ranch house as they approached. The retired nurse had taken it upon herself to help with Garrett McQuaid's physical therapy after he was shot during a manhunt. Nerve damage from the bullet had caused a loss of mobility, and almost a year later, he still had a noticeable limp. Margaret, according to Levi, had done the impossible. Thanks to her physical therapy and cooking, Garrett was back on his feet again. What hadn't healed, though, was the loss of his wife. "What a lovely surprise." The older woman smiled from the top of the steps, then glanced at Burks. "Though something tells me this isn't a social call." Ava got off her horse, secured it, then headed for the house. "I wish I were here under better circumstances." "Chavez asked me to stay as added security," Burks said. "I'll be here if you need me, ma'am." She wanted to say it wasn't necessary, that Levi was simply worrying too much. Instead, she nodded and thanked him. Margaret pulled Ava inside, then shut the door. "What's going on?" Ava rubbed her sore shoulder. "Levi and I were out at the spot where they found the dead girl's body. Someone shot at us." The older woman's eyes widened. "What?" She touched Ava's arm. "I still can't shake the horror of another murder. I heard she was just a teenager." Ava nodded. "She was 17 years old." "Your arms and neck." "It's nothing. Just a few scratches. I fell." "Come to the kitchen with me." Margaret wiped her hands down the front of her apron. "You need some tea to warm you up. I just put the kettle on, and I can clean up those cuts. The lighting is better in there." "You don't have to go to any trouble," Ava said, following her. "It's no trouble at all. It's the least I can do." Ava stepped inside the large, sunny kitchen,
that was open to the living room. With its tall wood cabinets, stainless steel appliances, warm gray accents, and rustic charm, the space had always looked as if it could be on the front cover of a magazine. There had been some changes, though. The gas stove had been replaced with a wood stove, and the open-shelved cabinets now held a colorful array of cannon jars, filled with fruit, vegetables, salsa, and meats, as well as water-glassed eggs, pickled peppers, and harvested honey.
"Something smells wonderful," Ava said. "I took some butternut squash and onions out of the cellar this morning and have some soup simmering."
Margaret pulled a first aid kit out of a cupboard, along with some cotton swabs and disinfectant, and motioned for Ava to sit down at the island.
"I haven't seen you for a long time. Maybe not since your mother's funeral."
Ava held out her arm and tried not to wince as Margaret dabbed the disinfectant.
"Seems like a lifetime ago sometimes. I was so sorry to hear of her passing. I know this year has been hard for you. We've all lost something. Or someone. I've been a widow for almost a decade, but you're right. It's a loss of everything we know."
Margaret sighed.
"Living here and helping out the McQuaids has been the one thing keeping me going. Levi told me you've been helping Mr. McQuaid get back on his feet." "He's slowly doing better," Margaret said. "He's out riding with Ranger right now, trying to build up his strength."
Ava smiled. She'd wondered where the gorgeous German Shepherd was.
"And emotionally?" "That continues to be slower healing than his physical injuries from the shooting."
Margaret picked up a small plastic jar and opened it.
"I'm trying to get him to start going back to work again, but it's not easy convincing the old man that he still has more to offer."
Ava breathed in the familiar scent of desert rain and grass and smiled.
"Chaparral salve? You know it? My father always had some of this in his backpack. He said his mother used to make something similar in West Africa."
Ava chuckled.
"He used to put it on everything. If we scraped a finger or burned ourselves, it was his magical cure for everything. It works wonders. My father wrote down a lot of what he knew, but so far we've only found one of his journals."
Margaret glanced out the kitchen window, where they could see Burks talking with one of the McQuaid ranch hands.
"How is your sister?"
Ava hesitated at the question. Why did saying it out loud make it seem so real?
"Josie's missing. It's why I was out on the land with Levi, searching for answers." "Oh, Ava."
Margaret dropped her hands to her sides.
"And you think it's somehow related to the murdered girl?" "I don't know. Maybe. We think there's a connection between Bridget's death, some missing girls, and underground parties that were being held."
Ava fought to hold back the tears.
"Josie was lonely. Thought I was being overprotective when I told her it wasn't safe to go out late at night. And now she's missing. I'm so sorry, Ava. Sometimes there are just no words. No way to fix everything that has been broken."
Margaret blinked back the tears and turned away as the tea kettle on the wood stove started whistling. Ava watched as the older woman set out a pink flowered tea set and poured the hot water over tea bags.
"Wow, this is beautiful. It was actually a wedding gift to my mother," Margaret smiled. "Vintage rosemary porcelain from Japan. She always kept it on display in a glass case, unused, because she was always worried it might get broken. And until the quake, so did I. Then, I don't know. I looked at it one day and realized that life is short, and too often we worry about things that really aren't important. When I moved into the guest room here on the ranch to help out the family, I brought the set with me, and it makes me smile every time I use it." "So much has changed, hasn't it?"
Ava ran her finger across the intricately drawn flowers on the cup.
"But maybe this is what we always should have been doing. taking time to enjoy the quiet moments, noticing the small, significant things around us, instead of only the urgent, often insignificant. I agree. Margaret pulled out a mason jar filled with honey. Jace dropped one of the cups last week. Shattered it. He felt horrible, but I didn't. I've used them and enjoyed them, which was exactly what they were made for. Ava pulled the cup closer to her, giving the tea time to steep. I have something I plan to show you the next time you came by. I found it recently in a box I was going through. Margaret went back over to the hutch and pulled out a framed 5x7 photo. Have you ever seen this? Ava studied the photo, immediately recognizing her father out of the 4 men pictured. It's my father. Do you know when it was taken? It's not marked, but I'm guessing it was taken about 30 years ago, shortly after your mother and father moved here. Ava held the photo closer, surprised that she'd never seen it before. That would have been after they emigrated from Ireland, probably just before I was born. As an African immigrant, I know he felt like an outsider for a long time, Margaret said. But your father ended up being behind the success of many of the ranches around Shadow Ridge. He never worked directly for my husband or the McQuaids, but he still was an incredible source of advice and encouragement over the years. He first learned about ranching from his father in the Obudu Plateau in Nigeria, Ava said, still taking in the details of the younger version of her father. I always wanted to visit, but he left when he was 22. He emigrated to Ireland, then Texas, and never ended up returning to Africa. But he loved his work, loved the outdoors, and was one of the smartest people I knew, partly because he never stopped learning. It was in Dublin where he'd met and married her Irish-American mother, who'd lived in Kenya with her missionary parents and attended a boarding school until she was 18. Their love of Africa gave them a unique connection. He could repair almost anything, and if he couldn't, he'd figure out how. Margaret frowned. I know you miss him. I do. He wasn't just good at ranching. He seemed to always know what to say, and was my best cheerleader growing up. She added a spoonful of honey, then took a sip of the tea. Sometimes I still can't believe they're both gone. And now Josie. If she lost Josie, too. Margaret reached out and squeezed her hand. They'll find your sister. And if they don't? Jace and Levi McQuaid take after their father. Determined, stubborn, resourceful. They won't stop until they find her. I just can't get it out of my head that I could have stopped this. She rubbed the back of her neck, needing to work out the tension. I'm scared. Scared I failed her. Margaret pulled her tea bag out of her cup and set it on the saucer. How could you have failed her? I could have listened more, tried to understand what she was going through. This isn't your fault. She made some poor decisions, but in the end, they were just that, her decisions. Margaret shook her head. You're listening to the wrong voice, Ava. Just like Josie. She was listening to the wrong voice. What do you mean? It's something my father always used to ask me. Whose voice are you listening to? God's or fear's? We don't think about it that way, but fear has a voice. What if I can't hear God? Ava shifted in her chair. After everything that had happened, it was so easy to feel lost spiritually. I feel that way too sometimes, Margaret said. But there's one thing I'm trying desperately to hold on to, no matter what's happening around us. God will meet us in our place of struggle, but we have to listen to Him. Girls like Bridget and Josie were likely listening to the fear surrounding them. It's diminished their self-worth, their ability to see the truth, because they're listening to the wrong person.
Ava wanted to hold on to the wisdom in Margaret's words. But when was the last time she'd tried to hear God's voice instead of her own fears?
It's so hard. I feel inadequate in everything I have to do. I know. But every time we tell God we can't go on, that we can't do what we have to do, we're not listening to Him.
Ava turned back to the photo, knowing if he were here today, her father would tell her the same thing.
I recognize my father and Garrett McQuaid. Who are the other two? The man on the far right is my husband, Henry. You probably don't remember him. He's been gone almost 10 years. The man standing next to him is Declan Shannon. The mayor?
Ava's eyes widened.
I didn't even recognize him. He's lost quite a bit of hair since this photo.
Margaret chuckled.
Yes, but the biggest surprise for me is seeing Declan all these years later as mayor. Why is that? You wouldn't have been born yet, but back in the day, both Garrett and Declan fell in love with the same local girl. What happened? Catherine only had eyes for Garrett, which left Declan out in the cold. But as an athlete, everything was a competition for Declan. He hated losing. Anything. I was actually convinced it would end in some kind of physical altercation.
Margaret chuckled.
When he washed out of the police academy, he finally decided to go his own way, and he eventually became successful as a welder. I think becoming mayor was his way of proving to himself and the rest of the town that he was just as capable as a McQuaid. I have to admit that the family is special. They've done an amazing job keeping this town alive. Are you speaking about one of them in particular?
Ava laughed, then took a sip of her tea.
If you mean Levi, he and I have been friends since high school. Close friends. And now he's been one of those blessings in the middle of the storm. Sometimes those blessings, as you call them, turn out to be more than just a good friend. Or at least that's what happened between Henry and me. At some point, our friendship turned into something far deeper. We'd been married for almost 40 years when he passed away. That's amazing. But Levi and I don't know. I would hate for anything to ruin our friendship if things didn't work out. Sometimes it's worth taking a chance for love.
Ava took another sip of tea, not sure how to interpret the unexpected stirring at the older woman's words. Margaret glanced outside.
Would you like to lie down? I can't imagine you're not being exhausted after everything you've gone through.
Ava tried to shrug off the concern.
Levi will be back soon, and I want to know what they found out. Levi will find out the truth.
Margaret's eyes softened.
What if I promise to wake you up as soon as they're back?
Ava nodded. She was exhausted, both mentally and physically. But Levi had stepped in and helped fill the gap. Still, there was nothing more than friendship between them, and never would be. And she liked it the way things were. Levi was safe, trustworthy, and that's the way she wanted to keep things between them. Chapter 14.
Josie, don't scream, but I need you to wake up.
Josie groaned and rolled over onto her back, then felt something press against her mouth. She started to fight.
Stop! It's me, Aubrey.
Josie opened her eyes and looked up at the moonlight coming through the holes in the roof, her head pounding. Where were they?
What do you remember?
Aubrey asked.
Not much.
Josie managed to turn over on her side and saw the wooden pews shoved up against the front of what looked like an old church. At least a dozen girls lay across the wooden floor on mats beside them. She tried to pull up the flickering memories. There was a party, music and food, a fire and screaming girls. And then, nothing. Why couldn't she remember?
They sedated us, but whatever they gave us didn't work as well on me.
Aubrey rushed on.
I don't know how long it's been, but I do know that they brought us here by wagon to this old church. So, where are we?
Josie asked.
Some deserted town.
Aubrey shrugged.
I'm not really sure, but we need to get out of here. How? We don't even know where we are. I know, but I'm scared, Josie.
Acid rose from Josie's stomach as the fragmented memories began to slip into place. She'd wanted to leave that party, afraid there was a connection to the parties and Bridget's death. She'd impulsively pulled a gun on Weston. Josie fought the fog still pressing in.
Are there guards? I saw a couple. They were armed. Then how are we supposed to get out of here?
Josie asked. Aubrey leaned forward and grabbed Josie's shoulders.
Some of the girls have already been here a few days. They told me things. We've been kidnapped to be trafficked.
Josie managed to sit up, ignoring the wave of panic now added to the dizziness. Aubrey couldn't be right. Trafficked girls, sold into slavery. Sex. No, that happened to other people, not her. But girls lay sprawled out on mats beside him. Most of them sleeping, drugged. Some she recognized from last night's party. Some she'd never seen before. But even if they wanted to escape, where would they go? There was no 911, no chopper or search party out looking for him. While the odds of staying here were terrifying, so was getting lost in the desert or running into deadly wildlife. Aubrey tugged on Josie's arm.
You're always the one bragging about the things your father used to teach you about surviving in the desert. Why do you think I'm suggesting we try this?
Josie pressed her fingertips against her temples, wishing she could make all of this go away.
My father taught me how to be prepared. We don't have anything we need to make it out there. And if we stay here?
It still seemed insane. Even if the guards were asleep, what were the chances of them getting out of here without getting caught and making it back to Shadow Ridge?
You know what will happen if they find us,
Aubrey said. Josie nodded. Weston had already made that clear. They'd kill him.
Is there a way out of here besides the front door? Josie asked. There's a couple loose boards in the back of the church. One of the girls who has been here a few days showed me, but she's too terrified to try and escape.
What choice did they have? Leaving was terrifying, but not nearly as terrifying as staying. She looked around the sanctuary, lit only by fragments of moonlight filtering through the holes in the long-neglected planks of wood in the roof and walls. Her parents had taught her that God's Spirit didn't dwell in a building, but instead in the hearts and minds of His faithful followers. But what about her? She hadn't exactly been faithful, lying to her sister and sneaking out at night. One of the girls across the room cried out, then rolled over, silent again. Josie wanted to wake up and have this all be over. Tell Ava that she was sorry for everything. But she might never have the chance to do that again. And the fear was strangling. The antidote to fear is trust. Her father's words surfaced. Easy to remember, but so hard to execute.
What about us, God? Do you even see us here? And if you can see us, will you show us what to do?
Josie wished it was darker when she managed to move one of the loose boards enough to slip out of the sanctuary and into the starlit night. Aubrey had told her everything she could remember from the wagon ride here, enough for an educated guess as to where they might be. She just wasn't sure it was enough. They started out at the back side of the church, along the towering walls. How many times had Josie hiked on desert trails with her father? They'd go for weekends, hike in favorite trails, and spending time studying the stunning views. It had been her playground growing up. She'd always loved the silence and solitude of the desert. The clear night sky hovering above her, or the colorful blooms dotting the desert floor in the sunshine. But this was different. This wasn't the place where she wanted to die.
How are we supposed to figure out which way to go?
Aubrey asked. Josie heard the panic in her friend's voice as they headed toward the edge of town, but refused to give in to fear. She had to focus. Remember what her father had taught her about navigation. Her best guess from Aubrey's description of the terrain was that they had headed south from Shadow Ridge. If she hadn't been drugged, she could have paid more attention. But for now, she was just going to have to go with her gut.
We'll head north, and then hopefully hit the highway. Which way is north?
Josie looked up at the night sky.
Polaris is over the North Pole, so we just have to find it, and we'll know which way is north.
Aubrey frowned.
You make it sound so easy. Find the Big Dipper,
Josie said, pointing to the sky.
Which is there. The 2 stars at the outer edge of the bowl point to the North Star.
Josie drew a line across the sky with her fingers.
It's that bright star.
She made it sound simple, but she had no idea if they were headed in the right direction or if they would end up going in circles. How was she supposed to find the way out of here without any landmarks? What terrified her the most, though, was that she knew what would happen if they didn't find help, or if Weston and the other guys found them first. She wondered what Ava was doing as they started walking. She knew her sister would be frantic. Guilt ratcheted through her over the last words she'd said to her sister. As frustrating as Ava got, she knew her sister loved her and had her best interests at heart. So why didn't she listen to Ava? Why hadn't she stayed home instead of going to that party? All she'd wanted was a little bit of normal, a little bit of fun in the middle of everything. But now her decision might cost her everything.
Do you think we're going in the right direction?
Aubrey asked.
All I see is cactus and scrub brush.
Josie looked up at the stars. They were going north. But what if north was wrong?
Maybe this was a bad idea,
Aubrey said. Josie closed her eyes for a moment. What would her father do if he were here in this situation? She knew he wouldn't panic. He'd tell her that her mind was the most important tool she had to survive. If she panicked, she was going to make bad decisions.
Calm down. Think logically.
Moonlight lit up a path in front of them through the scrub and cactus. Behind them was the mountains. To the left of the valley was a gorge. At least they were putting distance between them and their captors. Best case scenario, they would also find help.
We're fine, Josie said. We just need to keep heading north.
She pressed back the fear and kept walking. Whenever she'd hiked with her father, they made sure they knew the area well. They always had knowledge of roads, rivers, and other landmarks. Those things were still important, but right now their main goal was to get as far away as possible from the men who had kidnapped them. A branch cracked behind them. Josie held up her hand and froze.
Maybe it's just an animal,
Aubrey whispered. A white beam of light reflected off the bark of a tree. This wasn't an animal. Josie grabbed Aubrey's hand and pulled her faster along the makeshift trail. No, they were being tracked. She could hear their footsteps trumping against the gravel. There was a slight ridge up ahead, If they hurried, maybe they could find a place to hide. She flicked away an insect buzzing in her ear and headed for the rocky slope. Below was a dry creek bed. Not the best hiding place, but where else could they go? Sweat dripped down her back as they made their way through the cactus. She'd been worried about the wildlife or getting lost, but the men after them were far more dangerous. Aubrey tripped on a rock and stumbled to the ground, scraping her knee on the rock. Blood seeped through the rip in her pants.
Aubrey, you've got to get up. We can't stop now.
Tears streamed down Aubrey's face.
I don't think I can get up. I twisted my knee.
Aubrey began crying harder, and Josie was terrified that whoever was following would hear him. To save Aubrey, she needed a distraction. Josie turned around and started running the opposite direction. This time, she didn't even try to smother the sound of her steps crashing through the brush. She was going to have to run as if her life depended on it. Because it did. Chapter 15. Darkness had already settled over the ranch when Levi stepped into the house and found Margaret in the kitchen. "How is Ava?"
"She's sleeping in the guest room."
"I'm glad." Levi kissed the woman who'd become more like a second mom on the forehead. "Thank you for watching out for her." Margaret wiped her hands on her apron and smiled up at him.
"You seem quite protective."
"Her sister's missing. She was shot at, and she found a dead body this afternoon. She's been through a lot."
"I know."
A shadow crossed Margaret's face.
"Levi, I'm worried about what's going on in this town. Recent murders, girls missing, and now this."
He shook his head. "I wish I could say everything is under control, but we're doing the best we can."
"I know you are. I also know that your mother would be so proud of you."
Margaret laid her hand on his arm.
"This new world we live in has changed all of us. Some for the worse, some for the better. It's brought this town together like I've never seen in all the years I've lived here. You and your brother were forced to step up into a role I know neither of you wanted or felt prepared for. But God continues to use you, and will as long as you allow him."
Levi hugged Margaret, grateful for her encouragement. "And you've blessed our family in more ways than I can count." Margaret laughed.
"Someone has to keep your father in line."
Levi glanced toward the staircase. "Do you know where he is?"
"He's getting cleaned up. He spent some extra time out with Ranger. He's finally working with him again."
"I'm glad to hear that. For both of them."
"Dinner will be ready in 30 minutes. Tess, Jace, and Deputy Gray will be here as well. We might only have soup and bread, but it's going to feel like a family dinner with everyone at the table."
"What can I do?"
"Nothing. I promised Ava you'd wake her up when you got here."
Levi grabbed a lantern off the table, lit it from one of the candles Margaret was using, then headed out of the kitchen toward the guest room. Shadows flickered on the framed photos lining the hallway. 3 generations of McQuaids had lived in the house where he and his brothers and sisters had grown up. He'd never expected to return, but life had a way of throwing curveballs. Like Ava. He paused in front of the guest room door and pushed back the thoughts he'd found himself fighting more and more lately. Her smile, the way she laughed, how he felt more alive when he was around her. But none of that meant he wanted them to be more than friends. Or did it? He stepped inside, set the lantern on the nightstand, then sat down on the edge of the bed. She looked so peaceful, a part of him wanted to let her keep sleeping. A short reprieve from everything that was happening in the real world. Her eyes fluttered open, and she looked up at him.
Levi?
Good morning, sleepyhead. She glanced at the window and frowned.
What time is it?
Dinner time, actually. Are you hungry?
I don't know. I didn't mean to sleep this long. It's already dark?
Yes, but it's fine. You needed some rest. She propped herself up on her elbows and shook her head.
I kept having a nightmare.
The peaceful expression he'd seen when she was sleeping had vanished. Do you want to tell me about it?
It's the same one I always have.
Her fists tightened.
I'm running across the salt flats, trying to find help. But this time I wasn't alone. Someone was after me.
Levi frowned, searching for what to say. Except he had no answer. He was doing everything he knew to keep the town safe, to keep her safe. He just prayed it was enough.
What happened after I left?
Ava asked. We took Zach's body to town. Had to give the news to his wife.
So more than likely, he died trying to save Bridget.
Yes. He hesitated, not knowing how she was going to react to his next request. I want you to stay here, just until this all is over, and we know who was behind the shooting. Jace and Deputy Gray are coming here for dinner, so we can go through everything again. We have to find the girls. I'll make sure someone watches your house in case Josie returns. She stared past him, into the dark corners of the room, and nodded.
Okay.
I was expecting more pushback from you. She shrugged, but he didn't miss the determined tilt of her chin.
As long as my house is being watched, at least here maybe I can do something.
He squeezed her hand. Dinner's almost ready, and I'd like your input afterward. But first, I'd like to show you something, if you're up to a walk. Dander, one of our mares, just had a foal. A moment later, he grabbed the lantern and led her out of the house toward the barn. The area surrounding Shadow Ridge had always been a phenomenal place to stargaze, as the pin drops of light felt close enough to touch. It's beautiful out tonight.
I think God knew I needed a reminder of his nearness,
she said, staying close to him as they walked in the glow of the lantern.
The stars, the birth of a foal, it's a small sample of God's creativity.
Selena mentioned creativity and your writing, he said as they followed the path to the barn. She was right, you know.
I have been writing some, but it really does seem too frivolous.
What have you been writing? He noticed her hesitation before answering his question.
It's a mixture of sci-fi and futuristic fiction.
Really? He stopped to open the barn door. That isn't what I was expecting. She let out a low laugh, then stepped through the doorway.
I think I needed to create a world as far away from this one as possible. Though I'm finding that even though my story world is light years away, it's really not that different at all. Hero has to save the world. He meets a damsel in distress, battles the villain, and is captured. I guess in a way we're all the same no matter where we're from. Maybe you're right.
He stopped and turned to her. Can I read it?
Maybe someday.
He cocked his head. I'm going to hold you to that. I remember reading some of your stuff in high school. You were good, even back then.
Hopefully my writing has evolved a bit, and maybe we all need something to distract us.
He led her to the corral door, where the foal was standing next to his mother, nursing, and hung the lantern on a hook above him.
Oh, he's adorable.
The baby's Cisco. Tess named him, and the mother's Annie. Ava laughed as she rested her arms on the half door and leaned forward to watch the pair interact.
I know you grew up raising animals, but for me this is new. I mean, a year ago, I never would have imagined my raising anything other than my succulents, which unfortunately are no doubt dead by this time. But now, I've got chickens, rabbits, and a garden. He smiled as he listened to her talk, loved seeing a hint of joy back in her voice. She looked up at him. What? It's just hearing you laugh. It makes me happy. She shoved her hands into her back pockets and turned to face him. I need the reminder sometimes that there are still good things about life. Seeing new life makes me believe there's still hope for this world. The mare came up behind Ava and nuzzled her nose against Ava's cheek, taking her by surprise. Ava stepped forward, then reached out to catch her balance, resting her hands against Levi's chest. Sorry, He caught the blush on her cheeks as she looked up at him. He studied her face, trying to interpret what was passing between them. She was standing close to him, close enough for him to catch the flecks of gold in her eyes, magnified by the lantern, close enough for him to feel the warmth of her breath. She dropped her hands to her sides and stepped back, her attention once again focused on the horses. Do you have any treats for Annie? Yeah. He cleared his throat, then handed her a carrot from the bucket hanging on a hook. Can I ask you a question? Of course. She fed Annie the carrot, then brushed off her pants. He hesitated, knowing he was probably going to regret switching the direction of the conversation. Did you ever think of us dating while we were in high school? Us dating? I don't know. I was way too much of a geek for you. The answer threw him off. What? You really felt that way? Of course. Plus, you were infatuated with Chrissy Myers. Levi frowned. Infatuated might be too strong a word. Obsessed? Seriously? He scuffed the toe of his boot on the barn floor. He knew he'd regret asking, and he'd been right. Why mess with a good thing? Their friendship, well, that was a very good thing. Forget it. Wait. She reached for his arm, then pulled back. Why are you asking? I thought of dating you back then. Really? I almost asked you out to the prom our senior year. He folded his arms across his chest. Chrissy and I had broken up, but I was afraid you'd think I was on the rebound, or feeling sorry for you. Her eyes widened as she caught his gaze. Because I didn't have a date? You did stay home that night. I'll have you know that Gregory Parks asked me out, and you said no. She leaned back against one of the barn posts, but didn't look away. I did. Why? Because he asked assuming I would say yes. He was just so arrogant. Didn't interest me. And I happened to know that he only asked me on a dare. He's the one who missed out then. She hesitated with her answer. I wish you would have asked me. Levi drew in a long, slow breath. They were moving on shaky ground, going to a place they'd always avoided. But now... Do you think things might have changed between us? Would you ever want things to change between us? She asked. Now? His heart pounded at the unexpected shift in their conversation. Ava Solomon was his friend, his best friend, for as long as he could remember. Someone he didn't want to lose if things went wrong. But was that simply an excuse he'd been using to protect his heart? His gaze shifted to her lips. Kissing her right now would be a big mistake. He was sure of that. But if that were true,
Why did he want so badly to do just that? No. Love would change the trajectory of their relationship. And he didn't exactly have time for anything else in his life. Things were fine between them just the way they were. Anything else would be complicated. Levi? Sorry. She'd asked him a question. Would he ever want things to change between them? I don't know. You've always been like a sister to me. A best friend. I agree. Ava shook her head. I think I've always been afraid of losing that. My mom was engaged to her best friend. This was before she met my dad. She told me they broke up a few weeks before the wedding, and they never spoke again. And you thought that might happen to us? I did, and I didn't want to lose you. Besides, the timing has always been off. We've always lived separate lives. It was true. Catching up with her was always great, but there had never really been time to explore anything beyond friendship. But now... Levi? Levi turned around at the sound of his name. Tess stood in the doorway. Sorry to interrupt. Dinner's ready. Thanks, Tess. Levi turned back to Ava. We can talk about this later. I know you're exhausted, and we've both got a lot on our plates. Of course. She took one last look at the horses, then headed out of the barn with Tess. He didn't try to catch up as he shut the barn door behind him, because somehow, at least as far as he was concerned, everything had just changed. Chapter 16. Ava sat on the leather couch and stared at the marker board Jace was setting up in the living room of the ranch house. Dinner had given them all a brief respite from what was going on around them, and for a few minutes had reminded her of when her parents were alive, and they'd come over to the McQuaid house for dinner after church. But nothing could make her forget that Josie was missing, and now 4 people, the 3 girls and Zach, were dead. The fear and gnawing terror in her gut refused to diminish. Josie was her responsibility, and all they had was a handful of information and theories, but no real answers. She glanced around the room lit by lanterns, candles, and the fireplace. The space had changed little since the quake. Cozy couches, colorful throw pillows, shelves of books, and a large window with a panoramic view of the desert and distant mountains, now covered in darkness. Levi and Tess settled in next to her on the long couch, while Gideon and his father Frank sat on the smaller sofa. Deputy Gray walked in behind him with a large mug of coffee and took the recliner. Levi's father had excused himself after dinner, insisting he was worn out after a long day and needed to rest. She hadn't missed the looks between Levi and Jace, who had wanted to include him in the conversation. Garrett McQuaid had been the law in Shadow Ridge, as well as the backbone of this community, for as long as she could remember. But the loss of his wife, career, and physical health clearly continued to take their toll. Jace pinned up the last sketch on the board, recreating the one they'd used at the police station. But this time, she was prepared, or at least as prepared as she could be. Between Josie's disappearance, Levi's unexpected questions about their relationship in the barn, and the fact that she was sitting in on a murder investigation, her mind felt like it was spinning in a million different directions. Who are you listening to? Margaret's question sounded in her head. Gods or fears? Fear or faith? She turned away from the sketches hanging on the board. She could do this. I know this is hard for you especially, Ava, Jace said, stepping away from the board. But we're glad for your input. She nodded, thankful for his sensitivity. While we know it isn't complete, Jace said. "I've included the list of girls at the party that Micah could remember. We spoke to as many families of the girls today as we could, and so far, 11 are missing." The number was lower than she expected, but she feared that number was going to increase over the next few days. "We knew shutting down the schools was going to negatively impact families," Jace said. "Not only the children's education, but also their health and safety. These traffickers know how to take advantage of vulnerable families who are struggling to find resources." Ava shivered, realizing that what they were seeing here was probably just a drop in the bucket.
These children are being forced to take care of things they never had to think about before. Everything that made life easy has been ripped away. There are lots of predators out there, and if it's bad here, think about how it must be in the cities. It's got to be even worse.
"So they go from town to town, targeting vulnerable girls and trying to stay under the radar," Jace said. The enormity of the situation pressed against her chest until she felt like her ribcage was going to burst. These were things she'd never thought about before. She never worried about her sister getting involved with the wrong kids. It hadn't been an issue. But everything was different now in this upside-down world they were living in. "They have an advantage," Jace said. "Everything they do has always been under the radar. Their entire trafficking operation, transporting and distributing the drugs throughout West Texas and beyond. They may have to do a few things differently, but the structure is already there. They can use the same routes for smuggling cocaine, marijuana, black market goods, and girls."
"What about the library?"
Ava asked, trying to make sense of the limited information they had.
"If some of these girls were approached there, someone might have seen something."
"I spoke with Stella and a couple of the volunteers that work with her," Frank spoke up. "None of them remember seeing anything out of the ordinary over the past few weeks." Ava frowned. None of them were there to look for traffickers, but that also made it another dead end. "What about the lowlife we found passed out?" Levi asked. "All we've been able to get out of him is that he was told where to meet for the parties and that he just had to flirt with the girls," Jace said. "In return, he received various incentives, as he called them. I'm pretty sure he doesn't know anything."
"That would make sense," Kellen said.
"The less the underlings know, the better." Ava pulled her legs up under her, then let her shoulders rest against the back of the couch. Not a bad job for an 18-year-old. But there had to have been others at the party who did know something. Those who were moving behind the scenes, specifically looking for girls with a certain profile, and then targeting them. The problem was, though, that they had no real leads. Zach might have seen something, but he was dead. Josie had been in the party house, but there was no trace of where they'd taken her. West Texas covered almost 40,000 square miles of small towns, rugged terrain, mountain ranges, and desert valleys. And there was reason to believe they could already be headed for Dallas or Houston or any number of big cities across the country, knowing there would be no organized search party with helicopters, no drones flying over the vast desert spaces. Her jaw tensed. The men behind the kidnappings had the same disadvantages. So what had they done? They had to be organized. The business cards with their ciphered messages might have been used to invite the girls to the parties, but whoever was behind this had to coordinate the operation. Maybe they weren't asking the right questions. And maybe the answers were right in front of them. "Ava." She glanced up and looked at Jace, who was standing in front of her.
"I'm sorry."
"It's fine. I just wanted to know if you had any other thoughts to add." Ava tried to organize her thoughts. She was here because of Josie. All of this, for her, was personal. As a cryptanalyst, she had a unique way of looking at situations. She just had to find the right piece of evidence, that would lead them to the girls.
I'm trying to work through how Josie and the other girls got involved in this. From the little I know about traffickers, I know they look for the vulnerable, someone they can control and manipulate.
Exactly, Jay said. He folded his arms across his chest. They know how to leverage fear, and everything they do is intentional. Before the quake, traffickers would gain their victims' trust, collect information, and then use that information to manipulate them. They would also typically isolate them, which in turn made them more and more reliant on the trafficker. All that can be done today, Levi said.
But how?
Kellen asked.
Like us, they have no way to communicate. I think that's actually the key, Ava said, still trying to process her thoughts. They have to have a way to communicate.
Like with the business cards? Levi threw out. She nodded, not sure herself where she was going with this, but the cards and the cipher were the one thing she kept coming back to.
They have to be able to communicate with each other, not just with the targeted girls, but with each other. It also makes sense that they would have a contact here in town to help them target the girls.
I think you might be onto something, Jay said. If we figure out how they communicate,
we might be able to track them down, Tess finished.
The fire in the fireplace crackled as Ava got up and walked to the board, stopping in front of the cipher code she'd found in Josie's room. She felt warm. Too warm. This time, though, she wasn't going to panic. If she was going to help find her sister, she needed to stay focused. She pulled the card off the board, then turned around.
As most of you know, before the quake I worked as a cryptographer. I broke codes, looked for patterns. I've always had this gift of seeing beyond what was in front of me. My job was encrypting outgoing information and decrypting incoming information. It means using a lot of math, but you can also use words.
She ran her finger along the edge of the card, then dropped her hands to her sides.
Now, we still need to communicate, but without phones and radios, what can we do?
Some solar radios, Levi said. But for the most part, we have to ride somewhere and talk face to face.
Exactly,
Ava said, praying she wasn't headed down a rabbit hole.
But what if you didn't want to be seen, or anyone else to know what you're talking about? Then what would you do?
Gideon chuckled. Leave ciphered messages that no one can interpret.
That's one way, Ava said. We already know they've done that. We need to think of other old-school ways to communicate.
So, ciphered notes, but what else? Frank asked. Ava turned to him.
I'm thinking they could be using the library as a dead drop.
Frank looked puzzled. A dead drop?
A dead drop is simply a way to pass information between two people by using a secret yet established location, Ava explained. But none of this helps us find these girls, Tess said. None of this answers the question of where they are. We need to intercept one of their messages. We can assume they use wagons to transport the girls, Ava said, feeling as if they were grasping at straws. Drugs to subdue them. They have access to all kinds of black market goods and resources that we don't have. They could be anywhere. Midland, Abilene, Dallas, Chicago for that matter. But something changed at this last party. They didn't just take one or two or even three of them. Why were all the girls, as we assume, taken from that party?
I think that's another key question, Levi said. According to Micah, the girls knew about Bridget's death.
Because of Josie, Ava said. She started putting two and two together and realized that this was not just a party. Our traffickers got spooked and worried that they were about to get raided and decided to take all the girls.
A knock turned everyone in the room's attention to the front door. Jay strode across the room, then put his hand on his sidearm before opening it. A second later, Hope and one of the part-time officers stepped into the living room, with a young woman Ava recognized.
Aubrey?
Hope nodded.
She's one of the girls missing from the party.
Chapter 17. Ava turned as Aubrey walked into the room beside Hope. Her dark, straight hair hung around her shoulders. There were scratch marks on her face, and the coat she wore, probably a borrowed one, was several sizes too big, making her frame seem even smaller. "Tess," Jace said, quickly taking charge of the situation. "Will you take Aubrey into the dining room, please? Ask Margaret to get her something hot to drink and something to eat."
Of course.
Jace turned to Ava. "You know her?"
Yes. She's a friend of Josie's and has been by the house a few times.
"I'd like you to talk to her with me." Jace waited for Tess to take the girl out of earshot, then motioned to Hope. "How is she?"
Physically, she's okay, though she's dehydrated and exhausted. She had to have been walking for hours. What I'm really worried about, though, is that she's been through some kind of trauma. I still don't know what happened out there.
"So she isn't saying anything?"
Not much. She's just repeating over and over that she's sorry, and it was her fault.
"What's her fault?" Ava asked.
I don't know. I ended up staying late at the clinic to do some inventory I keep putting off. A couple who live outside of town found her and brought her in. We don't know where she's been, and I haven't been able to get much out of her.
Ava glanced across the room, where the girl sat at the kitchen table, downing a glass of water.
If they were together, she has to know where Josie is.
Ava looked back at Levi, then followed Jace into the kitchen. She drew in a deep breath as she sat down next to Aubrey, while Jace sat across from them.
Aubrey, you remember me? I'm Josie's sister.
Aubrey nodded as she stared at her nails, most of which were chewed down.
I know you're scared, and I don't blame you. You've been through a lot. But you're safe now.
Ava waited for the girl to take another sip of her drink.
I know you were at the party outside town. You're not in trouble, but we need to find the other girls. There are other girls, aren't there?
Aubrey hesitated, then nodded as a silent tear slid down her cheek.
Was Josie with you? It's my fault Josie's in trouble,
Aubrey said, as the tears continued to fall.
I'm the one who invited her to come out to the party and told her it would be fun. But I swear I didn't know what they were planning to do. I thought we'd get a little drunk. Forget about everything. Josie's been so stressed lately. I thought it might be good for her. I know this is hard, Ava said. But everything you tell me and Officer McQuaid about that party will help us find those girls. Okay?
Tess set a sandwich down in front of her, along with a tissue box. Aubrey blew her nose, then pressed her lips together for a moment.
Everything was fine. At first, anyway. There was all kinds of food, stuff we haven't seen for months. And there was this guy. He seemed really into Josie. Had you ever seen him before? No. I knew a lot of the girls, but not the guys. They said they were from out of town and just looking for some fun. But then...
She started crying, harder this time.
Aubrey.
Ava reached out and squeezed the girl's hands.
Take a deep breath. Good. Now take another one. There you go.
Ava glanced over at Jace, wondering if it might be better to switch subjects for a moment.
Aubrey, I know you're scared. What about your family? Can you tell me where you live so someone can go get your parents? My family's gone.
Gone?
They'd left for a few days to see my aunt and uncle. It was Uncle George's 50th birthday, but I convinced them to let me stay home. They were planning to be back for Christmas."
Her words were like a punch to Ava's gut. How could she not have known this girl had been on her own?
"Why didn't you tell me? You could have stayed with us." "It was easier not to tell people," she said, crying silently. "So you've been on your own all this time?" "I typically couch surf at different friends' houses, but no one wants another mouth to feed. I'm not the only one. There's some kids I knew from high school. We hang out in abandoned houses. There's always alcohol and drugs, but mainly we just hang out. This one guy showed up a few weeks ago. He was cute. He flirted with all the girls, but somehow he made each of us feel like we were special to him. He invited me one night to this underground party. It was invitation only, though he said I could bring a friend. Said he would have a surprise for me if I came, and promised me plenty of food. He said there were a lot of other kids my age who would be there, and I was so lonely."
"Do you know who he was?" Ava asked.
"No, I'd never seen him before."
Aubrey's hand shook as she took another sip of her hot drink. The girl had been through so much, but Ava still needed answers about Josie.
"What about my sister?"
Ava asked.
"She came with me to the party. Everything was okay at first, but then things went wrong. Josie started freaking out. She was going on and on about a dead girl, and said we had to leave because the guy, the one throwing the party, had killed someone. I thought she'd drunk too much. I told her I wasn't leaving. But in the end, she was right." "What happened next?" "They pulled out guns and girls started screaming. A couple of them fainted. That's when they forced us all into a wagon and then drugged us with something. Next thing I knew, we were in some ghost town in the middle of nowhere." "What about Josie? Where is she now?" "I don't know where she is."
Aubrey was crying again as Ava leaned forward.
"What do you mean?" "I woke her up last night. All the other girls were asleep or still drugged, and it was quiet. I heard one of the men say that they were going to move the camp. Said the authorities were getting too close, and they couldn't take any chances. So I convinced Josie that we needed to run."
Ava didn't even try to stop the bubbling panic.
"Then where is she?" "I don't know."
Aubrey took another tissue and blew her nose again.
"We ran, but I fell. Banged up my knee pretty bad. They must have had scouts who saw us. She started running away from me, trying to distract them."
Ava glanced at Levi, waiting for the girl to continue. But every minute they sat here at the kitchen table meant another minute Josie was in danger.
"Aubrey, I need you to listen carefully. No one is blaming you. These men were clearly manipulating you. But we need your help, and we need to move quickly."
Jace came around the other side of the table, pulled out a chair, and sat down. "Do you know where they were holding you? Or can you at least describe where you were?" Aubrey's hand shook, but she nodded.
"It was quiet. I mean, it's quiet here without cars, but it felt like we were at the edge of the world. We got there before the sun came up, but the moon was bright, and I could see through the slats in the sides of the wagon."
"What did you see?" Jace asked.
"Cactus. Lots and lots of cactus."
"What else?"
"I don't know. I saw an old water tank, and a few buildings. Most had windows that were either busted or boarded up."
"Sounds like one of the old ghost towns." Jace tapped his fingers against the table. "Water tanks had to be for refueling the steam engines. We've got to find a way to narrow it down."
"Do you have any idea how long it took you to get there?"
Ava asked. Aubrey shrugged.
"I was in and out of it, so I don't know. It was late when we left the house and still dark when we got there. I'm sorry. It's okay. How many guards were there? I only saw a couple, but they had guns. They made sure we all knew what they did to girls who tried to run away. Like Bridget? She nodded. But you still left. I decided being dead was better than staying in that nightmare. Aubrey. Ava hesitated. We believe they had to be using someone from Shadow Ridge to help invite the girls and find the empty houses. She shook her head. I don't know. I need you to think. Maybe someone you went to school with. Someone a few years older? Maybe someone you saw at the party. Now that I think about it, there was one guy I recognized. Aubrey set her drink down. He was older than me, but I remember him from the basketball team at the high school. His name was Philip. Philip Slater.
Chapter 18. The sun was just rising above the horizon when Levi pounded on Philip Slater's door. Jace and Kellen stood right behind him, while Frank and Ava waited across the street. Jace had promised Ava she could be there when they spoke to Philip, and while Levi questioned her involvement and safety, he knew she'd proven herself both invaluable to the investigation and strong enough emotionally to handle things. He glanced back at the front yard that hadn't been tended to for months and was full of dandelions, ground ivy, thistles, and trash. If the information they had was right, Philip was living in his parents' home after both passed away 6 months ago. He'd done odd jobs in town until the quake. As far as they knew, he'd never participated in any of the community services or programs the town offered since then. It wasn't hard to imagine how he'd slipped under the radar, or how he'd ended up on the wrong side of the law. Levi banged on the door again, his sidearm drawn. Still no answer. Philip Slater? Police. We need to speak to you now. Levi strode to the other end of the porch. The house next door was just as neglected and looked empty, with no signs of outdoor cooking fires or laundry hanging on the line. I see movement, Kellen said. Someone's in there. I'll head around back, Levi said, quickly jumping the baluster before heading for the gate that led into the backyard. He heard the back door slam shut as he raced into the yard, and a moment later Philip bolted across the yard in front of him. Philip, Levi shouted. Stop now! Police! Levi quickened his pace as Philip disappeared around the corner of a large shed toward the back alleyway and slipped out of view. Where did he think he was going? There were no cars to make a getaway. He would get caught. If Levi hadn't been convinced of his guilt before, he definitely was now. Levi followed him into the alleyway, quickly bridging the distance between them, then tackled him to the ground. A moment later, Philip Slater lay sprawled out on the ground in front of Levi. Jace stepped through the back gate, looked down at their suspect, then to Levi. You okay? I'm fine. Our suspect here, though, not so much. Philip groaned as he tried to roll over onto his back. Levi ignored the whines and quickly handcuffed him before marching him back to the house. Inside, the house was piled with trash and smelled like urine. Jace sat Philip down at the kitchen table, then opened the curtains, letting light from the window flood the space. This might explain things, Kellen said. Look over here. Levi's jaw dropped as he made his way across the filthy kitchen and dining room that opened up to the living room, where warehouse-type foods were stacked in piles. Bulk crackers, cookies, coffee, Pop-Tarts, dog food, canned goods, and alcohol. Payments. Levi pushed back the nausea as he strode to the front door to signal Ava and Frank to join them. Seeing the evidence firsthand was sickening, because they'd been right. Philip had been receiving payment for the trafficking of girls. What kind of person did that? Ava walked into the house behind Frank as Jace set a box of Pop-Tarts and a jar of moonshine in front of Philip. Looks like you've got quite a stash. Jace sat down across from Philip. Not only are you in possession of what is probably black market goods, but the production of moonshine is still very much illegal. Philip jerked on the handcuffs. I've heard the two of you McQuaid brothers tend to overstep your authority, but arresting me because I have Pop-Tarts in my pantry. We don't care about the Pop-Tarts, though we might care about this. Kellen held up a plastic bag of little round pills that had been lying on the kitchen counter. We still have a few portable drug test kits back at the station that will tell us exactly what this is. They look like oxycodone, but we've started finding large quantities of illegally manufactured fentanyl produced to look like oxycodone. There's nothing illegal about a pain reliever. Levi braced his arms against the table and stared at Philip, his anger growing. What about trafficking girls? Is that still illegal? Philip looked away. I have no idea what you're talking about. Levi caught the sneer on the man's face as Jace stepped up to the table beside him. I suppose you could be the kind of person who's very frugal and has rationed out his stuff for the last year. It's possible. Except then there's this. Jace slid sketches of the dead girls across the table in front of Philip. Philip sat back. Whoa! What happened to them? Looks pretty obvious to me. Their hands were bound and their throats slit. Blood drained from the man's face, leaving his skin a pasty white. I might have done a few sketchy things, but I didn't have anything to do with murder. You were at a party this week, Levi said, at the Red Oak Ranch. We have a witness that can confirm you were there. Witnesses lie. This one didn't. Listen, like I said, I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't have anything to do with murdered girls. The food came from a friend. He was coming through town and dropped it off for me. And yes, he might have left me some illegal moonshine, but times are hard. I'm not the only one who's been drinking to forget this past year. Tell us more about your friend. Is he involved in trafficking girls? Jace asked. I wouldn't know. Here's the thing you need to know. We live in a different world now. With no working judicial system, it's up to the law in each town to make those decisions. And here in Shadow Ridge, I'm the law. I'm not afraid of you, or any of you McQuaids. What are you going to do? Lock me up in your clown jail until this is all over? Philip laughed. Now that I think about it, that wouldn't be a bad idea. I wouldn't have to worry about where my next meal was coming from. Jace sat down and caught Philip's gaze. We might be isolated and off the beaten track, but my hands aren't totally tied. Did you hear about the Buffalo Riders who were recently arrested for robberies and 2 murders? What does that have to do with me? They were sent to work in the salt mines east of here. And trust me, that's no clown jail. Hold on. What are you talking about? Salt mines are physically challenging and tedious. Mining salt isn't exactly a job people are jumping up to do. But we need salt, and the system of using prisoners to do the dirty work is working pretty well. I don't believe you. I already have enough against you to send you there for a very long time. And if you don't cooperate and give me the information I want, I can make sure you never get out. You're barking up the wrong tree. Then why did you run? Levi asked, stepping closer to the table. What would you do if someone started banging on your door and yelling police? I would open the door, Jace said, especially if I was innocent. Innocent or not, you can't just come into my house like this.
You don't have a search warrant." "Oh, we can in this situation," Levi said. "Girls are being targeted to be sold on the black market. And you're going to tell me who's behind it." "I don't know who's behind it. I was just supposed to spread the word about parties." Philip let out a sharp huff. "I kept things under the radar because most of the girls were underage, and alcohol was served. But I never thought anyone was going to get hurt. It was supposed to be fun." Jace leaned forward. "It's not turning out to be fun for these missing girls, is it?" Philip looked away without answering, clearly anxious at the pressing line of questioning. "Why a cipher code for the invitations?" Levi asked. Philip hesitated for a moment before responding. "For one, it kept the messages secret from those we didn't want to know about the parties. And the girls, they're bored, wanted some fun. The cipher code added a layer of suspense and mystery. We gave them enough clues so they could figure it out. And they loved playing along." "And in return, what did you get?" Philip jutted his chin toward his stash. "You see what's in the place. Food, alcohol, and drugs. It was an easy job." Levi frowned. If the man felt any guilt at all, there was no trace of it in his voice. "Did you ever think about what was happening to those girls?" Philip shifted in his chair. "I just helped the parties. What happened to the girls? I had nothing to do with that. I never asked." "You never questioned the fact that people were paying you to recruit young girls, even underage girls, to come to your parties?" Kellen asked. "I took my pay, and at the end of the party, I walked away." Levi tried to rein in his anger. "At a minimum, we can connect you to 2 murders. "You're not listening." Philip leaned forward, his voice rising. "I had nothing to do with murder or anything that happened to those girls." "Then tell us what you do know, like who you work for." Philip clenched his teeth and looked away. "First, you have to understand that this past year has been hard. I had nothing to eat, little to no clean water. I was desperate. There are community provisions and resources we've put in place if you need help." Philip just shrugged. Jace folded his arms across his chest, clearly not buying the excuse. "Who hired you?" Philip looked past Jace, where Ava was going through a pile of papers on the desk. "What is she doing? She can't just go through my stuff." "She's working with us, and yes, she can," Jace countered. "Who hired you?" I was approached by a couple men." "Do you know their names?" "No, I never asked." "Seems a bit fishy, don't you think?" "They offered me food, alcohol, pretty much whatever I wanted. All I had to do was get bored, lonely girls to attend their parties. It was easy. I graduated a couple years ago. People know me from the basketball team. There were plenty of girls frustrated with everything that's been going on and looking for some fun." "We have evidence they were using these parties, as you call them," Jay said, "to target girls. Girls in particular who were off the radar, vulnerable, and who wouldn't be missed." Philip shifted in his seat, clearly uncomfortable with the direction the conversation was going. "If that's what they were doing, I certainly never knew." "So you believe they were just feeling generous?" Levi asked, done controlling his anger. "Girls are dead. Others are missing. We need to find them. How do they contact you?" "Hold on." Philip started tapping his foot. "If they killed those girls, what do you think they'll do to me if they find out I've been talking to the authorities?" "What do you think they're going to do with the rest of the girls they have?" "I told you," Philip said, interrupting Levi. "I only invited them." Levi frowned. They were going in circles, but as far as he was concerned,
The man was just as guilty as the rest of them. Their focus right now had to be finding the girls. Ava walked back to the table with a worn book in her hand, then sat down in one of the empty chairs. "Wuthering Heights," Ava said, setting the book on the table. "Somehow I didn't peg you as someone who reads classic literature." Philip just pressed his lips together. She shook the book upside down, and a piece of paper fell out onto the table. "What is this?" Philip shrugged. Levi picked up the paper that had numbers and dashes on it, then looked back at Philip. "Answer her question." "It's nothing," Philip said. "Oh, it's not nothing," Ava said. "Here's the thing. I know a lot about ciphers, and while it seems a bit cloak and dagger, it would help keep things under the radar." "Can you decipher it?" Levi asked. "He already has, actually." Levi turned the paper over. "You're right. According to the scribbled translation, shutting down SR. Authorities too close. Meet us at Faraday Springs." "That's a ghost town," Jay said. "Off the main road, with a few derelict buildings still standing." "And would explain the packed bag by the door," Kellen said. "Sounds like our Mr. Innocent was planning on joining our traffickers." "So you were planning to run," Levi said, turning back to Philip. "Yes. No," Philip stuttered. "I hadn't decided. But they've been spooked. Don't count on them staying in one place very long. In fact, there's a good chance they're not in Faraday Springs anymore." Levi turned to Jace, believing for once that the man was telling the truth. "If they've left, we're going to have to track them. We need to ask Dad for help." "Garrett McQuaid?" Kellen asked. "He's the best tracker around." "I know your father's skills, but I thought he didn't want anything to do with law enforcement anymore." "He doesn't," Jay said. "But we're going to have to find a way to change his mind. Kellen, take Philip in, then start rounding up a posse, and I'll go talk to Dad." "I think we should both go," Levi said. "You know this is probably a hopeless cause," Jay said, as they headed for the door. "Then we'd better figure out a way to convince him." Levi's father had always been the strongest man he'd ever known. A bullet might have slowed him down, but Levi still had faith that one day his father would be back, leading the town's law enforcement as he had for as long as Levi could remember. But today, it was going to take a miracle to get Garrett McQuaid back out there again. Their father was sitting on the back veranda, drinking coffee and eating a sandwich while reading a Louis L'Amour novel, when Levi and Jace arrived at the ranch. Ranger slept at his feet. His father had lost weight since the shooting. His hair had completely grayed, and the creases in his forehead seemed more pronounced. But Levi would still take his dad over any other man for a job like this. "It must be something serious to bring both my boys out to the ranch," he said without looking up. Levi glanced at his brother before responding. "We need your help." "We've gone over this before." He set his book on the table, took a sip of his coffee, then held the mug in his hands. "I'm not going back to work. I'm done with that life." "Just hear us out," Jay said. 4 people are dead, including 3 girls, and others are missing. The 2 of you have plenty of skills. Or talk to Sheriff Estrada. He's got resources." "He doesn't have the skills you have when it comes to tracking," Levi said, not ready to give up the fight. "You want me involved in one of your search parties?" "Bridget Quinn was from here in Shadow Ridge. She went to the local high school and was in the drama club. She was found murdered on Diego Chavez's ranch." His father's gaze narrowed. "I'm sorry." "That's not all.
We've connected her death to a human trafficking ring that more than likely is being run by one of the drug cartels. You boys don't understand. Even if I wanted to, this leg of mine isn't going to cooperate. My days of chasing down outlaws has long passed. Levi leaned on one of the wrought iron chairs. I know you've been out riding more, working to build up your strength. Around here, on the ranch, not on the trail for hours. Besides, Ranger's out of practice, and I'd just slow you down. His father's voice rose. No matter how many times I explain this to you two, you don't get it. Here's the bottom line, Jay said. We need you. This town needs you. You don't need me to track them down, and this town is doing fine without me. He set his mug down, wiped his mouth, then threw the napkin onto his plate of half-eaten food. You and your men just tracked down the Buffalo Riders, and without any modern tech or large-scale manhunts, I might add. This is different, Levi said. Why? Because we're dealing with an entirely different beast. They know how to cross through here and disappear. Chasing down the Buffalo Riders was child's play compared to this. Those men took advantage of the grid going down and the growing demand for black market items. But we believe we're dealing with drug runners who have been crossing this desert for decades. And you, more than anyone I know this place. Do you have any idea even what direction they went? Levi pulled out the map they'd marked up and set it on the table in front of him. According to our source, they took the girls to Faraday Springs. Our fear, though, is that they won't be there long. It's even possible they're already moved on. And once they're gone, they're gone. So all you really have are assumptions and educated guesses. Levi glanced at his brother, wishing his father wasn't quite so stubborn. Our evidence is a little more solid than that, but it is possible we're heading out on a wild goose chase. Okay. Levi took a step back at his father's response. Wait, that's it? Okay. His father stood up, then tugged on the bottom of his gray t-shirt. You come out here to ask for my help, and then act surprised when I say yes? Yes. No. Levi had no idea how to respond. We'll work in teams, so we'll have more eyes on the ground. I'll take Ranger, but no one is to give directions to him except me. A slight limp was noticeable as their father headed into the house. Let's go. We've got some girls to find. Chapter 19. Ava pulled back gently on the reins of her horse, then peered into the shadows. They'd been riding steadily for hours toward the town that by car would have taken a fraction of the time to get there. Every sound of the terrain around them seemed to echo in the underbrush. She searched the sparsely wooded area for movement, anything that stood out. More than likely, though, it would be just an animal. Even with the increased hunting over the past year, deer, wild pigs, and other wildlife still abounded in this area. Ava? She turned around and saw Levi riding toward her. She'd been unaware of how much she'd veered off from the group. Sorry, I thought I heard something. He stopped next to her, the lines on his forehead marking his worry. You need to stay closer to the group. It's possible they have scouts. She glanced again toward the trees and felt a cold shiver slide down her spine. The varied terrain went on for what seemed like forever, with canyons and rock formations perfect for hiding. Miles of windswept desert surrounded rugged and remote forested slopes, with thickets of oak and juniper. Already the altitude was rising, and it was getting colder. Somewhere out here, in this remote wilderness, was her sister, and more than likely dozens of other girls.
and this might be their only chance to rescue him. A rustling noise in the distance shifted her attention again. This time she was sure she heard something.
"There's something out there, Levi."
"I know. I heard it too." He clicked on his radio. "Jace, Ava and I are about 100 yards behind you. I'm checking something out." His radio crackled. "Copy that," Jace said. "We'll hold our position in case you need backup." Her uneasiness rose as they followed a short trail west toward the sun that had already begun its descent. She smelled the musky-scented blast of the javelina before she saw it. A second later, it ran across the trail ahead of them. She looked around, knowing if there was one of the pig-like creatures here, there would probably be more. Her father had once counted over 20 in a herd that were binging on prickly pear cactus. While they were typically not dangerous, she had no desire to tangle with him or one of his buddies. She turned to Levi, but just then, her horse reared backward. Her adrenaline spiked as she fought to grab the saddle horn, but instead lost her grip and fell hard onto the ground on her back. Her vision blackened. Trying to catch her breath, she knew she needed to move so she didn't end up getting trampled by a spooked horse. But her body refused to obey. Pain shot through her as someone grabbed her arm and jerked her off the ground. She tried to scream, but they put their hand across her mouth and gripped her arm harder. Ava tried to pull away, desperate to find Levi. She looked around as her vision started to come back into focus. She could see at least 3, and they were all armed, and one had his weapon aimed at Levi. Her body ached from the fall, but she knew these men intended to do far more damage than a fall off a horse would. She stomped as hard as she could on her captor's foot, which brought about a yelp and a relaxed grip, but only for a moment. She tried to pull away, but a second man stepped in front of her and backhanded her across the face. "Leave her alone," Levi shouted. "We've got a whole team searching for you. You're outnumbered and outgunned." "Not sure that matters," the man who was clearly in charge fired back. "Now that I have the 2 of you, I have some leverage." He started barking orders at the other men. Ava caught Levi's gaze, desperate for a way out of this. Jace and the other men weren't far ahead. Surely they'd heard something, or would wonder when Levi didn't respond. The man stomped on Levi's radio, breaking it into a dozen pieces. Another tied Ava's arms in front of her. She wanted to fight back and take her chances running, but with the sights of one rifle aimed at her and another at Levi, taking that risk seemed pointless. And from the hardness in the men's eyes, she had no doubt they wouldn't hesitate to shoot them. She'd seen Bridget's dead body, a girl who'd been nothing more than a product in their pipeline. One who, for whatever reason, was considered expendable. Their leader hoisted her up onto one of the horses in front of Levi, then ponied the horses together. She managed to grab onto the saddle horn as they headed out. She could feel Levi's breath against her neck, and the warmth of his chest against her back. Adrenaline still ran through her, and her heart raced as her body and mind searched for an escape. They needed a plan, but they were quickly moving away from the search party. By the time the others figured out they were gone, they could be miles away. Levi leaned forward and whispered into her ear, "Are you okay? You took quite a fall." She glanced at the other riders, but no one seemed to be paying attention to him. "I'll be sore tomorrow, but I don't think anything's broken." "We're going to find a way out of this, Ava. My brother and father are out there, along with Ranger and the others. They'll find us." She leaned back against Levi, feeling the warmth of his chest against her back, while struggling to keep her balance as the horse's gait picked up, and they sped across the grassland. She tried to slow her breathing and manage the panic. She wanted to close her eyes and pretend Levi was holding her somewhere safe. Except she wasn't sure anywhere was safe in this world anymore. So much had been lost.
"Whose voice are you listening to?"
The question Margaret had asked her repeated over and over in her mind. Josie had been listening to the wrong voice. It had led her to make choices that in the end could potentially cost her life.
"But this is different, God. How am I not supposed to be terrified?"
She felt Levi pressing against her. She knew his mind was working to come up with a plan. He'd had months of training in law enforcement, but this was probably a situation he'd never imagined. It was one thing for someone in law enforcement to be kidnapped and taken hostage, but with no way to communicate and without the resources to conduct an effective search, all bets were off. She reined in her troubled thoughts. No, Faith had a voice. God had not forgotten her. She just had to keep listening and trusting. The sun dropped closer to the horizon as they came up to the edge of a town. She had no idea where they were, or if they were anywhere close to the town they had theorized the girls were in. No idea if help was around the corner, or if they were completely on their own. A worn sign stood faded along the side of the road, so faded that all she could read was the word, "Welcome." The old mining town had been abandoned years ago. She could smell smoke from what she assumed was cooking fires. Buildings were derelict, paint peeled off from decades beneath the desert sun, and weeds pressed into cracks on the pavement. This was the perfect hiding place. Remote, rugged, with almost no chance that the girls would try to escape. Anyone who lived in West Texas knew the dangers of the desert without the proper preparation. Without water, shelter, and food, becoming lost could quickly become a death sentence. The fact that Aubrey had managed to make it back to Shadow Ridge was a true miracle. A man with a dark beard and tattoos strode up to them as they came to a stop. "What took you so long? I had planned to move again today." "Hunting takes patience," one of the men answered, the irritation clear in his voice. "Got us a turkey and a mule deer." "And almost ran into a bit of trouble," another man said. "Discovered there's a search party after us, but they were heading in the direction of Faraday Springs. We grabbed these two, in case we needed some kind of leverage." One of them pulled Ava down from the horse. "What do you want to do with him?" The tattooed man looked her up and down with a slight smile on his lips. "We can always use her." Panic was back. It couldn't end here. The girls had to be nearby. They just needed the search team to find him. She looked at Levi, wishing she could read his mind. Half a dozen armed men now encircled them. Beyond this town were miles and miles of nothing. They could wait for a chance to overtake the men, but that seemed impossible. Panic started bubbling in her gut again. Of all the scenarios that had run through her mind over the last year, this had never been one of them. How had human trafficking managed to survive the quake? How could man's lust for flesh be so strong and destructive? "Take her to the warehouse," the bearded man said. "But get rid of him. We don't need any witnesses left here. We'll leave first thing in the morning. The sooner we make it to Dallas, the sooner we can get rid of these girls." The man turned to Ava. "If I were you, I'd try to get some sleep. Tomorrow's going to be a long day." "Your man was right about the search party," Levi said, as they started leading him away. "And by the look of this ragtag group, you're going to be way outnumbered once they track you down. Which they will." The bearded man crossed his arms over his chest and laughed, Is that supposed to be some kind of threat? Something to scare me?" He pressed his fingers around Ava's chin and moved close enough to her that she could smell the alcohol on his breath. "Your search party won't find us. They have no idea where we are. Which is too bad for you, since there are some willing to pay for older ones. Especially ones like you, who still have a lot of spirit left in 'em." He started pulling her down the street. She turned around, trying to see where they were taking Levi. But they'd taken him the opposite direction, behind one of the buildings. She started praying that he would find a way to escape, that they would find the girls, and that she and Levi would be able to get them to safety. The man opened the door of a building that looked like an old warehouse, gave her a shove, and closed the door behind her. She stumbled but caught herself before falling. When her eyes adjusted to the dark, she could see some girls sleeping on the ground. She waited a moment for the guy to move away from the building before calling for her sister.
"Josie?" she whispered loudly. "Josie, are you here?"
Nothing. Just the stirring of a few of the girls.
"Josie? Ava?"
Ava fumbled through the dark, found her sister, then grabbed her and pulled her close.
"What are you doing here?"
Josie asked.
"I thought I'd never see you again."
She pulled Josie closer.
"Help me hear your voice, Jesus, and not just the voice of the enemy. Shine the light into the shadows around us."
Tears mingled with the words of her prayer as she prayed this wouldn't be their last night alive. A gunshot ripped through the darkness.
"Levi?"
Ava swallowed back the panic. She knew these men wouldn't hesitate to kill anyone who got in their way. But she couldn't lose him. She hadn't told him she loved him. Loved him? She pushed the thought away and turned back to her sister. All she could think about right now was finding a way to get these girls to safety.
"There's a search team, Josie,"
Ava whispered.
"but they think you're at Faraday Springs. The men got spooked and moved us. I think we're headed to Dallas."
Ava sat back against the hard floor as the voice of the enemy pressed in. The men were right. No one knew where they were. No one was coming for them. Chapter 20. Ava couldn't think about what might have happened to Levi as she knelt down in front of a sobbing Josie. Somehow she was going to have to find a way to get all these girls to safety.
"I'm so sorry,"
Josie said for the 100th time.
"I know I made some stupid choices, and now I've gotten you into all of this. You know what these people do? We figured it out, but we're not going to let that happen. Not to you. You don't understand. You can't stop them. There's no way out of here, and even if there were, there are armed men everywhere." "Aubrey is safe," Ava said, hoping the news would calm her sister. "She made it to Shadow Ridge. She's part of the reason we were able to find you."
Josie just stared at her through her tears.
"Did they hurt you?"
Ava asked. Josie shook her head.
"They never knew I left. I could have ended up like Bridget,"
Ava said, barely above a whisper. Josie nodded.
"I've been talking to one of the girls. She said they dragged Bridget back to the wagon, then killed her right in front of them all. It was a warning that there's no way out."
Ava pulled her closer.
"I know you're scared, but we have to leave. And all these girls, we have to get them out of here. It's not going to be easy. I heard they hold the girls until they get enough from the surrounding towns, mainly girls they think won't be missed, then move them on wagons across the state. By the time the authorities figure out what's going on, they're long gone. They have houses set up in big cities. Some girls are used as slaves. Most are used as prostitutes. A lot of these girls have been raped. And you? Ava asked, terrified of the answer. They've been focused on getting us to Dallas, putting us momentarily off their radar. But that, Josie's voice shook, that could change. Exhaustion seeped through her, but Ava knew if they were going to run, they had to make a plan before daybreak. The guards would be tired now. Hopefully most of them were sleeping, and they wouldn't be expecting them to run. There were wagons on the property. She'd seen some horses coming in. If they could figure out how to create a distraction. But how? Ava tapped her fingers against her leg. She couldn't count on the search party. She had no idea where they were, or if Garrett McQuaid really would be able to track them. And Levi. Her mind blocked the searing pain that followed. She couldn't count on him either. She'd heard the gunshot, which meant they were on their own. She pressed back the fear. God had met David at the battlefront, Daniel in the lion's den, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego in a fiery furnace. And he cared about these girls. Help me find a way out of here, God. Ava pressed her fingertips to her temples. More than likely they kept the fires going at night, both for food and warmth. She had no weapons or ammo, but a fire could give them the distraction they needed. Ava turned back to her sister. I want you to listen to me very carefully. We're going to need the element of surprise, so we're going to have to move while it's still dark. I'm going to come up with some kind of noisy distraction. You gather the girls together, and when you hear the noise, head northwest. Is there a way out of this building besides the door I came in? There's a second one behind us. It's not locked, but they don't expect any of us to leave. Where would we go? Good. Ava squeezed her hand. At my signal, get the girls out of here and as fast as you can, and don't stop. I don't know, Ava. If they find us, you know what they'll do. And if you stay, you know what they'll do to you. To all of these girls. Josie nodded, then pressed her hand to her chest. Okay, I'll do it. Ava headed for the back of the building, with Josie following, wishing she had more time to plan. But they needed the cover of darkness. Remember when Daddy taught us those owl calls? Josie nodded again. That's how we'll find each other. Just keep the girls together. Ava zipped up her jacket. Temperatures were continuing to drop. She pulled open the door, then glanced up at the sky, wishing clouds would cover up the bright stars. But there was nothing she could do. She was going to have to move quickly. While Ava had never enjoyed cooking, her mother had taught her a few things, like what to do in case of a grease fire. Never throw water on it. If she could find their cooking fires, the coals should still be hot. All she needed was a bucket of oil heated up, some water to fuel the flame, and she could create her own grease fire. She moved quietly to her right. The buildings on this street in town were old, and it wouldn't take much to set the whole place on fire. Ava continued her ongoing prayer as she slipped down the row of buildings, making sure she stayed in the shadows. Josie had told her that she thought the cooking area was about 100 yards to the right, in an open space, where a building had been torn down. She'd been impressed with her sister, gathering bits of information in hopes of escaping. Her sister's attempted escape had to have been traumatizing, and it had been only by the grace of God that she managed to return without getting caught. But she couldn't let her mind wander into what-ifs. She had a job to do. The lives of the girls were in her hands right now.
She rounded the corner of a building and caught sight of the open fire, its orange coals still flickering in the night. In the light of the moon, she could see supplies stacked up on the far side of the open space. No doubt these men had stormed warehouses and stores at the beginning of the quake in order to get this stash of goods. Ava stopped in front of the fire. One of the things she'd learned was to keep the fire burning by covering the wood with ash. The coals would keep burning and heating the wood, but the ash created a slower burn. From what she could see, this was exactly what they had done. She started looking for leftover oil. With supplies rationed, being wasteful wasn't an option, which meant there had to be leftover oil lying around here somewhere. Her foot snapped on a twig, and she froze. Shadows moved in the distance on the main street. If one of the guards had heard something. She backed up, pressing her spine against the brick wall. Whatever happened, she could not get caught. She crouched down behind a barrel and held her breath. A guard walked toward the fire and picked up a stick before looking around. He poked at the fire a few times, stirring up the golden ashes and embers, looked around again, and then holstered his gun and went back to the street. Ava let out a sharp breath of relief, then quickly glanced through the supplies, looking for what she needed. A large jug of water sat nearby. She assumed that was in case the fire got out of control. Next to it was several baskets of food, mainly rice and beans, and in an old bucket she found the oil. She grabbed an iron pot, set it on the fire, and added a few pieces of kindling to the fire pit. She poured the oil into the pot, then stood back, waiting for it to get hot. She had no idea what time it was, but except for a few voices, the camp was quiet. She stared at the pot, watching for signs that the oil was getting hot. The first wisps of smoke finally appeared. Ava pulled the water closer to her. She was going to have to work fast. There was plenty of wood around the dry kindling that would help stoke the fire if she needed it, a situation that was already an accident waiting to happen. As soon as the fire started, she'd just need to feed it with the water. She refused to think of all the things that could go wrong, refused to second-guess her decision, refused to think about what they'd done to Levi, because her heart couldn't take it. Her only goal at the moment was to get the girls to safety. When the flames appeared inside the pot, Ava counted to 5, and then threw the water on top of the fire. Flames burst out of the pot. Ava stumbled backward, waited for the fire to catch the dry kindling and start spreading, then ran. Josie heard the shouting. She nodded at the girls huddled around her. It hadn't been easy to convince them to come with her. Some had seen Bridget murdered. Some of them had been raped. All of them were terrified. And they had every reason to be. Josie hurried them through the back door, then stepped out into the darkness. She looked back and caught the glow of the fire in the distance. Orange flames were already licking at the roof of one of the buildings. Men were shouting, trying to put out the fire. The fast-moving flames would keep them occupied for the moment, but soon, someone would decide they needed to check on them. She knew what would happen if they found them. She had no leverage. These girls, all of them, were replaceable with other girls they could buy and sell like property. Praying no one had heard them, Josie studied the stars for direction, then signaled for the girls to move. They needed to be as far away from the town as possible before the men noticed they were gone. She motioned for them to pick up their pace as they slipped behind a string of buildings, then merged onto a dirt road just visible in the moonlight. She urged the girls to keep running. Her own feet pounded against the ground, her stride lengthening as they tore through the sparse woods. One of the younger girls, Mary,
stumbled beside her. Josie grabbed the sleeve of her jacket and pulled her forward. Smoke filled the air, as no doubt the fire was spreading. Her toe hit the edge of a sharp rock. She faltered, then kept going. They ran until the smell of smoke started to thin, and the shouts of the men began to fade. But they weren't safe yet. Something rustled in the underbrush. Josie froze momentarily, then pulled Mary against her, motioning for the girls to get down. There was no need to tell the other girls to be quiet. They crouched, perfectly still, while Josie prayed the brush would camouflage their trembling bodies. She searched the shadows for movement, unsure who was out there. A year ago, she'd never worried about where their next meal was coming from, or thought about the importance of conserving water, candles, and food. This year, she was fighting for her life. She heard the soft call of an owl and stopped. "Ava?" Josie signaled to the other girls to stay where they were, then tentatively stepped out of the shadows. It was Ava. She ran to her sister. "Are you all here?" Ava asked, pulling Josie into a hug. "There are 14 of us. We're all okay." "You're not the only one." Ava and Josie spun around at the same time as Levi McQuaid stepped into the small clearing. Josie caught a look of shock on her sister's face, which quickly morphed into a grin as she stared up at him. "As much as I'd like to kiss you right now," he said, pulling her into a hug, "we need to keep moving." Ava didn't move as he stepped back. "I thought you were dead." "What can I say? Rumors of my death have been greatly exaggerated." "I heard a shot," Ava said. "They shot you." Levi hesitated briefly, then pulled her against him and kissed her, long and hard on the mouth, before stepping back. "Now do you believe me?" He pointed to the blood-soaked sleeve of his shirt. "They winged me, but I managed to get away." Ava just touched her hand to her lips. "We need to go," he urged. This time she nodded, signaling quietly to Josie and the other girls. They started moving again, through trees lit only by silver threads of moonlight, keeping off the trail as much as possible, keeping as quiet as possible. But it wasn't easy to move a group of terrified girls quietly through the darkness. Josie could hear the occasional sobs above the rustling of the underbrush, and was certain her own heart was pounding loud enough for everyone to hear. But all she could do was pray that the men who had grabbed them hadn't noticed they'd left. She heard the clop of horse hooves, then turned sharply as a rider appeared beside him. Adrenaline surged. The tattooed man from the camp fired his weapon into the air, then ordered them all to stop. Levi pushed her and Ava behind him, then moved in front of the other girls. But it was too late. 5 more armed riders on horseback appeared. She couldn't breathe, couldn't move. Several of the girls were crying louder now. Ava reached for Josie's hand as the men dismounted from their horses, encircling them. "You think this is a game? You didn't listen to us. And now, there will be consequences." He signaled to one of his men. "Get rid of our deputy here. And this time, make sure you do it right." Josie stifled a scream as someone grabbed her arm and pushed her away from Ava. But she wasn't going back. She'd rather be dead. She stumbled forward, barely catching her footing, as she searched for her sister. All she wanted to do was wake up from this nightmare. Unless... She forced her mind to work. The men might be armed, but they were still outnumbered. "Run!" she screamed at the top of her voice, then sprinted toward the thicker trees. Shouts permeated the darkness. Another shot fired,
but she just kept running. She'd take a bullet before going back to that warehouse. Men shouted. She couldn't understand what they were saying, but she didn't care. She fled through the shadows. Brush scraped against her arms and legs, but she didn't stop. Couldn't stop. Not until she was as far away from all of this as possible.
Josie?
Someone pulled her back, but she fought them off. She had to keep running.
Josie, stop! It's Ava!
She heard her sister's voice. Heard a dog barking. But she couldn't stop. She was too afraid. She'd never be safe again.
Josie!
Ava pulled her into her arms and held her tight.
No! Josie, stop fighting me. It's okay. It's over. They can't hurt you anymore.
Josie looked up at her sister, then felt her legs give out beneath her. Ava held on to her as she crumbled to the ground. A German shepherd nudged her face with his nose.
Ranger.
Josie ran her hand across the dog's fur.
I don't understand. Ranger, Jace, Garrett McQuaid, and their search party. They tracked us down,
Ava said.
They are arresting the men. That's what all the commotion was back there. You're safe now, Josie. You're safe.
Chapter 21. Ava sat in the living room beside the lantern and reread the same page for the third time. She probably should go to bed, but she wasn't as tired as much as she was stir-crazy. She hadn't left the house or Josie's side for almost a week. If insomnia didn't keep her up, nightmares haunted her sister while she slept. They had made a few steps forward, but recovery wasn't going to be easy. Someone knocked on the door. She set the book down, peeked out the curtain, then opened the door.
Levi. Hey.
You weren't asleep, were you?
No, just reading, she said. Well, trying to read.
And Josie?
She's sleeping. Hope said I should let her rest as much as she needed to.
I'm glad to hear that. I just wanted to see how you're doing. She leaned against the doorframe and smiled.
You've come by every day for the last week to see how I'm doing.
And?
I'm better. Josie seems a little better. We had a long talk last night. She's got a difficult road ahead of her and is struggling with a lot of guilt and trauma.
I was wondering if you'd like to sit out on the porch for a while with me. You haven't had a break for days. You could use some fresh air. She hesitated, not wanting to say no. But
if she has a nightmare...
Levi took her hand. Come on. We'll just be out on the porch. You'll be able to hear her if she needs you. She felt his hand wrap around her fingers as he nudged her outside, followed by a wave of peace. He was right. She hadn't slept much for days, only catching naps when Josie was sleeping. Always worried about her being awake and needing her. Several friends had brought food, which had helped alleviate the need to cook meals. But it had still been hard, and the road to healing was going to take time. I know you've had a lot to process, he said as they stepped outside. The cloudy weather they'd had was gone, leaving a spectacular canvas of stars hovering above them. I've wanted to talk, but haven't wanted to put any pressure on you.
I appreciate that. I've realized over this past week that, on top of what just happened to Josie, I really haven't grieved my mother's death. There was always too much to do, and I was always in survival mode.
She started for the black metal swing with him, then stopped. A shoebox-sized cardboard box sat on the porch, addressed to her.
What in the world?
It looks like a package has just been delivered, Levi said. She glanced at him, catching the amused expression on his face,
Considering that the last package delivered to this house was almost a year ago, I doubt it.
I suppose. But you won't know what's inside it by just looking at it. She shot him a confused look, but went ahead and picked it up before heading to the swing. The Amazon box was labeled with her name and address and taped up just like a Prime delivery. Levi pulled a knife out of his pocket and handed it to her before sitting down on the swing beside her. Intrigued? He asked as she started to open it.
Very.
She slid the knife across the tape, still clueless at what was inside.
It's not my birthday or Christmas.
You don't always have to have an occasion to do something for someone you care about. The inflection in his voice switched to something warm, intimate even, triggering another slew of jumbled feelings inside of her. She smelled the coffee before she saw it as she pulled open the flaps of the box.
Pumpkin spice. Are you kidding me?
Inside was a bag of coffee, her favorite flavor, favorite brand. But that was impossible. He stared at her as she pulled it out, brought it to her face, then breathed in deeply.
Do you know how long it's been since I've had pumpkin spice coffee?
Yes, but I can't actually claim responsibility for this. She studied his face, trying to figure out what he was saying.
Then who's this from?
My mother.
Your mother?
She smiled. Then her heart dropped, the moment suddenly marred by the fact that Catherine McQuaid was no longer with them.
Now I really don't understand, she said.
Levi looked down at the open box. I told you a while back that we've been going through some of my mother's things.
Yes?
It's been a hard, and yet at the same time healing step, for my father in particular.
And the coffee?
She asked. I found a box hidden in the back of Mom's closet. It was full of wrapped presents for last Christmas.
Oh, wow. That had to be difficult for all of you.
It was, particularly for my father. He hasn't even opened his yet. In fact, none of us have. I think we're all waiting for him to decide how he wants to move ahead. We might open them this Christmas, I don't know. But like yours, there were at least a dozen presents for other people outside our family.
It's almost like she's here, smiling down at all of us, reminding us that we're not alone.
That's what I told Dad.
Still,
Ava looked up at him.
She had no reason to give me a Christmas present.
Hope told me she'd completely forgotten about it, but that the two of them had gone to Midland on a shopping trip last December. They'd gone to a craft fair, Christmas market, and a few other places, and at every store she found something she had to buy for someone she cared about. Hope wasn't sure why, but when Mom saw that pumpkin spice coffee, she said she had to buy it for you.
Like God urged her that I needed something tangible to remind me that God is still here, and He cares about the little things. Does that sound ridiculous?
Not at all. I believe these gifts from my mother were found at the perfect moment, and I think she would be thrilled to know you were sitting out here on your porch drinking coffee this fall.
Thank you.
How are you doing? He asked. I mean, really doing.
I have spent some time with Pastor Matthew, Hope, and a few other friends. And of course you have been there. But in the end, a lot of the healing has to be done on my end, face to face with God.
She squeezed his hand.
But what about you? I'm not the only one with scars, and a lot of yours are physical.
Hope says mine will heal. It could have been a lot worse.
But it wasn't. You saved me.
If you ask me, you didn't really need me. You did what needed to be done.
I don't know. I don't think I've ever been so terrified.
He rubbed the back of her hand with his thumb. Being scared is fine, as long as it doesn't keep us from doing what has to be done.
You saved those girls. We saved those girls." She smiled back at him, more content than she'd been for a long, long time. "And while we still might not be able to run down the street for a pumpkin latte or takeout, we have so much more. Life, family, home, love." Love. She turned to him. "We never finished the conversation we had in the barn," he said. "Or, for that matter, the kiss." Ava let out an unexpected sigh at the memory. She'd thought about the kiss 100 times over the past few days, but her mind had never been able to fully process what her response should be. Levi McQuaid was the kindest, handsomest, smartest man she knew. It's why she'd always turned to him when she needed advice. Her reasons for avoiding love in many ways were completely selfish, and the timing had always been off. Until now. "Ava?" Levi interrupted her thoughts. "What are you thinking?" "That we've been ignoring what was between us all these years because it wasn't, I don't know, convenient? Is love ever easy?" She laughed. "Life? Love? No. None of it is easy." He took her hands and pulled her close. "What would you say if I told you that I've realized over the past few days that there is no one I'd rather face life with? That I'm in love with you, Ava, and I probably have been for a long time." What would I say? Her heart pounded as she smiled up at him, and all the pieces of the puzzle seemed to come together. "I'd say, I think you'd better kiss me."